Chapter 351. Time flies, the time of parting. A month has passed since he watched the sunset in the back mountain that day, and Guyi has a deeper understanding of the power of time. He does not belong to this era, and this era has no trace of his existence. It is very different from the time he was in. He can feel out of place, as if the whole time and space are rejecting him. In this way, the power of time is clearer and deeper, which is of great help to his cultivation. However, under his guidance, Yu Xiaogang is now sinking deeper and deeper into his own world and can't extricate himself at all. At the same time, he is also looking for someone who loves Kyungsunji. Since Bibi Dong cannot be Qian Rongxiu's mother, he can only find another woman. This is also the best way he can think of. This person is actually not difficult to find. Kyungsunji, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, not only has the strength of a titled Douluo, but his spirit is a six-winged angel, and he is not bad-looking. He is powerful. Her martial power is also at the top of the continent. She looks good. Guyi has already figured out who loves him. She is the maid who serves Kyungsunji every day. Guyi has also observed for a few days. This maid named Xiaolan always looks at his back silently after Kyungsunji leaves until he disappears. The love in her eyes is endless, and she is willing to sacrifice her life for him at any time as long as Kyungsunji is willing. There is no doubt that this woman is the most suitable person to be Bibi Dong's position. He also knows the era when Qian Rongxiu was born. He only needs to mix them together a year in advance to successfully conceive Qian Rongxiu. This is the best of both worlds. It not only fulfills the wish of this little maid, but also solves Bibi Dong's problem. As for Kyungsunji, who cares about him? If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't bear too much time backlash with his current strength, he would even want to kill him directly. This time is not long. After 1 year, Qian Rongxiu must be successfully conceived in this maid. In other words, he can only stay in this world for another 2 years. He must leave after Qian Rongxiu is born. The longer he exists in this era, the more traces he will leave. After returning to his own time and space, the backlash he will suffer will be heavier. 2 years have been of great help to his cultivation. Among the powers he has mastered, only the power of time is the most superficial. This is a good opportunity to significantly improve his strength. Time is always so unfathomable and elusive. Now he can reverse time and come to the past through the power of time. If he can master the power of time to a stronger level in the future, can he go down with time and go to the future? What, you can only leave after 2 years? The girl Bibi Dong hugged Guyi tightly and looked at him reluctantly. It was almost a devastating blow to a girl who had just fallen in love. Although he knew that they would meet again at some point in the future, it would be too long. Guyi also knew that this was a huge shock to Bibi Dong, and decided to accompany her well in the next 2 years. In 1 year, the two of them spent time together in love. The year passed quickly. Bibi Dong had a very happy year. She had a happy smile on her face all day long, and looked at a void place affectionately from time to time. That's how Bibi Dong looked to outsiders. But in fact, she was not looking at the void, but Guyi, who was wrapped in the power of the mind. Recently, the news that you are in the Wuhan Hall has become more and more popular. I really don't understand why my disciple would like a waste like Yu Xiaogang. All this happened under the influence of Guyi's mental power. The real situation was only the conversation between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang in the library when he first came to this world. There was no intersection again. Now they say that everything in their memories is just fantasy. Are you going to do it? Well, I have sneaked into the dream of this person named Xiaolan before, and I have confirmed that she is deeply in love with Kyungsunji. Bibi Dong nodded. I didn't have any opinion on this matter, but I didn't expect time to pass so quickly, and half of it has passed. Guyi hugged her tightly. Then he disappeared in the courtyard. When Kyungsunji returned to his bedroom, his whole body became hot. Xiaolan, who had been serving him, wiped him with a wet towel. Soon, with a cry of joy in the room, the main purpose of returning to the past was completed. A few months later, Xiaolan's belly was already prominent, and a very healthy life was being nurtured inside. In the following time, the two lived very happily, but they could still feel a bit heavy. Especially as the day of departure was getting closer. A few months later, in the fantasy, Yu Xiaogang left the Wuhan Hall because of Bibi Dong's ruthless harm. At the same time, Bibi Dong was also put in solitary confinement by Kyungsunji. Of course, all this was done under the influence of Guyi. The two were also happy to be free. Bibi Dong and Guyi were stuck together all day long. Except for the last step, they did everything. According to Bibi Dong's idea, she planned to stay until the last night, so that she could never forget the happiness brought by Gu Yi. With his powerful spiritual power, Gu Yi influenced the entire Wuhan Hall, and no one noticed the clues. The day Qian Rongxiu was born. Has it been confirmed? Is that baby girl the future Qian Rongxiu? Yes, I can feel a sacred aura hidden in her body, and her soul power is much stronger than that of ordinary babies. Gu Yi checked Xiaolan's daughter after she was born, and there would be no problem. From the perspective of talent, it must be Qian Rongxiu. In an instant, Bibi Dong's eyes changed from dim to serious. Love me. Bibi Dong wore a sexy lace dress, black and red high heels with excellent hip-lifting effect, and purple stockings on her jade feet. How could Gu Yi not satisfy her? He kissed her lips lightly, and the two fell on the bed together. Although Bibi Dong was a virgin, she showed extraordinary fighting power, as if she was going to exhaust all her energy. Maybe because both of their martial spirits are spiders, Bibi Dong is good at entanglement, and her limbs are tightly entangled with Gu Yi. The day will come when the day is over. When I remember, I will still wear this and wait for you. Bibi Dong lay on him charmingly, with messy hair sticking to her sweaty face, and promised Gu Yi. It's a deal. Gu Yi looked at her with some reluctance, but he didn't belong here after all, so he had to choose to leave. Before leaving, Gu Yi left some psychological hints for Bibi Dong so that she would not make mistakes at some key points. Chapter 352 Time Closed Loop. See you in the future. Gu Yi stood in front of the vortex of time and space, looking radiant, but his eyes were red with tears, and tears kept falling like they were free. Bibi Dong suppressed her reluctance and sadness. See you in the future. There was still a bit of sobbing in her voice. Gu Yi took 2 steps forward and held her tightly in his arms. Seal my memory until the day we can meet again. It's too hard to wait for more than 10 or 20 years. Perhaps forgetting this memory is the best choice for her. Yet, Gu Yi began to radiate spiritual power, and cleverly sealed this experience in the depths of Bibi Dong's spiritual sea. This time he used all his strength. You should know that his spiritual power is enough to rival the power of God. If he goes all out, no one will be able to break this seal, and even Bibi Dong in the future will find it difficult to find. Until that day comes. After the last bit of spiritual power was sealed, Bibi Dong's soft eyes closed gently and fell into Gu Yi's arms. Gu Yi did not use the power of space to cross the distance, but picked her up by the waist and walked towards Bibi Dong's boudoir step by step. He gently put her on the bed and gently wiped away the tears on her face. See you in the future, my Donger. Before leaving, he gave her a last kiss on the corner of her mouth, which was also the last trace he left in this world. When his lips parted, Gu Yi's figure also disappeared in the room. He took a step and entered the vortex of time, stepping into the long river of time again. When his figure completely disappeared from this world, the space was restored to its original state. In the room, lying peacefully on the bed, 2 tears flowed from Bibi Dong's eyes, soaking the pillow. After a while, Bibi Dong woke up. There was no discomfort in her body, she just felt that she had slept very comfortably. Looking at this familiar house, she suddenly felt a little strange, as if something was missing. But she couldn't say it. No matter how she thought about it, it was useless. Tear marks. Bibi Dong touched the wet places on the pillow, one on the left and one on the right, and the corners of her eyes were also a little more wet. What's wrong with me? The long river of time. After 2 years of intensive practice, he had been constantly studying the power of time in the past, which made him gain a lot and had a deeper understanding of time. This time he just returned to his world, which was far less difficult than before, and his body was not eroded by time. Now, in just 5 seconds, another time vortex appeared, and Gu Yi's figure fell from it. This time he was not as embarrassed as before, but he was still panting. Before he could react, a terrifying force of time poured into Gu Yi's body from all directions. Ah! Gu Yi couldn't help but shout out because of his tempered mind. The force of time in his body was also surging, and the inner world was helping him recover. All the backlash was accumulated at this moment and broke out completely, which was quite like a sense of settling accounts after the autumn. It seemed that his previous accumulation was not useless, and this time he didn't change much, just some small changes to the opponent. The power of backlash did not last too long, and it was not even as serious as the previous injury from crossing the long river of time and reversing to the past. 2 years was enough for the inner world to be greatly improved. Before he could go out, a figure pushed open the door and walked in. Long time no see, my only man. Bibi Dong looked at Guyi who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and everything turned into deep love at this moment. Guyi also laughed. Do you still remember the promise? Bibi Dong certainly knew what Guyi was talking about, and quietly unbuttoned her clothes. The real clothes inside were revealed. Thank you for your hard work, my love. Everything was completed at this moment. No wonder why she was so close to Guyi at the beginning. The things in her mind never happened from beginning to end. It was just because of the influence of the power of the mind that she developed on this path. That time in the secret room was Bibi Dong's second time, but she and Guyi didn't know it at the time. In this way, Bibi Dong is the undisputed first woman of Guyi, even earlier than Tang Yuehua. It was not only Bibi Dong who changed at the same time. In the elder hall behind the Pope's hall, Qian Daoliu also woke up from a dream. It's really a young man. I didn't expect that I had known Guyi more than 10 or 20 years ago. It was also when he truly realized that Guyi's current strength was far beyond anyone's reach. Qian Rongxiu, who was originally sitting cross-legged in the center of the elder hall, suddenly opened her eyes, with a bit of fierceness in her eyes. Guyi, she really deserves your treatment. However, in her fierce eyes, there was a bit of relief, even if the past was not real. But now, she is not Bibi Dong's daughter. It means Haoshan sect. Time is really the most bizarre power in the world. After a storm, Bibi Dong lay on his chest as she did in the past, with her hair scattered on his body. Indeed, this time I can be regarded as a real witness to the horror of time. Although the long river of time is a road that flows forever, it also forms a perfect closed loop. The Bibi Dong of the past created the Bibi Dong of the present. Changing the past is equivalent to directly changing the entire future. Tang Hao was able to really kill Qian Sunji. Back to the present, some memories in Guyi's mind have also changed. Kyung Sunji was really killed by Tang Hao. And Xiaolan, who gave birth to Qian Rongxiu, followed him shortly after Kyung Sunji died, leaving behind the young Qian Rongxiu. In this woman's heart, nothing can compare to Kyung Sunji. Death is just going to another world to continue to follow him. Fortunately, you blocked my memory back then, otherwise, I couldn't help but look for you. Bibi Dong raised her head and kissed him gently on the corner of his mouth. I 1/2 AE. AAE, EE trademark EA with diuresis 1/2. Guyi looked at Qian Rongxiu who came to him again, and still felt a little helpless in his heart. You will definitely be mine, and only belong to me. Qian Rongxiu looked at him very confidently and said. Guyi saw some evil spirit from her, which was obviously not the breath that the six-winged angel martial spirit should have. The inner demon has begun to invade Qian Rongxiu. After you were born, I held you in my arms. Don't think about these things, don't fail at the last minute. Wait, I will be earlier than you all. Bullet and Chengshen, then, whether it is Bibi Dong or other women, they can only get out of the way obediently. Chapter 353 The Silver Dragon King fainted in pain. Looking at the empty room, Guyi really didn't expect Qian Rongxiu's obsession with him to be so deep. It really surprised him. Back to the past 2 years, Guyi's strength has also been improved, especially the power of time has made an unprecedented leap. There is no need to wait so long. There is no need to wait until the March period. With his current control over the power of time, it is enough to repair the scars in Guyuina's body. It will not be directly affected by the power of the God King in the Dragon Pill like last time. What's the matter again? Guyuina looked at Guyi who suddenly appeared, thinking that he had something else that she wanted to help him complete. I'm ready and can help you recover from your physical injuries at any time. Really? I don't want to be disappointed later. Even if I have the power of time, I still lack a little core strength. Don't worry, wait until you make further progress, then you can heal my wounds better. Guyuina really couldn't imagine what ability Guyi had to have such great confidence in such a short time. It didn't make sense at all. 3 months, not even enough for her to sleep. It passed in the blink of an eye. I won't joke with my life. Now I am absolutely sure that I can restore the scars in your body, but the power of the Dragon Pill can only rely on you. Now I am still a long way from the God King. Even the power of time cannot confront the power of the God King head-on. Time, as the most treacherous and unpredictable power in the world, is not something that mortals can master. If it weren't for Guyi's original energy field, the Jotyen Liuhi Sutra, and the power of the Evil Eye Tyrant Master, he would not be able to touch the power of time. Not to mention traveling to the past. But even so, one force can break all laws. No matter how powerful the power of time is, it is useless if the person who uses it is not strong enough. The God King is the existence at the top of the God realm, and his strength is not comparable to what he can do now. I know this, of course. If you can help me recover from the injuries in my body, the Soul Beast clan will be my most permanent friend. Hearing Guyuina's promise, Guyi did not show any expression. After all, this was not a great thing for him. Now, except for Guyuina, no one in the Soul Beast clan can fight. Even Dityen, a euro who is now standing in the open, can't take a full strength punch. Don't resist. Guyi walked up to her and said. Although Guyuina didn't understand, she still chose to believe Guyi's words and didn't resist. With a thought, the two disappeared in the star forest. Guyuina felt the change in space, and when she opened her eyes, she came to a very strange world. And this world was a little too small. Where is this? Guyuina asked curiously. Here you can even feel the weakness of space, as if you can break the space with just a wave of your fist. As you can see, this is my world. Guyi showed the inner world generously, and this was also the place where he came up with the best treatment for Guyuina. Only here can you use the power of time more smoothly. Your world? The divine consciousness spread. The size of this world is not even as big as a Tiandu city, and the heaven and earth vitality contained in it is also very rare. It is not as good as the current Douluo continent, but it is not much different from before. The most important thing is that the space here is too fragile. It is completely a new world. The divine consciousness quickly covered the edge of the inner world, and continued to detect outwards, only a piece of nothingness and emptiness. How did you do it? Guyuina didn't understand. With Guyi's current strength, it was impossible to do such a thing. It was completely beyond the norm. It has something to do with my cultivation method. Now is not the time to talk about these things. Bringing you in is not to show you this world. In this world, I can use the power of time to the maximum extent and recover the scars on your body more easily. It may hurt, you have to hold on. Guyuina rolled her eyes at him. Pain? After all these years, the Silver Dragon King, the supreme being of the Soul Beast clan, would be afraid of pain, which is simply a joke. Come directly, I have seen all kinds of scenes. Since Guyuina said so, Guyi no longer hesitated, and rushed towards her body with nirvana. This time, the target was not as simple as before. He directly wrapped the entire right arm of the Silver Dragon King, intending to heal the wound on her right arm in one breath. Scars are easy to heal, but the root of the disease is difficult to remove. The power of the God King did not stop at all. Like a cat smelling blood, it immediately swarmed from the dragon pill and destroyed the healed scars. The wound was torn again. A shrill cry came out of Guyuina's mouth. The last time, she didn't it hurt so much, this time he treated the injury of the whole arm at the same time, all the pain was concentrated together, there was no defense at all. Even after living for so many years, the Silver Dragon King couldn't help it. Even though he heard Guyuina's shrill cry, he couldn't stop, otherwise the pain Guyuina suffered just now would be in vain. The power of time poured into her arm from all directions, restoring everything to the state before the divine power destroyed it. After several times, every recovery would make Guyuina suffer an inhuman pain. Even Guyuina, who had experienced endless pain, fell to the ground powerlessly. As the noble master of soul beasts, she was so proud that she couldn't fall to the ground like a broken-back dog. She knelt on one knee, holding her hands tightly on the ground, not letting her last dignity dissipate in front of Guyi. Bean-sized beads of sweat kept sliding down her forehead, and soon the ground in front of her was wet. In the end, she fainted from the pain. She could no longer maintain her noble posture. A big hand held Guyuina, who was about to fall, in his arms, but his brows were furrowed, and there was no relaxation at all, and the pain continued. The divine power was still torturing Guyuina. All Guyi could do now was to use the power of his mind to reduce her pain a little. After all, it was still a bit too hasty. There were hundreds of wounds on one arm alone, and the pain caused by the rupture was superimposed, which was 10 times stronger than a broken arm. Guyuina was unconscious for a short time, and the confrontation between the divine power and the power of time finally ended. There was no more wounds on a smooth arm, and it was completely healed. It seems that you can't bear everything. Guyi laid her flat and let Guyuina rest here alone, while controlling the inner world to give priority to her heaven and earth vitality. Chapter 354 Qianrongxiu, who is addicted to desire. Gu Yuina is still the Silver Dragon King after all. Although her soul is powerful and her body is not as good as the Golden Dragon King, it is not comparable to that of mortals. She woke up in just half an hour. I fainted. Gu Yuina looked a little ugly. As the master of soul beasts, she fainted in front of a human. Her pride seemed to be crushed. She had promised to let her do it before. Now, whenever she thought of what happened just now, she felt a little ashamed. Wake up! Gu Yi did not leave, but continued to cultivate the inner world. The inner world does not need to be cultivated by himself, it can absorb the vitality between heaven and earth and improve. But if he intervenes, the situation will be very different. It can improve the inner world more quickly. The improvement of the inner world can also feed back to the surrounding acupoints, and the acupoints around the body can radiate to every part of the body. The principle is the same. The two are mutually beneficial. Go on. Gu Yuina could only force herself to stay calm. She was embarrassed today. No, with your current physical condition, it is not enough to experience the pain before again. It is very likely that your consciousness will become chaotic. Gu Yi made a prompt decision and did not give Gu Yuina the opportunity to say anything more. In this world, he can control everything. Gu Yuina felt a flash before her eyes, and then she returned to her previous position. You look down on me? Gu Yuina questioned. She, half a dragon god, controls all elements in the world, is the master of soul beasts, and is the strongest person in Douluo continent. Now she is actually looked down upon. How can she not be angry, how can she not be annoyed? Whether you can continue, your body is probably telling you the answer. Even if your right arm is healed, the impact on the nerves just now still exists. It is not recovered after waking up. I will come again in half a month. Gu Yuina became decadent. She was so useless that she couldn't even bear a little pain, and she wanted to lead the soul beasts to fight back, or even kill back to the god realm. How can she do it if she is so cowardly? I know, you go, I want to rest for a while. Gu Yi didn't care too much. Gu Yuina had lived for so many years. If she couldn't even absorb this little emotion, she might as well die. What is this? A terrifying wave spread to the Xingde Great Forest. Gu Yi understood it instantly. Feeling this sacred breath, he immediately understood that Qianrongxiu was completing the 9th divine test. Once completed, she would be the first human to become a god in 10,000 years. But Gu Yi was not reassured. When he saw her before, he had already discovered that her state of mind was a little unstable, and there was even some evil in her body, which was not the breath of a six-winged angel martial spirit at all. Without delay, his figure disappeared in the Xingde Great Forest, constantly moving in space. In just a short stick of incense, he returned to the martial spirit hall and came to the elder hall behind the Pope Hall. Douluo had now given up his life for Qianrongxiu. For him, Qianrongxiu's ability to become a god was more important than anything else. Shuer, promise Grandpa that you will go and see how powerful the power of God is for Grandpa. When Douluo was dying, he still did not forget the path to becoming a god, but he would never have this opportunity in his life. Godinly this last half step away, but it is a gap that he cannot cross in his lifetime. The last bit of sound dissipated in the angel temple, making the final contribution to Qianrongxiu's godhood. The surging angel power completely unreasonable and poured into Qianrongxiu's body, regardless of whether she could bear it. At this moment, the clothes that were originally very soft but strong were like dust, dissipating in this sky. Temple of the Envoy. The feather-like pattern keeps flowing, from the top of the head to the solace of the feet. The golden light is dazzling, exuding a sacred breath. Looking at the angel statue in the Elder Hall, he took a step forward without any obstruction. The statue was like a rippling water wave, and Gu Yi's figure disappeared in the Elder Hall. Qianrongxiu continued to endure pain, and the angel's divine power savagely strengthened her body. The skin, blood, bones and even the bone marrow were affected by the divine power. The body was suffering, and Qianrongxiu's heart was also being tempered. The release of evil spirits and the unwilling emotions completely made a person appear on the spiritual level, a man she was unwilling to give up. Just standing there, she had already made her tremble all over, and her emotions reached a peak. Gu Yi walked in and saw Qianrongxiu naked. Qianrongxiu's capital was originally very strong, the fullness of her chest and the best curve between her waist and hips were so unique. Now that she has been tempered by divine power, her body has evolved in all aspects and can be called perfect. At this moment, Guyi's attention is not on this. Feeling the evil spirit around him, even he did not expect that Jianrongxiu would have so many evil thoughts because of him. Spiritual level. Guyi, who was imagined by her, is now opening his arms to her with a warm smile. This is the scene she has been expecting many times in her dreams at midnight. Without the slightest hesitation, she rushed into Guyi's arms naked, and her consciousness completely sank at this moment. Warmth, comfort, more fascinating than bathing in the holy light of angels. Becoming a god? Robbing the spirit hall? She forgot all of them. At this moment, she just wanted to hug Guyi forever and feel his breath. Looking at Jianrongxiu with a messy breath, Guyi also opened the eyes of her mind and mobilized all her spiritual power to flow into her spiritual world. The spiritual power turned into a human form and entered it. With a wave of his hand, the illusion disappeared. Jianrongxiu was like a madman, constantly trying to keep the flying golden light by her side, as if this could bring her warmth. Turning around, a more real and more solid figure was standing there. Jianrongxiu, wake up. The voice contained a lot of spiritual power, just like cleansing the mind, the spirit that was originally controlled by its own dark side, but recovered a bit of clarity. Are you real? Jianrongxiu was a little unsure, afraid that it was another fantasy, and she didn't feel ashamed of the fantasy just now. In any case, Guyi could only belong to her. She would only be Guyi's property. It was just a fantasy of life in the future, which had no effect on her. What's the difference between reality and illusion? Only by seeing through obsession can you become a god. Jianrongxiu was sure that the man in front of her was the man she had been thinking about, even if she was naked, with 3 parts of shyness, 3 parts of attachment and 4 parts of possession. Obsession? What is obsession? Obsession is something that cannot be realized. But you are right in front of me, how can it be called obsession? If I get you, it is no longer an obsession, but a wish to be realized. Jianrongxiu's argument made Guyi think more highly of her. Continue the divine test, I will protect you. Unmoved. Since you want to protect me, then help me to the end. Now there is only you left, as long as you are with me, the divine test will naturally be completed. Chapter 355 Jianrongxiu's Morbidity. Jianrongxiu didn't listen to Guyi at all. How could she choose to miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? If you want to become the god of angels, you must release all your evil thoughts and desires, so that there is no breath that goes against holiness and light in your body. Not even desires. Angels must always maintain justice in order to wield the angel holy sword. Now she is just missing the last layer of obsession. Guyi has been in her heart since she became a soul king. After so many years, she still hasn't gotten him. She is originally paranoid and possessive. She must get what she wants, even Guyi can't escape. After coming here, you still want to stand by and watch me sink into the abyss of desire. Impossible, wait until I become a god. They will all exist, and you can only be my private property. She will not allow any woman other than her to be with Guyi. This is impossible. She will not allow it. She, Jianrongxiu's man, can only have her even if she is trapped, tied up, or disabled. There must be no other woman. It seems that I am really too tolerant of you. Guyi opened his eyes, and colorful colors bloomed in his eyes, and the terrifying power of the mind flowed in his eyes. Since Jianrongxiu is so obsessed, don't blame him for using too radical means. In terms of the development of spiritual power, no one in the world can match him. No matter which of his magic skills or spiritual power he uses, it is unmatched by ordinary people. In my world, your methods will be useless. Jianrongxiu is very confident. This is her spiritual world, and it is also the place where the 9th test is completed. With the protection of angelic power, it is the supreme existence. Unless Guyi's current strength can surpass the 1st level god, he will not be able to resist her here. Guyi's face remained unchanged, and the power of the mind blossomed. Destroy. Jianrongxiu's pink lips uttered a word. This word did not have any imposing momentum or any deterrence, but it was just such a simple word, but it completely made this spiritual power that surpassed the power of the 99th level title Douluo disappear without any ripples. Seeing this scene, Guyi's face also changed. Ineffective? Facing this spiritual power, I am afraid that even Guyuina would not be so light-hearted, but Jianrongxiu did it. It's incredible. Guyi suddenly felt that rushing back was a mistake. Jianrongxiu showed a beautiful smile, exuding the glory of an angel, but in Guyi's view, this was a devil's smile. Qian Rongxiu was contradictory at this moment. Both angels and demons existed in her body. She seemed holy but actually evil. The word saint on the outside and devil on the inside can fully describe Qian Rongxiu now. Stop! Another word came out of her mouth. Gu Yi suddenly felt that his body was out of control, and he couldn't even blink, completely controlled by Qian Rongxiu. It seems that you are still not stronger than the angel god. She swayed her waist and walked in front of Gu Yi. She stretched out her right hand and greedily stroked Gu Yi's face. Her holy face showed unprecedented enjoyment. I finally touched it. Do you know that I have wanted to touch this face for a long time? While speaking, the snow-white jade hand kept touching every inch of Gu Yi's skin on his face, and his body couldn't stop shaking. This is the feeling of Gu Yi's body. The sharp bones, delicate facial features, and skin without any defects, every inch of which made her very obsessed. Do you know how painful and uncomfortable my heart is every time I see you flirting with other women? Every moment is like a knife piercing my heart, as if every drop of blood is drained. The holy face also has a bit of evil, like a saint or a devil, and a lustful light flashes in the eyes. I have waited for this day for too long, too long. The whole body curled up in Gu Yi's arms, and did not forget to control Gu Yi to hug her delicate body. As if she was about to suffocate, she absorbed every breath from his body. Gu Yi was also trying to find a way to break Qian Rongxiu's blockade, but the powerful mental and spiritual power in the past seemed so weak at this moment. The angel power plus the control of Qian Rongxiu, the master, had no effect at all. Qian Rongxiu straightened up, grabbed Gu Yi's chin, and made him lower his head. Although he looked up, she still said word by word, "What I, Qian Rongxiu, want must be mine." Gu Yi felt a chill in his body as his mind moved. After an unknown amount of time, in the angel temple, Gu Yi's real body took a few steps back, a strange look flashed in his eyes, and then he sat cross-legged on the ground, recovering his weak spirit. Qian Rongxiu, who inherited the throne of the angel, almost squeezed him dry. The unprecedented madness made Gu Yi unable to resist, and he had no power to fight back at all. He couldn't even move, and could only let Qian Rongxiu do it. At the same time, Qian Rongxiu, who had been holding the angel's holy sword and had closed her eyes, suddenly opened her eyes. A ray of golden light burst out from her eyes, and her body trembled uncontrollably. The angel's soul bone in her body turned into a golden liquid that gushed out like a tide, condensing into a golden armor in the air. The original feather pattern condensed into a small six-winged angel at her forehead, making Qian Rongxiu look more holy. The golden armor flew towards Qian Rongxiu, who was naked. The angel's divine outfit, dressed up. Stepping on the void, holding the holy sword, exuding a sacred and bright breath all over the body. The proud head lowered because of Gu Yi, who was sitting on the ground, with a strong possessiveness and love in her eyes, and her eyes suddenly became firm. She didn't care how Gu Yi looked at her, nor did she care whether Gu Yi's heart was with her. As long as this person belonged to her, it was enough. It was enough to have only her in his eyes. As for the rouge and powder in this world, all died. Now that she has become a god, her eyes have become far-reaching, as if she can cross the other dimension through the angel temple and travel to the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong. The position of the Pope has also been replaced by someone else. The wings behind her flapped lightly, and then turned into a golden light and rushed out of the angel temple, and the angel statues outside also broke. The Pope's palace. Bibi Dong's phoenix eyes condensed and her pupil shrank. Is this the appearance of an angel? As the inheritor of the throne, Bibi Dong can feel a powerful breath approaching, and it is incompatible with the Rakshasa power in her body. The key is that this breath is too powerful, overlooking the world from above. Only by becoming a god can one have such a terrifying power. Qian Rongxiu, what do you want to do? Chapter 356 Battle Angel. The Pope's Palace. Bibi Dong was still sitting on the Pope's chair, looking straight at Qian Rongxiu, who was floating in the air holding the holy angel sword. She felt a little guilty about her. Because of the influence of the seal, she did have some prejudice against Qian Rongxiu, but it didn't mean she could be so unbridled. Bibi Dong, today is your death day. Qian Rongxiu showed no mercy, raised the holy angel sword in her hand, and her arrogant look made Bibi Dong very dissatisfied. There was only one person in the world who could make her bow her head and bend over. Qian Rongxiu was not qualified. Qian Rongxiu, you are really a bit presumptuous. Gu Yi appeared between the two of them, with a rare look of anger in his eyes. The angel god was ranked as a first-level god in the god realm, and he also had a divine weapon like the holy angel sword. His strength was also higher than that of a first-level god, and his strength was only below that of a god king. But this angel god did not refer to Jianrongxiu today. Although the godhood brought endless power to Jianrongxiu, allowing her to surpass any soul master on Douluo continent, it did not mean that she now had the strength of a first-level god. It still needs to work harder to reach the peak power. Jianrongxiu is now not much different from a priest. You can't stop me. Jianrongxiu saw Guyi defending Bibi Dong so much, and a bit of anger and madness flashed in her noble phoenix eyes. A woman like her who is both paranoid and possessive, protecting another woman in front of her, and a woman with hatred. How can she not be angry? How can she not be crazy? The angel domain unfolded instantly. As a god-level martial soul, the six-winged angel martial soul's angel domain is already very powerful. Now that it has become a god, the power of the domain will only be more terrifying. Bibi Dong and Guyi both felt their bodies sink, and a force suppressed their bodies. This is the power of God, which is beyond the imagination of my sister. Bibi Dong, you will die today. Jianrongxiu flew forward and landed beside Guyi. Wait for me to kill this damn woman and return to paradise. Whether it is soul or body, everything of yours is mine, and only I can appear in your eyes. Jianrongxiu seemed very confident, and the powerful power in her body had made her a little arrogant. Compared with the power obtained by Guyi and Bibi Dong through hard training, Jianrongxiu was undoubtedly forcing the growth of seedlings. Even though she now has all the power of God and her soul has reached an unprecedented level, she is now somewhat overwhelmed by the powerful power. She is about to become a slave to power. You don't think you will win, do you? Guyi chuckled with a bit of sarcasm. The body revealed an extremely terrifying chi and blood power, and the powerful force instantly broke through the suppression of the angel domain. The power seemed to break through the Pope's palace endlessly, and also split the clouds in the sky into two, revealing a clear sky. When he realized the third step of martial arts, his strength had surpassed the 99th level titled Douluo. Even Dityan, a Euro who was second only to Guyuina among the soul beasts, could not withstand his punch. He returned to the past world and practiced for 2 years. Although he only focused on the inner world, he also made considerable progress through the feedback brought by the inner world. He also had a deeper understanding of Danjin. His strength had long surpassed that before he wasted his time to practice again. Jianrongxiu was also directly repelled by this power, with an incredible expression on her face. How could it be possible? You know, now she has become the god of angels, the only surviving god in the entire Douluo continent. Shouldn't she be invincible? How could such a thing happen? Bibi Dong also came to Guyi with a swaying figure at this time, and threw herself into Guyi's arms intimately. If you want me to die, I'm afraid you can't do it. Perhaps to stimulate Jianrongxiu, Bibi Dong directly offered a sweet kiss. This naked provocation completely angered the woman who had just become the god of angels. She swore that she must kill this damn woman. Before she died, she would scrape off every inch of her skin and burn it to ashes, and any place that had touched Guyi would be crushed to ashes. Jianrongxiu's possessiveness reached its peak at this moment. Crazy and angry. The angel's divine power instantly became agitated, and the angel's holy sword in his hand emitted a brilliant golden light. The long sword slashed towards Xia, and the terrifying vitality of heaven and earth also condensed under this sword. The space seemed to be frozen at this moment, and the world seemed to tremble with this sword. There is no doubt that Jianrongxiu was murderous with this sword. Lend me the blood sword of Azura. Guyi shouted loudly, and Bibi Dong summoned the blood sword of Azura without any hesitation. Although Guyi's current strength also surpassed that of a titled Douluo, he was facing Jianrongxiu, who had already become a god, and a powerful artifact like the Holy Sword of Angels. It was difficult to gain an advantage with bare hands. As the super artifact of the Azura God King, one of the 5 great gods in the god realm, the blood sword of Azura naturally possessed unprecedented terrifying power. It was also a great help for him. He held the blood sword of Azura again. He felt a little struggle in an instant. After all, he did not have the power of Azura in his body, and Bibi Dong was also inheriting the throne of Azura. Naturally, he did not want strangers to touch him. Zhou and Liu, the combined meridians started to work, directly replacing the energy in the body with killing power. He had felt and possessed this kind of power before. Even if he could not reach the level of Shura's divine power, he could still imitate it. Feeling the familiar breath, the Shura blood sword was held in Guyi's hand like a good child. The terrifying killing aura was displayed on the sword tip. Guyi did not hold back at all when the long sword was across the sky. The blood and qi in the body were compressed to the limit, and the energy was ready to explode. The skills were cultivated to this level. Boxing is swordsmanship, and swordsmanship is boxing. One law is all laws. The martial arts will that suppressed all living beings made Guyi become particularly domineering at this moment, and the Shura blood sword in his hand bloomed with unprecedented sharpness. Holding the sword with both hands, the power did not bloom at all, and he just chopped the sword up. The sword tips collided, and Qian Rongxiu was hit hard. Her body flew backwards in the air, directly crashed through the Pope's palace, and flew nearly 100 meters before stopping. A trace of blood had already flowed from the corner of her mouth. Feeling the internal bleeding of her body, Qian Rongxiu looked a little dazed. She could not beat Guyi even after becoming a god. The only time she had the upper hand in front of him, she could only rely on the power and spiritual world of the former angel god to do so. Inside the Pope's palace, Guyi also felt a little uncomfortable. Even if Qian Rongxiu was weak now, she had surpassed the soul master and reached the realm of God. Holding the sword and stabbing the ground, some of the fine meridians in her body were also broken, but with her strong body control ability, they were quickly repaired. Chapter 357, Deep Obsession. Are you okay? Bibi Dong asked worriedly. She also exuded a fierce murderous aura and boundless evil aura. Rakshasa god and angel god are two opposite god positions. It is more difficult to blend than water and fire. Looking at the big hole in the Pope's palace, she felt so powerless for the first time. Guyi and Qian Rongxiu's current strength is not something she can touch. If she hadn't started to follow the inheritance path of the Shura God King again, with her original cultivation speed, she would have become a god earlier than Qian Rongxiu, and she wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. It's okay, just a minor injury. Guyi patted her snow-white arm. This was not to show off, nor was it to pretend to be relaxed. With the previous blow, he could already determine where Qian Rongxiu's limit was. 1 million pounds. Qian Rongxiu's limit strength. As a newborn angel god, it's not bad to have such power, but it's definitely not good. It's completely a waste of the innate 20th level soul power talent. Such a talent was wasted, and Guyi sighed. Qian Rongxiu's foundation was too unreliable, so now she can't even beat a mortal. Standing in the sky, Qian Rongxiu didn't give up. A short confrontation couldn't make her lose confidence. Guyi was always able to turn decay into magic. If he couldn't defeat him this time, it would be difficult in the future. Now, whenever I think of what happened in the spiritual world, I can't stop trembling all over. That feeling is more refreshing than becoming a god, as if my whole body is connected. The passage that has been blocked for decades was opened in one day. Only those who have experienced it personally can understand the feeling. When I think of this, my fighting spirit becomes surging, and golden flames cover my whole body. The whole sky is also affected by the power at this moment and turns golden. Ascending to the sky, Guyi and Qian Rongxiu also stand with swords. However, one person's body is shining with golden light, and the golden flames cover his whole body. The 6 wings behind him are gently flapping, and the golden hair is also fluttering in the wind, with a bit of disorder in the dignity. One person's body is blood red, and the cold breath makes people shudder even a few miles away. Even if you stand in front of me today, you can't protect her. The sharp eyes make Qian Rongxiu's holy light bring a bit of madness. With a flap of wings, the whole person turned into a stream of light, and the soul burst out, and the power of the divine thought far exceeding that of the titled Douluo hit Bibi Dong directly. The angel holy sword in his hand also swung out a golden sword energy. Qian Rongxiu completely ignored Guyi, and all she saw was Bibi Dong below. As long as Bibi Dong was killed, everything would be over. Young master. The huge battle fluctuations in the Pope's palace would naturally not be hidden from other people in the spirit hall. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo came to Bibi Dong in an instant, blocking her in front of her, and looked at Qian Rongxiu in the sky with caution. No matter what Qian Rongxiu's identity was, they were loyal to only one person, that was the youngest and most outstanding Pope in the history of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong. Anyone who dared to lose the dignity of the Pope would be hit by them, even Qian Rongxiu was no exception. The golden figure that kept falling from the sky made them feel the breath of death, even though Qian Rongxiu showed holiness and sacredness. They still couldn't help but feel fear. They looked at each other and decided to block the attack for his holiness even if they died. Back off. This battle is not a field you can touch. Bibi Dong didn't want the two loyal subordinates around her to die for no reason because of the impact of this battle. The establishment of the Wuhan Empire in the future still needs their efforts. Besides, in this it was not their turn to appear in this battle. Gu Yi did not give Jian Rongxiu any chance. Even though her speed had surpassed that of a titled Douluo, she was still not good enough in front of the spatial ability. The Azura sword had already condensed the heaven and earth essence that would scare anyone who saw it. Feeling the sword behind her, Jian Rongxiu also knew that if she did not block this attack, even if she had a divine body, she would be seriously injured. Lord Martial God! Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were very surprised to see Gu Yi suddenly appear, and did not understand why the two of them would fight together. They all knew what happened at the beginning. Before Gu Yi became a martial god, he first knew Jian Rongxiu, and the two should be good friends. Now it seems that they are somewhat mortal enemies. Not only Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo belong to the Pope's lineage, but also the Elder Hall, that is, the titled Douluos who once walked with Jian Douluo, also came out. Among them, the Golden Crocodile was the leader. They also rushed to the Pope's palace and saw Gu Yi and Jian Rongxiu fighting. Especially, they felt the pure angelic aura on Jian Rongxiu, which was superior to them. Even his former elder brother Jian Douluo had never given him such a feeling. He became a god. Golden Crocodile felt that he had lived his life in vain. He was nearly 100 years old, but his strength had been completely surpassed by a kid who was less than 30 years old. He couldn't even last a single move in front of her. But he also sighed, "Brother, your wish for many years has finally come true." The battle between Gu Yi and Jian Rongxiu continued. The constant collisions also made the two realize that the other's potential was constantly improving, especially Jian Rongxiu. At the beginning, he was able to use the Shura blood sword in his hand to force her back with one sword. Although he suffered some recoil damage, it was not serious and he had recovered while talking and laughing. But now it seems that Jian Rongxiu has gotten used to the power of the angel god. The extremely sharp angel holy sword is getting more and more handy in her hands. The angel god power is like the most powerful fuel, providing Jian Rongxiu with a perpetual motion machine-like fighting ability. Gradually, the two of them fought evenly. Don't you understand? Even if the angels are not as powerful as the angels, we have been fighting until now, although we are constantly evolving. But your potential is always limited to this mortal body. It is impossible to tap the power in it endlessly like me. Jian Rongxiu stood in the sky with a sword. The golden angel god costume was a little messy and damaged, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth that had not been wiped off. It made her look more beautiful in battle. It seems that I can't continue to fight with you. Gu Yi glanced at the somewhat chaotic scene below. Although their battles were basically produced in the sky, the terrifying pressure still lingered on the residents of Wuhan City. Those with higher cultivation were fine, but those with lower cultivation were suppressed and could not stand up. The eyes were full of fear of death. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Since you have already recognized the reality, then get out of the way. Jian Rongxiu thought Gu Yi had chosen to submit to her. Although there was a bit of joy on her face, her heart was a bit empty. In her eyes, Gu Yi should have been that majestic and unparalleled man who would not be coerced by anyone, nor would he bow to any enemy. Chapter 358 The Defeated Angel God. Reality? It's probably you who didn't recognize the reality. Gu Yi looked at Jian Rongxiu very calmly. If he continued to fight, it was indeed very likely that he would not be her opponent. After all, Jian Rongxiu's body already contained the divinity of the angel god, which could make her strength increase faster, even with his growth rate. Taking Jian Rongxiu in one blow was the top priority now. Then continue. Jian Rongxiu was also a little ruthless. Even if Gu Yi would be injured in the next battle, she could not care about it. Later, she would personally apply medicine to Gu Yi, accompany him to recover from his physical injuries, and ensure that he would be alive and kicking. No fall down. With this thought, the angel domain bloomed, the angel power in the body was also exposed, and the sacred sun fire also covered the holy sword. All the power was pressed on this sword. At this moment, Jian Rongxiu seemed to have become the center of the entire world. The vitality of the world poured into the angel holy sword as if it was free, and it became a long sword that cut through the sky. The residents in Wuhan City saw this scene, especially Jian Rongxiu, who was still shining with holy light, and the sacred breath warmed the world. They knelt down and offered their sincere worship. This sword cannot be blocked. If you don't want to get hurt, get out of the way. Gu Yi's eyes did not flicker at all. In addition to the strength of the physical body, there is also an illusory world in the sea of a spiritual. This world is also one of his trump cards now. The world of the heart and the world of fantasy are connected together. The more fantasy worlds are built, the stronger the world of the heart will be. The more people believe in him, the larger the world of the heart will be. After a few years, the world of the heart is no longer the same as it was when Tang Chen was killed. Now it has definitely stepped into the realm of God steadily, and defeating Qian Rongxiu today is not a problem. Today I will teach you a truth. God is not invincible. With a mortal body, it is not a dream to compete with gods. Guyi let go of the Shura blood sword in his hand, and his aura returned to its previous state. The Shura blood sword that slipped out of her hand fell directly into Bibi Dong's hands. A huge world phantom was hanging over the Wuhan city, and one could even clearly see the buildings inside, and even people were living in it. A miracle, a god descending to earth. The world's arrival was enough to ignite any mortal. What a terrifying power it was! Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders watch the doorway. The titled Douluo present all showed horrified expressions, especially Bibi Dong. Among the people present, only she was only one step away from becoming a god, and could even feel a hint of heaviness. It was not a phantom at all, but more like a real world. Qian Rongxiu saw it most clearly. This world really put too much pressure on her. It was really like facing the world. The feeling of being tall and heavy made her body tremble a little. What level of soul skill was this, and why did it have such a terrifying ability? Qian Rongxiu was still spoiled, and her thinking was very shackled, even worse than Qian Daoliu. The innate 20-level soul power was completely wasted. The sword should not be sharp. Qian Rongxiu believed that with her strength at this moment, even if there was a world blocking her, she could still split it with the long sword in her hand. How could the power of the heart world be compared with Qian Rongxiu now? The holy sword of angels only lasted for a few dozen breaths. Qian Rongxiu could no longer hold the long sword in her hand and was directly blown away. Bibi Dong flew up and caught the long sword that symbolized the angel. Now she held two long swords in her hands, one on the left and one on the right. One was as red as blood, which was daunting. One was golden and radiant, emitting a holy light that made people convinced. Qian Rongxiu looked at the approaching heart world in disbelief. At this moment, she was powerless to resist. Why couldn't she defeat this man? It seemed that he was her nemesis. This kind of death was not bad. Qian Rongxiu calmly accepted her fate of impending death. Being able to die at Guyi's hands is also a way to be with him forever. Just because she gave up doesn't mean that Golden Crocodile Douluo and his men will watch their eldest brother's granddaughter die in front of them. All of them summoned their martial spirits, and all the powerful titled Douluo of the Elder Hall went to fight. The most powerful of all, Golden Crocodile Douluo, flew directly into the sky and blocked Qian Rongxiu's body, with 9 soul rings flashing constantly. Not only him, but the rest of the titled Douluo also followed the footsteps of Golden Crocodile Douluo and blocked Qian Rongxiu's body. Although they knew that their strength was just like an ant trying to shake a tree, it was still good to buy some time. Don't kill them. Bibi Dong still expected these people to help her lead the martial spirit empire in the near future. With the strength they have now, there will be no problem in conquering the entire Douluo continent, but after all, they cannot cover the entire Douluo continent, and they need someone to guard the 4 directions. The strength of Golden Crocodile Douluo and his people can undoubtedly provide the greatest help. Guyi nodded. In fact, even if Bibi Dong did not speak, she would not kill these people. Golden Crocodile Douluo and others are of great benefit to Douluo continent. Their cultivation level close to the peak may be further improved in the future. The reason why Douluo continent can get the first evolution is that there are more practitioners and more heaven and earth vitality is needed. Back off. The voice is like a 1,000-year-old silent bell, distant and with heavy majesty. Just this sound, Golden Crocodile Douluo and others were struck by lightning, the possessed martial spirits instantly retracted into the body, and the soul rings suspended around the body were directly dispersed. The power that was once proud of was blocked at this moment. Falling heavily to the ground like dumplings, smashing one deep pit after another. Originally, Qian Rongxiu saw these seniors who were familiar with her, and was a little worried about their safety, but she didn't expect Bibi Dong to speak out to stop Guyi. But it's better this way, so she doesn't have to bear the guilt, even if she sees Grandpa in the underworld, she doesn't have to worry about being ashamed to face him. She opened her hands, as if to welcome the arrival of the final death, but at this moment in her mind were memories of the spiritual world, that real feeling, even now she can't help but tremble all over when she thinks of it. If possible, I really want to experience it again, not in the spiritual world, but in the real fusion in reality. It's a pity that all this can't be done. In the end, she will die with regret. At this moment, there is no figure of other people in her mind, whether it is the grandfather who loves her the most, or the woman who stands next to Guyi and hates the most, they don't appear at this moment. Only her and him. Chapter 359 Qianrongxiu tied by chains. With the power of the mind, Guyi can completely see through the minds of all living beings, but he has never used it on others. Now that Qianrongxiu's thoughts have entered his mind. Death? Guyi doesn't want to kill Qianrongxiu now. No matter what, the future Qianrongxiu is completely a first-level god, how can she be killed so easily? The powerful heart world directly squeezed Qianrongxiu in, sealing her body in almost an instant. Since Qianrongxiu is so irrational, let her calm down in the inner world. Without the power, Qianrongxiu is just a person with a physical fitness that is countless times better than ordinary people. She was taken into the inner world without any resistance. At the same time, Guyi put away the world of heart and landed in the Pope's palace again. Are you okay? Bibi Dong said with some worry. In any case, Qianrongxiu has become a god, so her strength should not be underestimated. It's nothing serious. She can recover after a few days of rest. It's because she just became a god, otherwise I wouldn't be able to take her down so easily. The position of god is indeed a good thing, which can make a person's strength have such earth-shaking changes. Before becoming a god, Qianrongxiu couldn't even withstand his attack. After becoming a god, she was able to force him to use the world of heart. The strength increased almost geometrically. How is she? I plan to keep her for now, maybe she can help me make further progress. Bibi Dong had no objection. Even if Guyi wanted to take Qianrongxiu into the huge crystal palace, she would not have the slightest objection. If Guyi had only one woman around him, she would naturally oppose it, and the two would not agree. But who can blame this man for being too philandering and unruly, and it is impossible to control him. Now there are no more extravagant demands, and it is enough to keep a place in his heart. Besides, in terms of time, she has walked ahead of everyone. She is the queen. Those people outside. Bibi Dong naturally knew what Guyi meant, but she did not intend to let him take action. I can do it myself. Maybe I can't compare with Qianrongxiu who has become a god now, but it is more than enough to deal with these titled Douluo who have not even reached level 99. Weakness is not her character. Then I won't interfere. Just as he was about to leave, Bibi Dong called him, this sword is for you. Although the angel sword is a top-level artifact, it is not suitable for her to use. Such a holy and bright attribute is naturally in conflict with the position of Rakshasa god he possesses. It is impossible to use it at all, and even now he can feel a strong resistance. Yet, after taking the angel sword, Guyi's figure disappeared in the Pope's palace and came to the elder's palace behind. Come here not for fun, nor for reminiscing about the past. But there is a big thing to do. Now the heart world lacks strong people. Although Tang Chen is already there, Qian Daoliu is not one more. With his current strength, he can completely find the soul of Qian Daoliu that has not dissipated from this space and fill it into the heart world. Between the eyebrows, the eye of the mind blooms. The powerful mind power scans everything around. Found it. In just a few minutes, Guyi found Qian Daoliu who was constantly dissipating. In these years, his spiritual cultivation has not lagged behind at all, so he can survive for so long with his spiritual power. If it were an ordinary person, he would have disappeared long ago. Come in. The eye of the soul bloomed with a brilliant light, directly taking the dissipating soul of Qian Daoliu into the sea of a euro spirit and falling into the world of the heart. Compared to Tang Chen, Guyi did not erase his consciousness, after all, they were once acquainted. I'm not dead. Qian Daoliu looked at his illusory figure, not understanding what was going on. He could feel that his vitality had been completely wiped out before, and there was absolutely no possibility of resurrection. Where is he now? At this time, Qian Daoliu had too many questions in his heart, but they disappeared because of the arrival of a person. Only he could do this. Long time no see. Qian Daoliu looked at Guyi who suddenly appeared beside him. It's been a long time since we last met. Guyi didn't have any ill will towards him. Strictly speaking, Qian Daoliu also contributed to his perfection of the evil realm. although their relationship became somewhat separated due to various things later. What do you want me to do? Gu Yi must have a plan for this action. It is impossible that he saved himself for no reason. Talking to smart people is simple. Gu Yi did not hide his thoughts. The place we are in now is a world built by my spiritual power. Here people with only souls can survive. At first, he was a little shocked, but when he thought that the person in front of him had created countless miracles, he was relieved. Let me tell you good news first. Qian Rongxiu has become a god and has lived up to your expectations. Qian Daoliu's face changed instantly when he heard this. Even when he knew that he could still survive, he did not show such surprise and joy. Obviously, becoming a god has become an obsession for him. Even if this god is not him, he was created by his hands. The long-cherished wish finally came true at this moment, which can be regarded as the fulfillment of this wish. But she has been suppressed by me. Qian Daoliu glared at him instantly. What good news could it be? Can you tell me why? Qian Daoliu didn't understand why Gu Yi and Qian Rongxiu should have no hatred before, and even Qian Rongxiu had a morbid obsession with Gu Yi, which made no sense at all. Gu Yi smiled easily. My granddaughter must also know her personality. She is too paranoid and possesses an unimaginable possessiveness. The first thing to do after becoming a god is to kill Bibi Dong. I can only let her fail. Qian Daoliu did not expect Qian Rongxiu's obsession with Gu Yi to reach such a terrifying level. After thinking for a while, he said, What do you want me to do? Stay here and don't do unnecessary things. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will guarantee Qian Rongxiu's safety. I know. Gu Yi did not talk much with Qian Daoliu and did not tell him that Tang Chen was here too. Enter the inner world. 4 chains emerged from the void around her and hung her firmly in the air. Her armor became very messy, and there was a bit of blood on her beautiful face. Even in such a dangerous situation, Qian Rongxiu's face was still very calm. Where is this? There was a bit of infatuation and madness in the eyes looking at Gu Yi. A strong breath could be felt here, and all of these breaths belonged to one person. Chapter 360, Imagination about the Inner World. You are in my body. Gu Yi just stood on the land of the inner world, looking at Qian Rongxiu who was hung in the air by him, and really didn't understand how she developed such a paranoid personality. When he was in the Tiandu Empire, he didn't see such paranoia and madness. When Qian Rongxiu heard his words, she couldn't stop shaking all over, her expression was even more crazy, and she even opened her mouth and breathed from her nose, as if she wanted to absorb all the air here. There was only one sentence in her mind now. In his body, I am in his body. After all, I am integrated with myself. Gu Yi frowned and took a look, and his mind moved. The chains tied around Qian Rongxiu retracted, and the whole person fell to the ground powerlessly. Give up, as long as you give up the idea in your heart and stop killing Bibi Dong, I can let you go. €. €EI 1/2 co AE, EAE, AEA 1/2 cent AA with diaresis degree copyright AOEAE cent E pound A 1/2. Qian Rongxiu stood up from the ground, covered with a lot of dust, looking extremely embarrassed, but walked quickly towards Gu Yi, as if she wanted to throw herself into his arms. €. Stop, €. An invisible barrier appeared between the two. Even if Qian Rongxiu tried her best, she couldn't trademark T break through this barrier. What kind of harm is this? €. As an angel god, you should fulfill your duties instead of indulging in these little loves. €. Qian Rongxiu was completely overwhelmed by desire and couldn't trademark T do anything meaningful at all. €. You are the last meaning of my existence in this world now. €. Qian Rongxiu trademark S expression suddenly became miserable. Although Gu Yi changed Bibi Dong trademark S fate, he didn't trademark T change her. She lost her parents when she was young. Although she awakened a unique talent for cultivation at a young age, she was sent to the Tiandu Empire at a young age to imitate a prince whose personality was completely different from hers. She liked someone but couldn't love him. After practicing until now, she became a god and lost her last relatives. If there is any meaning in existing in this world, it is to completely conquer Gu Yi and let him be with her forever. Your grandfather is not dead yet. What? There was endless light in Qian Rongxiu's eyes, and her beautiful face suddenly showed disbelief. Her pink lips opened slightly, and her eyes widened a little. I can't believe it, I can't believe it at all. She witnessed her grandfather's death with her own eyes. His body, soul power and martial soul all dissipated in front of her. There was absolutely no possibility of survival. She couldn't be wrong about this. I didn't expect you to be such a man. In order to make me give up my killing intentions towards Bibi Dong, you actually made up such a funny lie. Qian Rongxu really has some potential for mental illness now. She is too paranoid and completely centered on her own understanding. There is no need to lie to you. Now you are just a prisoner in my place. Lying to you will not do me any good. I am just telling you a fact. Yes, Gu Yi really has no reason to deceive herself. No matter what he thinks, she is just his prisoner now and can be manipulated at will. There is no room for resistance at all. Although Gu Yi tortured her, it was not torture in her eyes, but a kind of enjoyment. Being able to be alone with him is already a God-given opportunity. I want to see Grandpa. There was stubbornness in her eyes. When Grandpa died in front of her, she was really desperate. If it weren't for the obsession in her heart that kept her moving forward, she might not be able to become a god. Okay. He did not reject Qian Rongxiu's request. If he wanted her to continue to live with hope, Qian Douluo was undoubtedly a good choice. With a wave of his hand, a light curtain appeared in front of the two of them, showing the current scene of Qian Douluo. Just looking at the grandfather in the light curtain, Qian Rongxiu asked in confusion, why is the figure so illusory? This is naturally thanks to you. Gu Yi glanced at Qian Rongxiu, if you are really good enough, you can successfully complete the first step even without Qian Douluo's sacrifice. 9 God's test, for you. Sacrificed everything he had. His body, soul power, martial spirit, and even his soul almost vanished. Could it be that I arrived in time, and he has turned into dust between heaven and earth at this moment? You originally had the most powerful talent in the world, but you used it in a mess, and finally had to implicate your loved ones to pave a bloody road for you. Every word was like a knife piercing her heart. Qian Rongxiu sat on the ground powerlessly. The blow to her was indeed a bit serious. I'm sorry, Grandpa, I'm useless. Qian Rongxiu cried and hugged her head, which broke her heart. How can I make Grandpa recover? Qian Rongxiu seemed to have the motivation, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and now she had a new goal. Let Grandpa return to his original appearance. Take it. Gu Yi threw a book. Qian Rongxiu caught it subconsciously. It was written the beginning of martial arts on it. This book is the culmination of martial arts, and it is also the path I am practicing now. As long as you can practice to the third stage, I will help you restore Qian Douluo's physical body. Why do you give me this method? Aren't you afraid that I will defeat you and kill Bibi Dong after learning it? Qian Rongxiu was very puzzled. Such a life method should not be hidden very deeply and not easily shown to others. Why would Gu Yi let her practice it? Isn't he afraid that she will be stronger than him? After all, Gu Yi had said that he had the most powerful talent in the world. When you practice to my stage, I have already walked a farther road. From the moment I surpassed you, there was no chance. Euro. I am afraid that someone will become stronger than me after learning his skills. If I don't Euro trademark T have this little confidence, I really don't Euro trademark T need to follow the path of martial arts. Qian Rongxiu was stunned again. Only such a great man is worthy of me, and only he can make me so shaken. No matter what purpose Gu Yi has, she has practiced this skill. Or am I better or Bibi Dong is worse? Euro. Gu Yi didn't Euro trademark T understand. The two of them had no connection in body or soul. Why would Qian Rongxiu be so hostile to Bibi Dong? It was already a disgust from the depths of her soul. Even if the positions of gods they possessed were incompatible and they stood on opposite sides. You are far worse than her. Gu Yi told the truth, and then did not give Qian Rongxiu the opportunity to continue asking questions, and disappeared directly into the inner world. I will let you know that I am better than her, 1,000,000 times better. Qian Rongxiu stepped heavily on the ground, and said fiercely in her heart. After beating the land a little dented, she vented her anger and began to study the book in her hand. The divine power was sealed, and the only thing that could allow him to regain his power was this book on the road of martial arts. Gu Yi observed the situation in the inner world, and saw Qian Rongxiu calm down and began to study the martial arts secrets, and he also smiled a little. The growth of the inner world is still too slow if he relies on himself alone. If there are people with outstanding talents practicing in it, they can usher in more heaven and earth vitality and make themselves grow faster. It is precisely because of this that Gu Yi brought Qian Rongxiu to the inner world and taught her the method of cultivation. The inner world is still too small to accommodate too many people. Selecting people with outstanding talents to practice in it is a way to strengthen the inner world. Gu Yi even thought that if he really grows up, he may be able to turn the entire Douluo continent into the inner world in the future, and it will become his own world. Chapter 361 Protective Dragon Scales. Wuhan City. The Pope's Training Room. The Angel's Holy Sword and the Shura Blood Sword have completely different patterns. With a light in his eyes, he looked through the surface to see what was going on inside. He had also touched two artifacts. The Shura Blood Sword was ranked as a super artifact. The Angel's Holy Sword was the top artifact below the super artifact, and it also had unimaginable power. It also helped to increase strength in an incredible way. The more he studied these artifacts, the more he felt the strangeness in them. The more he understood them, the deeper he became. For him, these were just a key to studying his own artifacts. And after all this time of research, he also had a lot of his own ideas. XXX. Warriors are good at fighting. Although all parts of their bodies can be called weapons, if they have weapons to assist, their strength will naturally be improved. However, he did not plan to refine a long sword this time. Although the sword has infinite changes and can derive endless skills, it is still lacking something. This time he plans to refine a knife, a tang knife. It has both the domineering nature of a knife and the lightness of a sword. It can pierce and chop. Besides, the tang knife is also very handsome, no less than a sword. Soon it was time to treat Gu Yuina again. Who is she? She has become a god. Gu Yuina looked at Jian Rongxiu, who was practicing martial arts, and turned her head to look at Gu Yi in surprise. If she did not know that the secrets of the Douluo continent were obscure during this period, and it was impossible for any god to descend to the world, she would have thought that Gu Yi had defected to the god realm, and beat him. Consider it as taking credit for yourself. After a careful look, I found that this woman's divine power was blocked. Now, except for the body of a god, nothing can compare with the god. This is a captured god. Who is she? Jian Rongxiu asked the same question. From knowing Gu Yi till now, I know all the women who appear beside him, but I have never heard of such a woman beside Gu Yi. There is still a bit of resentment in his eyes. She is the new angel god, and now she is here to practice again. Directly divided the inner world into two halves. Gu Yuina did not continue to ask, looking at Gu Yi with serious eyes. Come on, I can bear it this time. With a firm expression, he could not faint again no matter what this time, it was too inconsistent with his identity as the master of soul beasts. These 3 days have strengthened his inner defenses and his ability to bear has improved. Gu Yi did not answer but summoned the fire of nirvana. However, this time he did not choose the whole arm, but cut it from the fingers to the elbow. This can reduce her pain a little, so that she will not faint from the pain. The treatment time is always long. Gu Yuina's clothes are all wet, her neat silver hair is messy and sticks to her face, and her long silver hair is scattered on the ground. It makes her more beautiful in a different way, like a wounded beauty. I don't need your pity, let's get on with it. Feeling the changes in her body, how could Gu Yuina not know what Gu Yi was thinking? It made her feel pitied, which was the first time in history, and it was not the feeling she least wanted to experience. As the Silver Dragon King, she did not need any pity and had to bear the hope of the entire race. It's not pity. Only half of your arm is restored each time, which can shorten your rest time and restore you to the best condition faster. It can also enter the next treatment earlier. After saying this, Gu Yi thought of something and continued, according to the doctor, it will only take half a day to recover this time, and the next treatment can be carried out. Hearing Gu Yi's words, Gu Yuina was silently a little disappointed. Can she and him really be so fair and impartial? Time was short, so Gu Yuina did not leave the inner world. Gu Yi continued to study the angel sword. When Gu Yuina's body was fully restored, he would prepare to start forging his own artifact. It will definitely bring him a great improvement in strength. 9 days passed in a flash, and with the last cry of pain, the breath on Gu Yuina's body also suddenly increased. Gu Yi couldn't help but step back a few steps in the strong breath. It was just the power released unconsciously by Gu Yuina. If the target was changed to him, Gu Yi even felt that he might not be able to resist her aura. Gu Yuina's strength was not at the same level as Jian Rongxiu. As expected of the Silver Dragon King who had mastered the Dragon God's ability to control elements, the power he mastered was really terrifying. Thank you, Gu Yi. Gu Yuina put away her breath, walked to Gu Yi and said solemnly. After this period of treatment, even the God King's divine power hidden in the dragon pill was weakened a bit, which could be better erased. At most, in another 5,000 years, the body can be restored to its peak state. This is much faster than before. We are helping each other, and I have benefited a lot from healing your body. Although Guyuina did not inherit the physical strength of the dragon god, she was still a dragon after all, and her physical fitness was not weak. And her realm was much higher than his, so it was naturally very meaningful to learn from. It gave him a lot of inspiration. This is my dragon scale. If anything happens, as long as you inject soul power into this dragon scale, I will rush here as soon as possible. Guyuina directly reached into her body and finally took out a piece of silver-white dragon scale. This dragon scale was even several times larger than her palm. It can even be used as armor. After all, the real body of the Silver Dragon King is terrifyingly large. Then I'll take it. Guyi was not hypocritical. Guyuina is the strongest existence in the entire Douluo continent now, and he can't compare with her now. Seeing Guyi put the dragon scale away, Guyuina also showed a smile on her face. She didn't stay here for long and directly crossed the space to leave the inner world. Others may not be able to go out here, but for Guyuina, who has recovered half of her strength, it is easy and without any pressure. Guyi was not surprised. It would be really outrageous if Guyuina couldn't leave. It can be regarded as a matter of closure. Next, it's time to get busy with his own things. It's time to forge the artifact. After this period of thinking and research, coupled with his previous understanding of soul guides, Guyi is confident that he can forge a perfect weapon. He even thought that when this Tang sword is forged, it will be placed in the inner world to absorb the purest world power, which will definitely increase its power again. The metal collected before should also come in handy. It is also a preparation for forging this artifact. Guyi has no special requirements for this long sword. The only two requirements: tolerance and sharpness. This sword must tolerate various powers, and it is also for the Jotyen Liu He Sutra. Since it is a forged weapon, it is naturally necessary to be sharp. These two requirements seem simple but are actually very complicated, especially the first one. Like Shura Blood Sword and Angel Holy Sword, they are both independent attribute powers. The two powers cannot be integrated at all. The Shura God cannot exert the most powerful power of the Angel Holy Sword, and the Angel God cannot use the Shura Blood Sword to the greatest effect. These artifacts are not suitable for him at all. Practicing the Jotyen Liu He Sutra means that the path he has to take is no longer a single path. Chapter 362 Knife Embryo. Guyi did not choose those metals that are too gorgeous, but chose the hardest metal. Cold Heart Iron Essence. It is known as the hardest metal on the continent. Guyi found it with great difficulty at the beginning, and he had long planned to integrate this metal into the forged artifact. Finally, he selected dozens of metals, which he also wanted to forge into the artifact. Finally, he took out a branch. The length of this branch was as high as 5 meters, emitting golden light. Even though it had been separated from the trunk, it still had not lost its vitality, and contained a lot of life energy. It was even comparable to his Nirvana fire. These branches were one of the treasures that Guyuina had given him to collect, and he thought it was the most precious item. Even the value of the branches was greater than all the things put together. Because this branch came from a golden ancient tree growing deep in the Xingda Great Forest, it had unprecedented terrifying vitality, and even the lake water around it contained a lot of vitality. It can also allow soul beasts to evolve. Guyi had never thought that Guyuina would give him this branch. If it was a whole tree, Guyi even wanted to move it into the inner world to serve as a treasure to stabilize the inner world. Although his inner world is developing quite well now, it is still in a precarious situation. If there is any big mistake in the body, it may even destroy this world. After all, space is not stable. But it would be different if there was an ancient golden tree, which had endless vitality and the weight of time. Even if his life came to an end and his body collapsed, the inner world would not necessarily disappear. But now Guyi could only think about it. The ancient tree of life was the lifeblood of the soul beast clan, especially Guyuina needed the vitality of the ancient tree of life to recover from her injuries. It was impossible to give it to him. He couldn't win by snatching it. If he wanted, he could actually use this branch and inject a large amount of Nirvana fire into it. It was very likely that it would be able to take root and sprout again, and finally grow into a towering tree. But this process was too long. In the entire biological world, trees are the slowest growing and developing. If you want to grow it to the level of the ancient golden tree in the Douluo Great Forest, the time required is probably in years. Even if he feeds it with nirvana fire day and night, it is not something that can be completed in a short time. It is precisely because of this that he took it out and prepared to refine it into a divine weapon. This may also give this divine weapon growth and vitality. After forging weapons in Zhengzhen City and the forging methods in Tang Chen's memory, and learning more soul guide techniques in the Sun and Moon Empire, he was already the strongest forger at the time. The characteristics of a metal are very limited. Only by combining them through various forging techniques can they exert greater power. Although he could not refine a divine weapon before, he had already figured out the forging methods between various metals, which could make them exert the greatest effect. Gu Yi did not choose to refine the divine weapon in the Wuhan Hall, and this place is not suitable for refining weapons. After saying goodbye to Bibi Dong, he left the Wuhan Hall. From the beginning, Gu Yi decided to refine the divine weapon next to the Lake of Life in the Xingda Great Forest. If he could not ask for the golden ancient tree, it would not be a problem to use a little water from the Lake of Life. Gu Yuina would naturally not refuse. Besides, she became more interested when she heard that Gu Yi wanted to forge a divine weapon. After all, she only had one divine weapon. It took Gu Yi half a month to fuse all the metals together to form a knife blank. It even injected a lot of nirvana fire, which was a bit too much for him even with his current energy. It must be perfect and there can be no mistakes. The process of condensing the knife blank is not the most critical, the next step is the most critical and important, and it is the most critical part of whether a divine weapon can be forged. At this time, he was completely careful. He did not dare to slack off. He did not take out the carving knife, but took out the branch of the golden ancient tree that Gu Yuina had given him before. Gu Yuina was standing more than 10 meters away, and she didn't understand the meaning of deliberately taking out the branch at this time. Do you mind using some water of life? Turning his head to Gu Yuina. Of course, as long as you don't damage the golden ancient tree, you can use this pool of water of life. Only the golden ancient tree is in Gu Yuina's view. Is the most important. As for the water of life, it is just an additional product brought by the golden ancient tree, and it can even be regarded as a consumable. Even if it is consumed, it will be reborn after 100 or 200 years, and it has no effect on her. Hearing this, he held the branch of the golden ancient tree in one hand and reached out to the lake of life with the other hand. Suddenly, the lake of life was stirred up, and a column of water connected Gu Yi with the lake of life. The branches of the golden ancient tree were tough, and with the blessing of Gu Yi's power, it was easy to carve marks in it, and the water of life in his hand also poured in. The branches and the water of life affected the knife embryo one after another, and gradually a trace of life was produced on the knife embryo. Gu Yuina felt it at the first time. How is this possible? No matter how advanced the tool is, it is just a dead object. How can it produce a breath of life? Wait, the branches of the golden ancient tree are disappearing. Gu Yuina suddenly found that the slender branches before had become shorter. It may be only a few centimeters less, and it is precisely because the reduction is too small that it is not discovered now. Soon Gu Yuina discovered why the branches were decreasing. Every time the branches fell, they would leave a faint golden color on the knife blank. It was precisely because of this golden color that the branches became shorter. Although Gu Yuina has lived for many years, she still doesn't know much about human society, especially the soul guides of the Sun and Moon Empire. Or no one in the entire Douluo continent has realized the power of soul guides. Soul guides are a way to materialize the power of heaven and earth. It is very similar to the magic tools in fairy tales, but it is far from the level of magic tools. Gu Yi is not drawing the soul guide array now, but expressing the truth of heaven and earth through his own understanding. It is completely out of the scope of soul guides. As the branches continued to decrease, the water in the lake of life also dropped by several centimeters. These waters of life have been accumulated for many years, and these few centimeters may take decades to breed. The aura of the knife embryo became stronger and stronger, with a bit of life breath in the sharpness. The two contradictory forces were perfectly combined in the knife embryo. Chapter 363 Gu Yuina's Auxiliary Help. Until all the branches of the golden tree were dissolved in the knife embryo, the water of the lake of life also sank by 1/3 because of refining this knife embryo. Master. Ditian was a little anxious. If Gu Yi continued to use the water of the lake of life, it would probably be dry in a short time. Although Gu Yuina and he did not need these waters of life whose effects were not obvious, the soul beasts could be strengthened by these waters of life, and their cultivation could also advance by leaps and bounds. It is a rare cultivation resource. At first, he thought that Guyi would not use much, but he did not expect that the amount would be so huge. I know that a mere pool of water of life can witness the birth of a divine weapon, which is also a valuable loss. Besides, I have already promised him. Dityan did not say anything else. What could he do with such a willful master? After the magic array was drawn, the next step was to draw the vitality of heaven and earth and refine the knife embryo to make it more condensed and terrifying. Guyi did not start immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged to recover the consumed strength. Melting metal and drawing the magic array required full concentration, and even he could not bear it. This recovery took 3 days. At dawn, Guyi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes with a ray of purple light. The magic array in the knife embryo was instantly drawn, and at the same time, the Jotien Liuhi meridian in his body began to operate, and his own energy was infused into the knife embryo along with the vitality of heaven and earth. Instantly, the knife embryo shone with colorful light, causing the sky and the earth to change color, and colorful clouds appeared in the sky, and the light column connecting heaven and earth hit the knife embryo. The aura on the knife was even stronger. Dityen looked down at his arm, and there was nothing wrong with it, but the clothes on his arm were cut a few times, revealing the firm skin inside. But he felt a little pain. Sword chi. It is only a sword embryo now, but it has such a terrifying sword chi. If his body is not strong enough, he would have been cut and bled. It is hard to imagine what terrifying effect this sword would have if it was truly refined. Guyuina's eyes also revealed some shock. Obviously, she was also attacked by the sword chi indiscriminately, but compared with Dityen, she saw it more deeply and understood that this sword embryo was now undergoing a process of nirvana and remodeling. However, Guyuina also found that Guyi's energy properties were actually very similar to hers in some places, and even more comprehensive than hers. Blood essence. Guyuina looked at Guyi's energy channel connected to the sword embryo and saw a very bright red color, which was the color of blood. At the same time, the color of the sword seemed to be stained with blood and turned blood red. Even though she was well informed, she didn't know why she did this deliberately. After all, there was no such thing as blood recognition in this world. Since it was to forge a divine weapon of her own, the mind was connected, and the object and I were one, so that the greatest power could be exerted. Only by feeding on one's own blood can one forge a powerful artifact that is connected to oneself and one's bloodline. Zhang. The knife blank suspended in the air suddenly made a sound of knife sound. It resounded in all directions. It seemed to echo Guyi from afar. All the power before the breath. After absorbing Guyi's blood, this knife has a trace of spirituality, and Guyi can also feel that there is a connection between the knife embryo and himself. This connection comes from the blood. It's done. There was a sense of weakness in the voice. The blood of a person is all about blood essence. 1 drop of essence is 10 drops of blood is just a simple saying. Blood essence is the foundation of a person, and losing a little will make him weak. Completing this step is equivalent to the last moment of this artifact. The next step is to completely transform the knife embryo into a long knife and unseal it. Guyuina seemed to understand what Guyi was thinking. She could feel the complicated power from the knife embryo, and she was determined in her heart, Guyi, I will help you again. Before Guyi and Dityen could react, Guyuina spit out a large ball of blood essence and instantly sprinkled on the knife embryo. The knife embryo, which had originally calmed down, rioted again at this moment, and the blood on the surface was instantly absorbed. Master, are you okay? How could Dityen not see that what his master had just vomited was not ordinary blood, but the most precious blood essence? Even if their dragon race had a strong physique, the blood essence just now was at least several hundred drops. Even if the master had a thorough cultivation, he could not withstand such a large amount of consumption. Guyi also looked at Guyuina worriedly. He knew the importance of blood essence better than anyone else. The blood essence Guyuina vomited just now was probably equivalent to the blood essence of the whole body. As the Silver Dragon King, Guyuina had the most orthodox dragon blood. Absorbing her blood essence also gave the knife embryo a bit of dragon aura. As long as the blood was lower than Guyuina's, it would be affected by this knife. And this was not the most critical point. After being tempered by dragon blood, the knife embryo became more powerful and its adaptability to various energies was far better than before. Although Jotien Liu Hijing is a very advanced technique, it is still inferior to Guyuina's current strength. Guyi couldn't care less at the moment, and directly sent the knife embryo into the inner world. The next step was to let the world's power complete the final tempering. The wind could make this artifact bloom with style. Then he came to Guyuina. How are you? There was a strong concern in his tone. After all, this was for himself. Guyuina wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up straight. I am the Silver Dragon King. What harm can a little blood and essence do to me? Guyi didn't believe her nonsense. After all, the world level of Douluo continent was too low. Even if he cultivated to Guyuina's level, he would still be trapped by blood and essence. He directly pulled her hand and explored the situation in her body. His face instantly became ugly. Ditien wanted to interrupt Guyi instantly, but was directly retreated by Guyuina's eyes. Are you crazy? You've lost so much blood and essence. If the power in the dragon pill explodes, even with your dragon body, you may not be able to withstand it. I'm just doing you a favor. I understand your motives. My blood and essence are very useful for the knife embryo. Besides, with the golden ancient tree, it won't take long for the blood and essence to recover, and there will be no crisis. Guyi looked at her deeply. The development of the matter was completely beyond his expectations. Guyuina's sudden action disrupted his thoughts. I don't want to joke with your life. If something really happens, I'm afraid Ditien will play with me. Guyi glanced at Ditien and teased. Come with me. Guyi directly pulled Guyuina into the lake of life, intending to use the vitality in the lake to recover the lost blood and essence. At the same time, he also needed to recover some energy. Refining this knife embryo gave him a lot of strength and blood and essence. Chapter 364 Unexpected Kiss. The two sank into the lake of life. Although Guyuina possessed a power that Guyi could not surpass, she was still inferior to Guyi's nirvana fire in restoring life. This was an extremely powerful flame, which even Guyuina, who could summon various elements, had never mastered. Although Ma Hongjun also mastered the nirvana fire, he merged it with his evil fire, and the actual effect was not as good as his nirvana fire. This was a true heaven-defying flame developed through the soul ring. The two stood at the bottom of the lake, and both could control the water element, and could stand in the water easily and naturally without being affected. Guyi pulled up Guyuina's other hand again, and his body began to drill out of the nirvana fire. The two people were connected by body, and soon Guyuina's body was also stained with the nirvana fire. Although she was at the bottom of the lake and surrounded by the water of life, the flame was not extinguished, but burned more fiercely because of the supply of the fire of life, continuously infusing vitality into the bodies of the two. Guyuina's pair of bright eyes seemed to be attracted by Guyi's eyes with stars in them, and she couldn't look away for a long time. In her opinion, Guyi was the son of destiny sent to save their soul beast clan from the tragic fate. From ancient times to the present, no one has been able to create a path for cultivation without soul rings, but Guyi did it, and also created a path that the world could not understand. A fantasy world where you can get soul rings by hunting soul beasts. Not only that, he also helped her recover from her injuries. All these things are so important and precious to their soul beast clan. The most important point is that Guyi does not have the same prejudice against soul beasts as other humans. He will not shout and kill soul beasts when he sees them, and hunt soul beasts to get soul bones. Is there something on my face? You are staring at me so hard. The voice was transmitted to Guyuina's mind through thoughts. Yes, there is something. Guyuina suddenly came close and caught Guyi off guard. Before he could react, Guyuina's eyes suddenly changed in his eyes, from wavering to firm. Fuck. Guyi suddenly felt a huge force coming from his hands holding Guyuina, directly pulling his body. Even with his current physical fitness, he could not resist at all. Before the information was transmitted, there was a soft feeling on his lips. He was kissed by force. Guyi struggled a few times, but found that he could not escape Guyuina's restraint at all, and could only let her take it. At this moment, Guyuina was stronger than anyone else, and her offensive was so fierce that even Guyi could not believe it. After an unknown amount of time, Guyuina seemed to have had enough fun and kissed enough, and stepped back to let go of Guyi. Although she was in a stable state now, with a red face and a calm heart, she was actually very flustered. If it were not for maintaining the dignity of the Lord of Soul Beasts, she would have turned her head away at this moment. From now on, you are my man, the only man. The domineering declaration in his mind also made Guyi slightly startled. He really did not expect Guyuina to be so direct and proactive. Completely subverted the image of the past. However, how could he suffer such a loss in silence? It was just a kiss, what was the matter with the immature kissing skills just now? He took a step forward, and in Gu Yuina's shocked eyes, he directly held up the back of her head, lowered his head, and kissed her. Gu Yuina didn't expect Gu Yi to do such a thing. She opened her eyes wide, but responded awkwardly. This time, it was completely led by Gu Yi. Gu Yuina suddenly found that her proud cultivation was completely useless under this sometimes gentle and sometimes fierce attack. She could only be led. The two stayed at the bottom of the lake for 3 days and 3 nights before they recovered the blood and essence they had consumed before. The main reason was that Gu Yuina consumed too much blood and essence, and her strength was stronger than Gu Yi, so she naturally needed more vitality to recover. However, they had a relatively fulfilling life in these 3 days. They kissed when they were tired and kissed when they were sleepy. If the environment was not suitable and the body had not recovered, it would probably be more than just a kiss. Remember, you are my man. This will never change in this life. Gu Yuina grabbed Gu Yi's collar and said the previous sentence word by word through her lips again. He captured Gu Yi's lips, but this time it didn't last long, just a touch and they separated. Then he couldn't hold back his shyness anymore, turned into a silver dragon and drilled into the lake of life, absorbing the vitality inside, and began to recover the damage in the dragon pill. He was so anxious to avoid it on purpose. After all, the relationship between the two of them progressed too quickly. It was the first time she had a man, and Gu Yuina also needed to calm down her heart and think about what to do next. Gu Yi touched his wet lips, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he disappeared into the star forest at the same time. 3 days had restored his state to the most perfect, and he should also go to see the knife embryo in the inner world. This was the most important thing he needed to pay attention to during this period of time. But he also went to see Qian Rongxiu's situation first. You don't know until you see it, you will be shocked. Qian Rongxiu has actually mastered Ming Jin, and her control of physical strength is much higher than before. If she hadn't recovered her divine power now, she would definitely be able to easily defeat her before. However, he did not show up to see Qian Rongxiu. After all, now is the time when her martial arts cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds, so she can get the greatest benefit. Not finding any problems, he came to the other side of the inner world. The knife embryo was inserted into the ground, and the world power was radiating around it. These powers can be used to strengthen the inner world, but now they are all used by him to temper the knife embryo. The artifact forged in this way will be tougher and sharper. As long as he gets close to the knife embryo, Gu Yi can feel a sense of flesh and blood connection. This feeling is very special and also feels very intimate. It is completely different from the previous mastery of the Shura blood sword. Based on the current progress, Gu Yi roughly calculated how long it would take for the knife embryo to be tempered. It will take another 78 days. More than 2 months is not a long time, and it is very short for refining a magic weapon. It is already quite fast. Gu Yi is now looking forward to how the long sword will shine. After all, this long sword gathers all his current knowledge, all his understanding of power, and melts too many rare metals. It even has a lot of vitality and a lot of blood from the Silver Dragon King. Each of them is a treasure that ordinary people can't get, and now they are all gathered in this sword. You can imagine what kind of sharpness it will burst out. Will it be possible to increase his strength to an unprecedented level? Look forward to this day. Chapter 365 The Decision of the God Realm Committee. The blade embryo is still growing, Qian Rongxiu is still practicing martial arts, and everything is moving in a better direction. Gu Yi will naturally not stop moving forward. Qian Rongxiu's talent is beyond his imagination. She is really a peerless genius of the innate level 20, with good talent and comprehension. It's a pity that a piece of beautiful jade was carved badly, which is a pity. He can only start over. However, fortunately, Qian Rongxiu has a divine body, and her starting point is naturally more than 1,000 times faster than those ordinary people. The reason why he taught martial arts to Qian Rongxiu was largely because he was confident that even if Qian Rongxiu learned martial arts, she would not be able to surpass him on this path. Practicing martial arts, he still has this confidence. Next, he also plans to continue to further refine his martial arts skills, especially after treating Gu Yuina and feeling her physical strength. He also got a lot of inspiration. Every drop of blood in Gu Yuina's body contains power that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Every drop of blood is equivalent to a small soul core. Perhaps this is the most essential difference between humans and gods. After all the hard work to condense a soul core, it is not as good as a drop of blood from a god. How can we fight? When sealing Jian Rongxiu's body, he found that her body also contained a large amount of divine power all over her body. The next step of cultivation may be to further strengthen every cell of his own body. The martial arts that he and Xue De had deduced before were divided into 3 steps. The first step, open up the 8 meridians and cultivate the power of Danshan. The second step, open up the acupoints around the body and improve his own cultivation system. The third step, the inner world. From his current perspective, these 3 steps have all been completed. Even the inner world that was condensed not long ago has completed the requirements of the third step. Where should the fourth step of martial arts go? Can the refining of the body be used as the starting point of the fourth step, and the power of the acupoints cover the whole body? It still needs careful thinking. Fortunately, now that the important things have been done, there is no need to be too anxious and take it slow. Euro. God Realm Committee. It seems that there are some time fluctuations on Douluo continent, and new gods are born. Although the God Realm cannot sense Douluo continent now, some huge fluctuations can also be captured by them. The fluctuations brought by Guyi's time travel did not escape the eyes of the God Kings in the God Realm. Jian Rongxiu's ascension to God is even more so. That touch of divine brilliance almost broke the gap in Douluo continent, but it was still a little short. For millions of years, such a thing has never happened. The God Realm cannot control the extraordinary world in the lower realm. How absurd it is! Especially they still feel a little uneasy. With our current strength, we may be able to send a god back to Douluo continent to investigate what happened in the lower world. The god of destruction looked at the people with complicated expressions. The 5 gods worked together to temporarily sweep away a corner of the haze covering the sky above Douluo continent. With the power of the 5 gods, a second-level god could be sent to the lower world. This is not appropriate. The God Realm has always had regulations. You must not interfere with anything in the lower world, and gods cannot easily go to the lower world. Although Douluo continent has begun to evolve and is out of our control. But in the end, nothing too shocking or unorthodox has happened, and it is not enough to make such a big consumption for a supernatural world. Destroy the rules of the God Realm. The god of Shura stood up to oppose it at the first time. He is the law enforcer of the God Realm, who controls all the judgments of the God Realm. Naturally, he does not want to be the one who violates the rules of the God Realm. Otherwise, the absolute justice he has pursued for thousands of years will be meaningless. The other 3 God Kings did not speak immediately, but thought carefully about the problem. A few minutes later, the God King of Life spoke first. I think what Destruction said makes sense. Time is a forbidden power no matter where it is. If it is controlled by people in the lower world who want to kill, there may not be another dragon god. Besides, we only sent gods to the lower world. If nothing happens, we can summon them back. The God King of Life analyzed the pros and cons of this matter from a very rational perspective, and did not deliberately favor the God King of Destruction just because he was her husband. They are all ancient gods who have lived from the ancient God realm to the present. They have their own ideas about everything they do and will not be influenced by people close to them, even if this person is her husband. Evil and kindness looked at each other. I also agree with the way of destroying the God King. If a person who can be compared to the dragon god really appears, we must confirm his character. Once a person with bad intentions grows up, it will cause a devastating blow to the world. After the incident of the dragon god, more than half of the gods' thrones in the God realm were vacant, which almost endangered the foundation of the God realm. Even now, half of the dragon god is still wandering outside, and I don't know when he will attack the God realm again. In this case, why not nip the danger in the bud? The words of the evil God King were also agreed by the good God King. 4 votes to 1 vote. The Azura God King had no choice but to agree. In fact, he was somewhat convinced in his heart. But which god should we send to the lower world? Douluo continent is no longer the extraordinary world it once was. With the level upgrade and the existence of the haze from the outside world, even if they gather the power of the 5 great gods, they can only send out a second-level god whose strength is much lower than theirs. If the strength is stronger, it will be impossible to control. I have a candidate. Shura God King suggested. In fact, we don't have to focus on the second-level gods. If they are related to Douluo continent, we can also choose the first-level gods. The Rakshasa god, who belongs to the evil God King, has his own place of cultivation left in Douluo continent. If we place the landing place in the slaughter city, we can completely let her return to it through the attraction of Douluo continent itself. Good idea. The evil God King praised, "This method can indeed be done." However, the Life God King soon voiced his objection, "Rakshasa God is not suitable for this task. His character is too unpredictable, and he also controls the power of Rakshasa, which has a great influence on one's character. Now our eyes can only stay outside Douluo continent. Even if she does something, we can't detect it. Even if we want to send a god, we should find a safe one." The first person who agreed was none other than the Shura God King. He was indeed too superficial just now. He did not realize that the current god realm could not control Douluo continent, and Rakshasa God was still against him. He was indeed not a good candidate. There are more than one Rakshasa God who came from Douluo continent. And that person is stronger than Rakshasa God, and even has a super artifact that only God Kings have. He is undoubtedly the best candidate. As a God King, he naturally knows the gods of the god realm very well, and soon understood who the person the goddess of life was talking about. Chapter 366 The relationship between the soul and the body. The sea god is indeed the best candidate. He was born in Douluo continent, and he is not the one who inherited the throne and became a god. There are not many people who are directly deified by faith. It is even possible to break the barrier between the first level god and the god king at any time. The super artifact in his hand is not inferior to our artifacts. It seems that everyone thinks that the sea god is indeed the best candidate, so the candidate is decided. After the matter was settled, Guyi seemed to be freer and more comfortable than usual. While waiting for the knife embryo to grow completely, he continued to study how to take the fourth step of martial arts. Even if he had obtained Guyuina's physical state, it would be difficult to create something out of nothing and perfectly replicate it. Besides, the blood of the two is very different. Guyuina's method of cultivation is different from his, and they cannot be used together. Besides, the human blood and the dragon blood are not at the same level at all. If he rashly uses the dragon race's cultivation method to strengthen his body, it is likely to have a counterproductive effect. At the same time, in addition to wandering around in places such as the Sea God Island, the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do City, his figure also appeared in various places, and a fantasy world was built in each place. For him to absorb and gain the power of faith. Today's Douluo continent is also very different from the past. The power of faith is actually better than before. However, he no longer uses the power of faith to strengthen his own cultivation. The refined power of faith will not enter his body either. Inner world. Very good, I didn't expect that in just 1 month, I could comprehend the two powers of transparent power and dark power. Besides, after the tempering of divine power, your body has already surpassed too many people, and the 8 extraordinary meridians have long been connected. Now you can start the second step of martial arts. This step is not too difficult for you. After all, even if I block your divine power, it still exists in your body. As long as you continue to open up the acupoints, not only will your strength increase, but you will also be able to control the divine power more subtly. Keep working hard. Guyi was very satisfied with Qianrongxiu's progress, and his guess was right. As Qianrongxiu continued to practice, absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth from the inner world, it would naturally promote the inner world to seek more vitality of heaven and earth from the outside. This is like the survival behavior of humans. When you are hungry, you will choose to eat, and when you are sleepy, you will choose to sleep. As the saying goes, you make up for what you lack. If you lack the vitality of heaven and earth, absorb the vitality of heaven and earth. And you will eat more. Can I go out? Qianrongxiu was really bored staying here. No one had talked to her for a month. She only practiced endlessly. Moreover, this world seemed to have no distinction between day and night, which made her feel a little fuzzy about time. It's impossible to go out, but I can plant a seed for you to enter the fantasy world. If you get bored practicing, you can go in and take a look. Guyi would never let Qianrongxiu go. He let her stay here just to practice. Guyi left the seed of the fantasy world and left directly. He checked the knife. Embryo, the breath is getting more and more solid, the feeling of harmony is getting stronger and stronger. It seems that the knife is a part of him, no different from his hands and feet. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Leaving the inner world, Guyi looked at the horizon, not knowing whether it was his illusion, always feeling that something bad would happen there. This sign has appeared for several days, but nothing has been found. It seems that everything is just his illusion. Guyi doesn't understand what's wrong with him. He has also checked it out, but didn't find any problems. Sea God Island. At this moment, Ning Rongrong and others have been training in the title desperate situation for half a year, and they only need the last half year to complete this assessment. During the absence, the biggest change is undoubtedly Poseidon, who is restoring her own strength all the time. The ocean is her source of power, and it can also be used as a means of recovery. Guyi did not abolish Poseidon's power again. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape death. Guyi was looking forward to what it would be like when the three former peerless Douluos met in the Heart World. With his current strength, only Guyuina could threaten him, and Guyuina would not attack him until now. It would take more than a short time to further improve his strength, so having some fun could still help him relax. Xueqing Guyu and Bing Xingqing followed him again, and Guyi began to think about how to make them regain their physical bodies. Even if they could still blend their souls in their current state, they still lacked a sense of reality. The experience was not complete. And several times, Guyi saw some envy from the two women, envying Zhu Zuqing and others for being able to have physical bodies and be with him. Guyi naturally didn't want them to be sad for him. Reshaping the physical body is indeed a very troublesome thing. Especially in a fantasy floor tile like Douluo continent, even a complete cultivation system cannot be created. Getting the method to recast the physical body is simply as difficult as ascending to heaven. With his current strength, he can completely put Bing Xingqing and Xueqing Guyu's souls into other women and replace them. However, this method is not only unacceptable to him, but also to Xueqing Guyu and Bing Xingqing. Living in the body of others is something that the once proud Xuedi and Bing Di would never do even if they died. What's more, if they were allowed to be with Guyi in someone else's body, it would be something that he couldn't accept. Besides, the connection between the soul and the body is not so simple. Even if they are really integrated into the body of others, they will lack the fundamental connection. It is never as easy as controlling one's own body. If they want to restore their bodies, I'm afraid the only way is to use the soul to make the body appear. Guyi has experienced this before. At that time, the state of the body was restored to the age of 6 within the used time, but the state of the soul did not change, and it was still the same as before. Not only that, the regrown body did not grow crooked, and it was completely restored to its original appearance. You should know that this time he did not awaken his martial soul, nor did he absorb the immortal herbs and elixirs, so his appearance should not have recovered to the previous appearance. But he just grew up to be like this now. From this incident, Guyi realized that the connection between the soul and the body is not that the soul is attached to the body, but that the body is driven by the soul. There are more mysteries that he does not know, and these mysteries have created the entire body and soul. As long as the connection is found, perhaps the body can be restored. Chapter 367 The Horror of the Evolution of the World. Martial Soul Hall. How are the preparations? Guyi looked at Bibi Dong with a serious face, which means that now she is going to attack the second soul core. The difficulty of cultivating the second soul core, Guyi had experienced it before, and it was not as simple as condensing the first soul core. It would really be fatal. Even he almost died here at the beginning, and even with his protection now, he might not be completely safe. Don't think I'm so weak. If it weren't for laying a good foundation, how could I let Jian Rongxiu become a god before me? Bibi Dong is very arrogant. Since she saw how powerful Guyi is, she understands that the cultivation of soul masters cannot just pursue the improvement of levels. Otherwise, even if she becomes a god, she will be defeated by a mortal like Jian Rongxiu. Bibi Dong doesn't want to be such a weak god. When she becomes a god, not to mention suppressing all living beings and sweeping away everything, at least she can face any danger calmly. I will help you protect your body, do it boldly. Guyi knows that Bibi Dong's ambition is no less than his own. As a woman who leads the first force on the continent, Bibi Dong has her own pride. As her man, he will naturally not stop her. Instead, he will let her go more smoothly and will not encounter the difficulties he encountered at the beginning. Bibi Dong smiled and nodded, sitting cross-legged in the practice room, constantly recalling the key points of condensing the second soul core that Guyi told him before. Soon he made up his mind and began to condense his soul core. Guyi also began to prepare himself. If the situation was not right, he would intervene to at least prevent Bibi Dong from being seriously hurt. This was also his confidence. If Bibi Dong would take the second the soul core is condensed, and the artifact in the inner world should also be born. It's just that his sense of uneasiness has been getting worse and worse recently, but nothing has happened recently, which makes Guyi think of a state of national martial arts practice. The way of utmost sincerity can predict the future. But Guyi doesn't think he has mastered this spiritual realm now. This spiritual realm can't be obtained through any practice at all, what is needed is opportunity. If not, how to explain this feeling of uneasiness? Guyi suppressed the thoughts in his heart and focused on Bibi Dong's current state, which is the top priority. A few days passed quietly, and Bibi Dong didn't have any major problems, which made Guyi very happy. I can't help but sigh that the exploration of the people ahead is indeed very important. With a bang, a terrifying aura bloomed from Bibi Dong's body, but it was nothing to Guyi now, but it made the walls of the practice room seem to have been baptized by a super large storm. It became bumpy, and even some places were damaged, and the sunlight outside also shone in. Before the changes stopped, a terrifying suction force spread from Bibi Dong's body, and the surrounding heaven and earth energy rushed into her body without stopping. Now Bibi Dong is like a small black hole, absorbing all the heaven and earth energy around her, and the movement is even greater than that of Guyi at the beginning. After the upgrade, the heaven and earth energy contained in the Douluo continent is naturally many times stronger than before. Now that the second soul core has been condensed again, the effect is also stronger than that of Guyi at the beginning. As the world is upgraded, the level limit will naturally be raised. The peak Douluo at level 99 is no longer the limit of the Douluo continent, and it is also capable of supporting the spirit. The heaven and earth energy near the Wuhan city immediately gathered to the Pope's palace from the terrifying suction force transmitted from Bibi Dong, and condensed above Bibi Dong. The sky was dyed golden. Drops of rain fell. Is this the heaven and earth energy? Hulina also felt the movement here, and was also worried that something might happen to her master. It started to rain as soon as she arrived here. It was just this rain, which made her feel unprecedented terror. Because these raindrops were actually golden, not only that, the heaven and earth energy contained in this drop of rain was enough to make her cultivation improve a little. At this moment, the entire Pope's palace was covered by rain, and it was hard to imagine how much heaven and earth energy was contained in it. Hulina already understood that someone might be breaking through the realm, otherwise it would never have produced such a great horror effect. Elder Hall. Bibi Dong is really terrifying. Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at the heaven and earth energy that was constantly gathering in front of him, and his face showed some horror. With the strength Bibi Dong showed now, he might have surpassed his elder brother. What should I do? Now Bibi Dong is getting stronger and stronger. How can I save Qian Rongxiu? If it weren't for Qian Rongxiu, the inheritor of the Angel clan, they might have turned against Bibi Dong on the spot. Even if the dead general burst out all his strength, he would at least bite off a piece of meat from them. Golden Crocodile looked serious. Take advantage of the fact that there is so much heaven and earth energy here, and start practicing. The Douluo continent is now very different from what it was before. Maybe we can break through the limit and enter a new realm now. Everyone listened to Golden Crocodile's words. Among them, Golden Crocodile was the strongest, second only to his former big brother Qian Daoliu. They all started practicing. When the Douluo continent changed, they found that the heaven and earth energy was incredibly full, and their hearts were full of hope. Now the heaven and earth energy here is hundreds and thousands of times higher than other places. Maybe it is really possible to break through the limit. Not only the people in the Elder Hall, but also the others in the Spirit Hall did not miss such an opportunity. They practiced their own strength and did not miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Guyi could naturally feel the movement outside, but he ignored it. There was too much heaven and earth energy condensed. Even Bibi Dong now could not absorb it all. It would be better to use it to increase the strength of the Spirit Hall. It would not have any impact on Bibi Dong's breakthrough. Another 7 days passed, and Bibi Dong had already surpassed Guyi in terms of training time. He still did not stop absorbing power. More and more of the heaven and earth energy in his body gathered, and his aura became more and more terrifying. He had even broken through the shackles of level 99 and entered a new realm. However, there was still a certain gap between him and a god, so he could be called a demigod. This was not because he had divine power that he was called a demigod. Bibi Dong had now stepped into another realm with his own strength. If he had increased his divine power, Bibi Dong could already confront a god head-on. Such progress could be said to be earth-shaking. Guyi calculated that the heaven and earth energy that Bibi Dong had absorbed was more than 10 times what he had absorbed before. It was indeed an evolved world. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the Douluo continent to supply so much heaven and earth energy. You have to know that he had wasted all his strength just to attract those heaven and earth energy. Chapter 368 The battle between Jianrongxiu and Bibi Dong. We're there. Gu Yi already felt that Bibi Dong had reached her limit. Even though there was still a lot of heaven and earth energy that had not been absorbed, she couldn't take it anymore. After this terrifying absorption, Bibi Dong's 2 soul cores had made great progress, especially the second soul core that had just been born, which had a feeling of catching up. In terms of particles and size, it was not inferior to the soul core that had been opened up before. Where is Jianrongxiu? This was the first sentence Bibi Dong said after waking up. Now that her strength has been improved by leaps and bounds, the first thing she did was to regain the face she had lost. At that time, she was still at the peak of level 99 Douluo. It was impossible for her to be the opponent of Jianrongxiu, who had broken through and upgraded to the god level. But after this improvement, Bibi Dong knew in her heart that her current strength was comparable to that of Jianrongxiu. She couldn't wait to regain her face. It was also to let Jianrongxiu understand that even without Gu Yi's protection, she was definitely not a woman who could be manipulated by her. Besides, she didn't want to lose to Jianrongxiu in front of Gu Yi. It was just like 2 men didn't want to lose to each other in front of the woman they both liked. She is in my inner world right now. Bibi Dong naturally knew the existence of the inner world, and felt that this method of cultivation was a bit unbelievable, but she didn't choose to cultivate again like Gu Yi. That was the path he should take. It was also the path that only Gu Yi could take. Let her out, let me have a fair fight with her. Bibi Dong was full of fighting spirit and seemed very confident. Before, she had been holding her breath and didn't release it. You can, but you still have to be careful when you really fight her. Compared with before, Jianrongxiu has improved a little. It's hard to judge the victory between you. I will win. Gu Yi smiled and didn't say anything. He directly summoned Jianrongxiu, who was still in his inner world. What are you doing? I'm still practicing martial arts. Jianrongxiu was very dissatisfied with being summoned suddenly, but her face turned cold when she saw Bibi Dong next to Gu Yi, especially when she felt the fighting spirit emanating from her body, and said sarcastically, "Why, you want to take the initiative to die? It's still unknown who will win or lose. If Gu Yi hadn't helped you stop me, you would probably be under the 9 netherworld at this moment, and you dare to speak wildly." Jianrongxiu, who has become a god, looks down on Bibi Dong now. In her eyes, everyone in the world is just like this, and only Gu Yi is enough for her to look at him differently. Bibi Dong didn't want to argue with Jianrongxiu anymore, so let's see who is stronger between the 2 of them. Gu Yi also unlocked the divine power seal on Jianrongxiu. Jianrongxiu didn't expect Gu Yi to unlock her divine power seal so easily. If that's the case, let this damn woman completely recognize the gap between them. Soon, Bibi Dong and Jianrongxiu stood opposite each other in the sky above the spirit hall. One held the angel holy sword. The other held the Shura blood sword. Bibi Dong did not choose the Rakshasa divine power that she was most familiar with, but chose to use the Shura divine power. After all, the angel divine power has a natural restraint on the Rakshasa divine power. If this power is really used, it may be suppressed. Gu Yi is also hiding in the space, and can stop them instantly if there is any problem. Neither of them said anything extra, and they just started fighting. One figure was blood red, and the other figure was filled with golden light, like lightning across the sky, violently colliding with each other. In fact, it was the evolved Douluo continent. The space was more solid than before, but it still produced a few cracks under their attack. But it was also much better than before. If it were in the past, facing such an attack, it would not be as simple as a crack. Even if I can't kill you today, I will make you completely lose the confidence to defeat me. Jianrongxiu seemed very confident, and she also knew that she would never have the chance to kill Bibi Dong with Gu Yi by her side. But it was still possible to injure her. During this period of time, she has achieved some results in practicing martial arts, and her control of power has reached a higher level. The leakage of divine power is much better than before, and all the attack power is condensed in the angel holy sword. Bibi Dong was also unwilling to be outdone. The 2 soul cores in her body rotated rapidly, constantly providing her body with stronger power, and at the same time, the Shura divine power contained in her body began to play a role. After a fierce attack, the 2 of them fought evenly. Compared to Jianrongxiu, Bibi Dong was obviously more outstanding. She truly relied on her mortal body to match the power of gods. Jianrongxiu was both shocked and angry. She was shocked that Bibi Dong had improved her strength in such a short time, narrowing the gap between them. She was angry that Bibi Dong could fight with her evenly before she became a god. If she entered the realm of gods like herself, she would not be her opponent at all. It was this point that made her particularly angry. She lost all her dignity as a god. Anyone seemed to be able to fight her. What was the point of her grandfather pursuing the godhood for so many years? She could not help but increase the power in her hands. Today she must defeat Bibi Dong. This battle was so intense that the sky above the entire Wuhan city was dyed blood red and golden. The terrifying pressure swept everything around. If Gu Yi had not used his strength to resist the pressure, many people would have been injured or even injured by their aftermath. This battle lasted for a whole day and night, and no one was determined, but Bibi Dong's condition was indeed a few points worse than Qian Rongxiu's. After all, there was no such thing as a godhead, and she lacked some endurance. The angel god status in Qian Rongxiu's body allowed her to continue to improve in battle. Even so, Qian Rongxiu did not look happy at all. Gu Yi was fine, but Bibi Dong could be so powerful. Finally, she completely realized that her godhood was too simple. Except for the last test, she encountered a little setback, which was just a little setback. The other tests were smooth sailing, without any difficulty at all. Even the soul bones were prepared from the beginning. She, the angel god, was completely a pile of waste. Qian Rongxiu finally gave up the fight and came to Gu Yi. Seal my divine power, send me back, and continue to practice martial arts. Through this battle, she also realized that she had too many weaknesses, and she was not as experienced as Gu Yi and Bibi Dong. Not only was her combat experience poor, but her foundation was also ridiculously poor. Gu Yi did not reject her, and sealed Qian Rongxiu's divine power and sent her back. Bibi Dong also flew over at this moment, with a bit of frustration on her face, and was also annoyed for not defeating Qian Rongxiu. If this game was fought to the end, she would most likely be the loser. Chapter 369 The Coming of the Sea God. Since Bibi Dong was frustrated by the defeat in the battle with Qian Rongxiu, she has also worked harder to improve her own strength. Strive not to lose to Qian Rongxiu next time. Similarly, Qian Rongxiu did not stop at all and continued to explore a stronger realm, also for the foundation that had not been tempered and consolidated before. The battles with Gu Yi and Bibi Dong made Qian Rongxiu understand how unbearable she was. If the previous generation of angel gods saw such a cowardly self, they would probably regret passing on the throne to her. Gu Yi did not leave the inner world. In the past few days, he has been sitting cross-legged beside the knife embryo, constantly sensing the knife embryo with his own spirit. Even though it has not been born yet, Gu Yi can still feel the extremely terrifying sharp power from it. He actually began to study martial arts that are more suitable for this knife through these powers. Although the previous martial arts can be directly applied to this knife, they are not as good as exclusive martial arts. Gu Yi did not choose to create out of thin air, but planned to condense the power that is more suitable for this knife with the method of flying knives. He planned to create a powerful martial art that could decide the outcome with one strike. Now he was already very powerful, and he could use all kinds of skills at will. Ordinary means of attack were no longer of much help to him. Only this trick, the one-hit kill method, was more suitable for him now. Time passed by minute, and Gu Yi's whole body and mind seemed to sink into the ocean of knives, and the aura on his body seemed to have reached the same frequency resonance with the knife embryo. God Realm. Poseidon, the biggest purpose of sending you down this time is to let you check whether there are people who defy the heavens in Douluo continent, especially to find out who is the controller of the power of time and whether it will cause danger to the God Realm. If necessary, he can be killed on the spot. Poseidon knew the seriousness of the matter from the tone of the crowd, but he was not too serious. No matter how powerful the people in the lower world are, how can they compare with gods? As the saying goes, a true dragon cannot be raised in shallow water. Even if the foundation of a world is exhausted, how can it be comparable to the sea god whose strength exceeds that of an ordinary first-level god? The reason why he agreed to go down to the world is to see how the girl who is inheriting his throne is doing now. With his talent, he naturally does not want to be trapped in the god realm for a long time. Over the years, he has also seen clearly that although the position of god has greatly improved his strength, but what comes with it is a terrifying confinement. During the long time of becoming a god, his strength has already reached the peak state, but he still cannot break through the first-level god to reach the supreme position of God King. It is not because of his lack of talent, but because the sea god position only has the potential of a first-level god. Unless there is a chance against the sky, it is impossible to make a breakthrough. That is why choosing a successor is the most important thing for him now. As long as the confinement of the throne is lost, the road to breaking through the God King will be opened. He is also an existence that stands out from the crowd in the whole world, and his strength is only below the 5 great God Kings. And unlike those gods who inherited the throne of others, he became a god by collecting faiths on his own. He is much stronger than those who just copy others. I know. After receiving the reply from the sea god, the 5 great gods no longer hesitated and mobilized their own divine power. Directly acted on the layer of haze outside Douluo continent. The combined power of the 5 great gods was far beyond imagination. Even the autonomous protection mechanism of Douluo continent could not resist it. In just 1 hour, the haze shrouding the outside of Douluo continent was dispelled for a moment. Now, the sea god also knew that he should act, and turned into a blue light and instantly plunged into it. When the figure of the sea god completely entered Douluo continent, the 5 great gods put away their divine power and wiped the sweat from their faces. Although they just did it very easily, it was not that simple, and the power consumed was also very huge. Even when the passage between the God realm and Douluo continent was opened, there was no time to use divine thoughts to check. The God King also has his own limits. The distance between the God realm and Douluo continent is still too far, and the self-defense facilities produced by the upgrade of Douluo continent are also not to be underestimated. The combination of the two can increase the difficulty of breaking it by geometric multiples. At the same time, Sea God Island. The long silent sea god temple suddenly shone with divine light. Poseidon, who had recovered half of his strength, saw such a scene, and his eyes were full of hope. Such a strong sea god aura was definitely a sign of the coming of the sea god. Neither she nor Ning Rongrong now had such a strong aura. She flew quickly towards the sea god temple. At this moment, she could not care about Ning Rongrong who was taking the divine test. The most important thing was to see the sea god. This was the ultimate manifestation of her lifelong faith. Guyi, who was originally sitting cross-legged in the inner world, became more and more uneasy, and even withdrew from the sword comprehension. It must be right, something must have happened. With a thought, Guyi appeared in the outside world. Immediately found out what the situation was. Looking at the direction of the sea god island, it must be right. That terrifying and familiar aura must be a god, and a god much more powerful than Qianrongxiu. It can be said that the two are not in the same league at all. The sea god is coming. In the Xingda Great Forest, Guyuina also felt this breath. Powerful, boundless power. In this state, there are gods who can break through the defense of the outside world. It seems that the gods in the god realm can't sit still. Guyu muttered to himself. I can feel that the haze just now has dissipated for a moment. There are also gods slipping in. Suddenly, an idea came to my mind. God killing. If it were before, Guyuina would not have had such an idea in her mind. She was powerful in her heyday, but she couldn't stand the serious injury. But now after treatment, her own strength has been greatly improved, and the gods who descended on Douluo continent are only first-level gods in her perception. Now the connection between the god realm and Douluo continent has been severed. Even if I do something here, the god realm can't feel it. Thinking back to the feeling of being hunted by the god realm before, it's time to return now. How can I miss such a godsend opportunity? Sea God Island. Greetings, Lord Poseidon. Poseidon knelt on one knee in front, and the other pillar guardians behind him also knelt behind him. Looking devoutly at the man who came out. He looked exactly like the statue, this was the god they believed in for their whole lives. Well, get up. Poseidon suddenly set his eyes on Poseidon. Who could hurt you so much? There was already some anger in his tone. He knew Poseidon's strength. The peak soul power of level 99 plus the sea god martial soul and his own divine power. No one below the god could defeat Poseidon at sea. But now his foundation was damaged by someone's injury, and his strength was only half left. How could he not be angry? Poseidon was his guardian of the throne and the last sacrifice. To hurt her meant to provoke him, Poseidon. While speaking, he also mobilized the power of the sea to restore Poseidon. Chapter 370 The Battle Between the Silver Dragon King and the Sea God. His name is Guyi. He has extremely powerful strength. His strength has exceeded the limit of level 99. Even if I stand on the sea, I am not his opponent. Poseidon was very surprised that there was such a person. Tell me about his situation in detail. Poseidon felt that it was very likely that Guyi was the person he was looking for. If so, he might not be able to let him go. Even if he was a kind person, since he hurt his people, he would naturally have to pay the price. He is very special and very courageous. He has incredible spatial abilities and can cross a distance of tens of millions of miles in the blink of an eye. Not only that, he also has the power of time that has never been heard of. By controlling time, he returned to his age of 6 and walked the path of cultivation again. It also freed him from the restrictions of his martial soul. Even without relying on any martial soul or spirit ring, he is the undisputed #1 strong man. Poseidon did not exaggerate because Guyi had once crippled her, and gave a very fair evaluation of Guyi. This is Guyi in her eyes. Apart from the relationship between the two, Poseidon really admires such a strong. Especially Guyi dared to abandon all his cultivation and practice again. What is needed is not only courage, but also absolute confidence in oneself. It is really him. Poseidon murmured. I didn't expect that his luck would be so good that he found the target person as soon as he went to the lower world. Poseidon continued to ask, where is this person now? It's not clear, but he will return to Poseidon Island every once in a while. Hey? What is he doing in Poseidon Island? It's impossible that he is here to inherit his throne. At this point, he should really think about how to become a soul master beyond himself. But what Poseidon said next made him realize that he was completely wrong. The woman who is now undergoing the 9 tests of Poseidon is his lover, and that's why he comes to Poseidon Island frequently. Poseidon was surprised. It turned out to be such a thing. Before he continued to ask questions, his brows frowned instantly and he looked up at the horizon. How is it possible that the Silver Dragon King is here and dares to reveal his aura? The injury he suffered at that time is not so easy to heal. Poseidon soon understood one thing. I am afraid that the Silver Dragon King is here with bad intentions. This is also the only answer he can think of now. Since he can feel the breath of the Silver Dragon King, the Silver Dragon King may be able to directly feel the breath brought by the arrival. Under such a dark situation, with the hatred of the Silver Dragon King against the God Realm, he may want to kill him here. Soon a figure appeared in front of him, holding a silver-white spear. The silver hair behind him danced in the wind. It's really you, Silver Dragon King. Although the Dragon God's disaster had been subdued by the 5 great God Kings when he ascended to the God Realm, as an old-fashioned first-level god, he naturally knew some of the breath sensing. Sea God, this sea today is where you are buried. Guyuina's voice was very cold, and there was a faint murderous intent. Protect the Lord of the Sea. Poseidon and his party immediately stood in front of Poseidon, looking at Guyuina vigilantly. Protecting the Sea God and the Sea God Island is their only belief in this life. They will never waver. All of you retreat, she is not someone you can deal with. Poseidon stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Poseidon and others. If you want to bury my bones, I'm afraid you are not qualified yet. The tone was full of majesty, and the sea became turbulent. The Sea God Trident, which had been standing on the Sea God Island, flew out and fell into his hands. You are the first person who can control the super artifact with the status of a first-level god, but you still have to die today. The silver dragon spear in his hand swung violently, leaving a long gun mark on the ground. It is more appropriate to use the blood of a first-level god as the first step to resist the god realm. Then let's try. Poseidon was also unwilling to be outdone. He raised the sea god trident in his hand. It only weighed 108 pounds in his hand, but it would immediately become 108,000 pounds when it fell on other people. A light wave could bring terrifying power. The two figures quickly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, they collided violently. The Silver Dragon King retreated 3 steps, and the sea god Poseidon retreated 2 steps. Too anxious, Long Dan's injury has not recovered yet, and he dares to come out and act rampant. Just after such a fight, Poseidon had already figured out the details of the Silver Dragon King. Although he said so, he was still very shocked in his heart. It seemed that he had the upper hand just now, but it was not the case. The strength of the Silver Dragon King was not reflected in his physical body, but in his terrifying ability to control the elements. Just now, he was able to only be slightly disadvantaged by his physical body, which was enough to prove that the Silver Dragon King's strength was not a lie. You observed me, and I also observed your limits. You will lose this battle. Guyuina raised the silver dragon spear in her hand, and the sky quickly gathered terrifying water elements, and the power of the sea was instantly deprived of her. A large part of the power of the sea god comes from the ocean. Now a large amount of water elements are controlled by Guyuina, and the sea god can't snatch the power of the sea. It's really surprising. Unfixed wind wave. Poseidon didn't continue to retain his strength. Although Guyuina's strength is strong, her body has not yet recovered to its heyday, especially the most critical dragon pill is still in a damaged state. As long as it drags on, the person who wins in the end will definitely be himself. As a technique he has comprehended, unfixed wind wave can be used to defend and restrict enemies, and it is also the strongest restrictive skill in the god realm. No matter how powerful the opponent is, as long as he is hit by unfixed wind wave, he will be restricted and unable to move a bit. Even a powerful existence like Guyuina still can't resist unfixed wind wave. When he used the unfixed wind wave, Guyuina also swung the silver dragon spear in her hand, condensing the endless wave power formed by the huge water element, and rushed directly towards Poseidon. Poseidon and others who were originally standing behind Poseidon were instantly affected by this power, and were blown away dozens of meters without any room for resistance. Poseidon even tried to control the power of the waves, but found that he could not shake it at all. The once proud sea god, the martial spirit, lost all its function at this moment. Poseidon also knew that if he took this move head-on, he would inevitably get hurt. The mysterious circle of heaven. Poseidon quickly rotated the sea god trident in his hand to resist the endless power of the waves. At the same time, he used the ability of Dozwan Xin Yi to beat the waves back. Even if he couldn't compete with Guyuina in the fight for the water element, as the sea god, he still had control over the sea. It wasn't difficult to beat back the waves. Chapter 371 Guyi came with a knife. Lord Sea God is indeed unparalleled in the world, and he can easily deal with such a terrifying enemy. Sea Dragon Douluo's eyes were full of admiration and excitement. This was the great existence he believed in all his life, and it really didn't disappoint them. Poseidon's eyes were also full of passion, but he felt a little lost in his heart. Finally, she realized how insignificant she was. Facing any of them, the aftermath of the attack would probably kill her on the spot. She had no ability to resist. The battle between Guyuina and Poseidon continued. Compared with the previous waves, Guyuina mobilized various other elements to attack Poseidon continuously, without holding back. Each attack was enough to make the space tremble, and the space was on the verge of breaking at this moment. Poseidon also knew that he would not be Guyuina's opponent in the competition of absolute strength, but he knew the weakness of the Silver Dragon King. He did not fight her hard, and the sea god trident in his hand constantly resisted the attacks of various energies. As long as this period of time passed, Guyuina's body would not be able to bear it, and he would be able to win the final victory. The sea god trident in his hand played a huge role. If it weren't for this super artifact, he wouldn't have lasted until now. Guyuina also understood her current disadvantages and attacked all the time. The two fought from the sky to the ground. At this moment, the sky above the sea god island was cloudless, only blue. They fought from the ground to the sea, raising heavy waves. The power of God is really so terrifying. The other Saint Pillar Douluo were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Facing such an attack, they were not even 1/10 of it. Is it an earthquake? Zhu Zuqing and others kept stabilizing their bodies and resisting the vibration of the sea god island. The original tidal desperate situation was even more turbulent, and each wave was dozens of meters high. It was like the end of the world. The ground of the sea god island was also cracking. Look, there are powerful soul masters fighting. As the only one among the few who had an eye martial spirit, Wang Yanran had the strongest eyesight and perception ability among the few. Hearing Wang Yanran's words, everyone looked up. How could such a thing happen? Ning Rongrong looked at everything in the sky in disbelief. I have never felt such a terrifying power, as if the whole world was going to be destroyed by their attack. Even Guyi did not feel such a strong power. Perhaps they were tired of fighting, or perhaps they were looking for the opponent's weakness. Guyuina and Poseidon stood in the air, with extremely sharp aura in their eyes. No, look at that man. Wang Yanran was the first to notice the appearance of Poseidon in the sky, constantly comparing it with the statue on Poseidon Island. Horrified discovery. He is the Poseidon. The voice was trembling. After Wang Yanran's reminder, Zhu Zuqing and others also found that the figure was exactly the same as the statue on Poseidon Island. What interests them now is who this woman is who is fighting with Poseidon. Ma Hongjun, the only one who has seen Guyuina, is taking the first test and is not with them. Zhu Zuqing and others don't know who this person is, but it doesn't affect their shock to Guyuina. Through Guyi's previous explanation and a period of experience and understanding here, I also understood the planning and level division of the God realm. As one of the 18 main gods, the first level god of the God realm, Poseidon possesses the super artifact Poseidon Trident, and his strength is only below that of the God King. It is conceivable how terrifying his strength is, but now a woman suddenly appeared who could compete with Xiang Ting, and even felt that she had the upper hand. Guyi had never mentioned this person to them. They were all very curious about the identity of this woman. You have no chance. At most, there will be another stick of incense before the backlash of the dragon pill will come. You can't defeat me within an incense stick. Just surrender and return to the God realm to be judged. Poseidon's expression was very serious, and his voice was low and majestic. This is God, and the condescending tone made Guyuina very unhappy. Really? What do you think of adding one more person? Guyuina suddenly felt a wave of space fluctuations, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. At least she didn't make a mistake. Although Poseidon is not famous for his spatial ability, as a first-level god, he is naturally very sensitive to space and can naturally feel the changes in it. Who is coming? He can't help but be alert. Even if the soul masters on Douluo continent, even if it is the state of cultivation to the peak, it is difficult to cross space, unless it is a martial spirit with spatial ability. It is very likely Guyi. Only this person can have the ability. You are here. Guyuina suddenly said to the empty side, and the next second a slender figure appeared beside her. It's a bit late. Zhu Zuqing and others standing on the ground also saw the face of the person who spoke. Guyi! They shouted in unison. At the same time, some people didn't understand why he stood on the opposite side of the sea god. However, looking at the current situation, Guyi might come here to fight this time. They couldn't help but worry. If it were usual, they would naturally not have any worries and fears. After all, no one in the entire Douluo continent is his opponent. But now the situation is different. His opponent is the famous and long-established sea god, who has incredible combat power and is extremely powerful even in the god realm. Fighting with such an existence makes them very worried. It seems that the sword you wanted to refine is completed, and the scabbard is pretty good. Guyuina looked at Guyi, who was holding a long sword. The sword now had a scabbard, and only the silver handle was exposed. Yes, it's completed. It was because of refining this scabbard that I came a little late. Guyi also asked his eyes to be on the sea god opposite, and he could feel the vast divine power from him. This is a level that Jianrongxiu, who is also a first-level god, cannot match. I am afraid that facing the current sea god, Jianrongxiu can't last more than 10 moves. This is just the result of overestimating Jianrongxiu's level. It seems that you are the one who defies the heaven, as the 5 great gods said. I originally planned to kill the Silver Dragon King and then go to you to settle the grudge for hurting my guardian. Since you took the initiative to come here to die, there is no need to ask me to make a trip. Colluding with the Silver Dragon King is a great rebellion. Even if I kill you on the spot, there is no problem. Poseidon's tone was cold, and he was very cold to Guyi, but he was also alert in his heart. He could feel a sense of crisis from this human, although he didn't know why, but years of fighting made him believe in this feeling. This person must have some ability to hurt himself. It must be guarded. Look at what you have become. Guyi stretched out his hand on Guyuina's shoulder and looked at his somewhat embarrassed hair and clothes. The power of time was activated. The time he had experienced was going backwards on Guyuina. Chapter 372, Sacrificing Oni Euro Trademark S Life. A Euro. It is indeed the power of time. A Euro. Poseidon also felt a strange breath coming from Guyuina and Guyi. And Guyuina Euro Trademark S clothes and hair, which were a little messy because of the battle, were restored to their original appearance at this moment, as if they had never been messy. Especially, the dragon pill in his body stabilized. That is to say, he still needs so much time before he can continue to fight with Guyuina, and this time there is also the existence of Guyi. God knows whether he can continue to restore Guyuina Euro Trademark S strength. If he uses the power of time endlessly, he might as well surrender. Originally, he was just barely resisting, and now he has recovered. How to fight? What to fight? But even so, he did not slack off at all. Poseidon knew that in the next battle, he must get rid of Guyi first, otherwise, if he restored Guyuina Euro Trademark S injuries again, he might not be able to hold on. It seems that your strength has improved a lot. Guyuina knew that Guyi could not do this before. The power of the 5 great gods was not something that Guyi could resist at that time. The key lies in this knife. Guyi set his eyes on Poseidon not far away, which made him feel very tricky. If it is not necessary, he really does not want to fight with such a person now. But since he is here, he can only choose to fight. Besides, after hearing what Poseidon said just now, he also knows that even if he does not come, he will face this battle sooner or later. In this case, it is better to join forces with Guyuina to fight, so that the damage will be greater. Retreat to the back. If he wants to kill you, I may not be able to protect you. Guyuina does not think that Guyi can fight Poseidon now, but because of his arrival, she is happy from the bottom of her heart. Guyi tightened the long knife in his hand. Although he did not rush here before, his mental power has already been rejuvenated to the sea god island, and he also understands Guyuina's dilemma now. If Poseidon just defends and delays time, the situation will probably become the same as before. Now I can restore her through the power of time, but there is not always such an opportunity. This time, we must decide the winner. He lowered his head slightly and looked at the long sword in his hand. Give me half an incense stick of time, I have a way to break his defense. Okay, I'll give you this half an incense stick of time. Guyuina had no doubt about Guyi's words and went forward again. At the same time, colorful lights were radiating from his body, and the space force around Poseidon also squeezed him. Guyi and Guyuina's conversation was not deliberately concealed, and Poseidon naturally heard it. Although he didn't know why Guyi was so confident, he became more and more vigilant in his heart. He must solve this troublesome human first. Feeling the squeeze of the space around him, he just trembled. The sea in his hand. The divine trident broke through these forces. The trident of the sea god weighing 180,000 kilograms, a slight tremor in his hand could make the space tremble. This level of spatial ability has no effect on him. With a sharp gaze, Poseidon's idea is very simple. He must first take down Guyi. The trident of the sea god released light again. Used the unstable wind wave. This, as the first single body control skill in the god realm, rushed directly to Guyuina who was approaching him. This is useless to me. Guyuina shouted softly, and threw the silver dragon spear in her hand, directly breaking the unstable wind wave of the sea god. How could she not know what he was thinking, and how could she let him succeed? Dare to attack rashly, which is the reason for Poseidon's failure. Guyi couldn't care about the fight between the two of them at this moment. Standing in the air, his right hand was already on the hilt of the knife, and there was no trace of breath on his body. If it weren't for the gradually surging knife energy behind him, Guyuina would even suspect that Guyi had left. At this moment, Guyi's breath no longer existed. The whole person seemed to have merged into the knife, and this state was even more condensed than the unity of man and knife. It was like giving up everything and sacrificing everything to the long knife. Although the body still existed, it was like a piece of stone, without any breath, even without the breath of life. All the power was hidden in the scabbard. Sacrificing one knife. It was the knife method that Guyi had condensed after exhausting all his life's learning in these days. It briefly integrated all his spirit, body, energy, and martial arts will into it, and even his soul would gather in the knife. At this moment, Guyi was indeed dead. The next swing of the knife was just the last bit of instinct of the body. The blade that sacrificed everything would unfold any enemy that blocked him. Although the blade was still hidden in the scabbard, as a first-level god, Poseidon could still feel what kind of power was hidden in the blade. One of the powers in particular made him tremble. What was going on? Poseidon didn't understand why a mortal could use such a terrifying power. Although there was no divine power hidden in the blade, and there was not even the breath of a divine weapon. But he knew that this blade was definitely not inferior to any divine weapon. Compressing and constantly condensing his own power. Guyuina didn't understand how Guyi did it, but she couldn't care about it at the moment. Why can't you feel the teacher's breath? Wang Yanran's perception ability was the best, but she couldn't feel the teacher's breath at all now. Not only her, but others couldn't feel it either. It was like death. Time passed by, and the battle between Guyuina and Poseidon continued. This time, the offense and defense were exchanged. Poseidon launched a fierce attack, while Guyuina was defending seriously. At this moment, they were all waiting for the arrival of the last moment. The power displayed by Guyi would be the key to determine the success or failure of this battle. Guyuina still knew that she was a little too arrogant this time. After all, she did not expect that the power of the sea god would grow to this point. Although his control of the power of the ocean was not as good as hers, it was not far behind. The damage to the dragon pill prevented her from exerting her full strength. Now it has become like this. Half an incense stick of time is not long. Especially under Guyuina's deliberate defense, it passed quickly. Time is up. Crack. Guyuina, Poseidon, and even Zhu Zuqing, who was in the title desperate situation, clearly heard the sound of the blade rubbing. The long sword that had been hidden for a long time was pulled out an inch, and a trace of silver and gold lines made the sword look extremely magical. Ka. This time it was not the sound of the long sword being pulled out, but the sound of the scabbard cracking and breaking. The powerful force was not something that a temporary scabbard could contend with. The scabbard was damaged before the sword was pulled out. I'm afraid that when this knife is pulled out, the scabbard will be completely broken. Chapter 373 The Defeat of the Sea God. Shua. Ka. The long knife in his hand appeared in front of everyone, and his body was originally full of flesh and spirit. But as the knife was pulled out, his body began to dry up, as if the flesh and blood in his body were sucked away by something. In just a few dozen breaths, he was only skin and bones, his eye sockets were sunken, and only the hand holding the long knife was still strong. Even if the sky fell and the earth collapsed, and the world was destroyed, this knife would not stop. Guyuina also noticed Guyi's current situation, and even she felt a little threat from the knife. The vitality of heaven and earth poured in at the same time. At this moment, even if she wanted to stop Guyi, it was impossible. Things have already happened. Even if she forcibly suppressed his power, it would be impossible to restore to the previous state. Now all she can do is believe in Guyi. Maybe this knife can really create an opportunity for herself. Guyuina was also waiting for this moment. Poseidon's hair stood on end. Unlike everyone else, Guyi seemed to have turned into a huge figure, bringing him strong pressure. His body, even so his soul was locked. Even if he ran to the ends of the earth, this knife would fall on him, and it seemed that the entire Douluo continent was rejecting him. He could only choose to resist. Come on, when I was fighting in the sea, I had encountered all kinds of storms. A mere mortal can only shine with this knife. Poseidon knew that he could not break through Guyuina's defense anyway, so he could only choose to take this knife and Guyuina's subsequent attack. If he blocked it, he would be the winner. If he couldn't block it, I'm afraid he could only return here today. But being born in the sea and dying in the sea is also a good destination. Thinking of this, the breath of Poseidon increased several times, and the trident of the sea god in his hand exuded a vast and heavy power. The mysterious circle of the sky. Poseidon used the most powerful defensive skill again. At this moment, he was really going all out without holding back. Zhu Zuqing and others in the title desperate situation were anxiously looking at Guyi in the sky. They had never seen Guyi like this before. There was no breath at all, and even the fluctuations of the soul could not be sensed. The body was more like a skeleton covered with a layer of human skin and clothes. Where did he look like a living person? Guyi had lost all perception of the outside world at this moment. Only the knife in his hand and Poseidon not far away remained in his heart. It was as if there were only him and Poseidon in the whole world. No, it should be that there was only a knife and Poseidon in the whole world, and even he himself did not exist. Entering the supreme realm of no thoughts, no desires, and no demands, Guyi in this realm would not have any thoughts. With the sound of clang, the long sword hidden in the scabbard was completely revealed to the world. The whole body was shining with silver-white light, and only a golden line was faintly revealed in the middle of the blade. Everyone who saw this knife was shrouded in it. No matter how beautiful the world was, even if Poseidon and others believed in Poseidon, the eyes were all attracted by this knife at this moment. Crack! The scabbard completely collapsed at the moment the long knife was drawn out, but it also completed its mission and held on to the last second. At this moment, it didn't seem like Guyi was swinging the knife, but more like the whole world was controlling Guyi's body to swing the knife. Poseidon, who saw this scene, showed a horrified expression on his face. Even when he was fighting with Guyuina just now, he didn't show such an expression. He was completely shocked by this knife. The knife light crossed the sky, leaving a dark space crack wherever it passed. Clang! The long knife and Poseidon's trident of the sea god collided, and the whole world was shaken at this moment. This collision was far beyond the previous battle between Guyuina and Poseidon. All the people nearby were directly knocked away by the terrifying vibration at this moment and fell heavily to the ground. Poseidon and others who were closest to him were even more shocked and bleeding. The breath on his body instantly became weak. How could this happen? Poseidon's beautiful face showed an extremely horrified expression. Even if Guyi had a strength far beyond hers, it was impossible for him to achieve such a level in such a short time. Enough to fight against Lord Poseidon. Incredible. Guyuina was also shocked by the power displayed by this knife. The power displayed by this knife was so powerful that even she felt that she could not stop it. Could it be that the knife forged by Guyi could really give him such a terrifying power and allow him to achieve such a shocking improvement in such a short time? Even if he had a super artifact, it would be impossible to do it. Guyuina really didn't understand how Guyi did it. But looking at his current appearance, you can tell that the price he paid must be very high. Bang! In this fierce confrontation, the trident of Poseidon was knocked away by the blade of the long sword. A gap appeared. Guyuina did not care about being disappointed. She seized this gap and gathered all the power she could use in her body at the moment. Throw it directly. The silver dragon spear did not shoot directly at Poseidon according to the spatial trajectory, but directly crossed the space at the moment of throwing. It instantly hit Poseidon, who had a flaw. Blood was spilled on the sea at this moment, and the huge power carried by the silver dragon spear instantly began to destroy Poseidon's body. The powerful impact force directly fixed Poseidon on the Poseidon temple at this moment. The trident of Poseidon, which was always held in his hand, also fell to the side weakly, creating a heavy dent. Cough, cough, cough. Poseidon coughed continuously, and blood gushed out. Fell to the ground weakly. Guyuina didn't care about Poseidon at this moment, but focused her attention on Guyi. After releasing the knife just now, it was unknown what would happen to Guyi. After the power of the knife was gone, Guyi was like a kite with a broken string, unable to stand in the void, and quickly fell to the ground. Only the long knife in his hand never let go. Guyuina came directly across the space and caught Guyi before he landed. Guyi! Guyi! Guyuina shouted anxiously, but Guyi didn't seem to be awake at all. There was no breath on his body, and he looked like he had really passed away. Impossible, how could he die? Guyuina looked at this scene in disbelief, and grief flashed in her eyes. The knife, this knife. Guyuina locked her eyes on the long knife in Guyi's hand that had never been released. After exploring with all her strength, Guyuina finally felt the breath of Guyi's soul in it. He was not dead, but his soul was left in the knife. Chapter 374 The Death of the Sea God. Guyuina was relieved. She knew that someone as careful as Guyi could not do such a stupid thing. Holding him, the figure flashed. Take good care of him. Tidal despair. Guyuina put Guyi on the ground and said to Zhu Zuqing, who rushed up. No matter when, as long as Guyi was in danger, Zhu Zuqing would always come the fastest. I will. Although she didn't know what kind of person this woman was, nor why she had such a big grudge against the sea god, Zhu Zuqing only knew one thing. This woman had a close relationship with Guyi, and she would not hurt him, that was enough. To this day, Zhu Zuqing only hoped that Guyi would always have a place for her in his heart, that was enough. She would not ask for too much. Lin Qing, wrong, treat quickly. Xiao Ao, make sausages quickly. Zhu Zuqing quickly directed Ning Rongrong and Lin Qing, two people with healing soul skills. At the same time, Oscar started to use the sausage martial spirit. The originally dry body also slowly became fuller due to the injection of vitality and Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures glazed tower auxiliary ability, but it was just a little better than before. At this time, Oscar also made sausages that could restore physical strength and injuries. Zhu Zuqing took it without any hesitation and stuffed it directly into her mouth, chewed it and gently fed it into Guyi's mouth. Now this is the only way to make him take Oscar's sausages. The others were looking at the lifeless Guyi with worry. However, Wang Yanran noticed the soul in the knife. Don't stop, keep going. The previous one was the result of the teacher's all-out effort, integrating everything in the body into the knife. At this moment, his soul is gathered in it. Perhaps with enough energy, the soul can be freed. Wang Yanran, whose martial soul awakened for the second time, has a unique martial soul talent. In those eyes, no soul can escape his eyes. Wang Yanran's martial soul has completely different abilities from the Son of Destiny 10,000 years later. More attention is paid to the soul. Hearing her words, Lin Qing and Ning Rongrong dared not relax and released their strength. Oscar also kept making sausages, and Zhu Zuqing took them for him. On the other side, Poseidon, you lost today's battle. Dying on this sea is a complete journey. Guyuina walked over, her high-heeled feet still on Poseidon's chest, with a proud look on her face. This was her first step in revenge against the gods. Poseidon seemed to have a last gasp, and his spirit seemed to have recovered a little. I lost. The knife just now was really powerful. Now I just hope you don't touch other people on my Poseidon Island. Poseidon didn't feel any resentment. He had experienced countless battles in his life, killed too many enemies, and witnessed too many deaths. Now he just got the fate of those he had killed in this battle. Okay, I promise you. I won't hurt the lives of other people on your Poseidon Island. Guyuina also disdained to kill these ignorant mortals. Even the most powerful Poseidon was just an ant in her eyes. No matter how many ants there are, they can only be attacked by one attack. Stop! A wave attacked Guyuina, and the leader was Poseidon, who had regained his strength. There were other guardians of the holy pillars. Too weak. Guyuina's eyes condensed, and the waves that were originally surging towards her suddenly changed direction, and instantly knocked these people over and over, unable to stand up. Even the sea god Poseidon could not take the control of the water element from her, let alone these mortals who had not yet become gods. Just one look was enough to defeat them. Guyuina did not intend to continue communicating with Poseidon, and she had already grasped the silver dragon spear in her hand. The power in her body was instantly transmitted to Poseidon through the silver dragon spear, instantly causing irreparable damage to his body, and the power penetrated his whole body. Poseidon's vitality completely dissipated at this moment. The once dignified sea god died so carelessly. It was really sad and lamentable. Guyuina also decomposed Poseidon's body and merged it into the sea, but she grabbed a blue ball of light in her hand. At the same time, she collected the trident of Poseidon on the ground, which was a super artifact that was even more powerful than her silver dragon spear. There are only 6 super artifacts in the god realm, and the trident of Poseidon is one of them. Naturally, she would not give up so easily. And the biggest help in this battle was Guyi, and the biggest spoils should belong to him. What's the matter? Guyuina ignored Poseidon's people. A cross space appeared beside Guyi. Guyuina, who had just asked this question, looked at Zhuzuking, who was bowing her head and kissing Guyi. Although she felt a little sad, she did not show it. It takes a lot of life energy to satisfy the power required by this knife and rescue Brother Yi's soul from it. Wang Yanran said it immediately. After all, their power was too shallow. If this mysterious strong man helped, it would naturally be more convenient and faster than them. Is that so? Guyuina looked at Wang Yanran and saw through her martial soul. What a rare pair of eyes, I know. Then she picked up Guyi on the ground. Since life energy is needed, there is no place in the entire Douluo continent that is more dense than the Lake of Life. Where are you taking Brother Yi? Zhuzuking, Dogayan, and others stood up instantly. After all, it was about Guyi's life and death. Even those who had just fought side by side with Guyi had to be vigilant. Guyuina looked back at them. She didn't expect that Guyi could really have so many beauties following him willingly. No matter how much they loved each other in normal times, as long as they encountered a life and death crisis, no matter how good their relationship was, it would be like a bubble. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately. Don't worry, I will give you a complete Guyi. Guyuina took Guyi and disappeared directly on the sea god island. Although Guyuina's spatial ability was not as proficient as Guyi's, she still returned to the Stardo Great Forest in a very short time. Congratulations, my lord. Dityen also half knelt on the ground respectfully. He naturally knew what Guyuina was going to do. He wanted to go with her. Even if he couldn't defeat the sea god, he could at least delay it for a while. But he couldn't go after all. He was too weak to participate in the battle. What happened to him? Dityen looked at Guyi, who was in a coma, feeling puzzled. Guyuina did not answer Dityen, a euro, but walked quickly to the Lake of Life and put Guyi in her arms. Only here could he recover properly. Chapter 375 Guyi Awakens. Stardo Great Forest. Lake of Life. A figure sat cross-legged, and another figure lay quietly in the lake. Opening his eyes, Guyuina looked at Guyi, who was still absorbing the vitality in the Lake of Life. Now his body had returned to its original state, and he no longer looked as dry and scary as he did on the Sea God Island. Everything was moving in a good direction. What worried Guyuina was that half a month had passed since the battle, and Guyi still showed no signs of waking up. And only a small part of the large amount of vitality he swallowed remained in his body, and most of the vitality was absorbed by the knife in his hand. At this moment, the long sword had no scabbard, and Guyuina could easily see the specific situation of the sword. The color of the sword was the same as her scales, silver-white, except for a fine golden pattern on the blade that spread from the handle to the tip. Guyuina could feel the strong breath of life from it, and this breath was the real culprit of the vitality in Guyi's body. From the faint pattern at the beginning, it has now developed to be very eye-catching. No matter who sees this sword, they will probably be attracted by the golden pattern. Guyuina had no choice but to take the long sword away from Guyi's hand, especially since his soul was hidden in it. She didn't know much about the size of the soul, and didn't dare to do anything else. Since the little girl said that satisfying this sword would free Guyi's soul from it, she could only choose to believe it. And the situation is indeed getting better now. Half a month is enough for Guyuina to recover from the injuries she suffered in the previous battle with the sea god. Emperor Tian. Flying out of the Lake of Life, Guyuina summoned Emperor Tian immediately. Emperor Tian also came in an instant. Master, please give me your orders. The heaven and earth energy in the entire Douluo continent is enough for people to break through to a higher realm. Although your strength is still superior to others in Douluo continent, it is still a little weaker than the existence of the god realm. The suppression of soul beasts has also been reduced to the weakest in prehistoric times. During this period, I will teach you some cultivation experience. Break through your own limitations as soon as possible, otherwise you will not be able to participate in the subsequent battles. Thank you, Master. Emperor Tian also understood that his current strength was not enough to stand with the Master. On the other side of the Sea God Island. With the death of the Sea God, the inheritance in everyone's mind ended here, and Ningrongrong's top Sea God 9 tests also lost its effect. However, they did not leave, but continued to stay in the tidal despair to hone themselves. Although there were no rewards brought by the test, this place did make them stronger than before. On the other side, Poseidon and others were severely injured by Guyuina's attack and could not use their strength for a short period of time. 3 Holy Pillar Guardians had already left Poseidon Island. The battle had completely destroyed their faith in Poseidon. In their hearts, Poseidon possessed supreme power and invincible rights on the sea, but he was still easily defeated. The body was also destroyed. The remaining guardians of the Holy Pillars returned to their own territories. Rest and recover from injuries. Only Poseidon stayed alone in the Poseidon Temple. Since that battle, he sat in front of the destroyed statue of Poseidon. The originally noble and beautiful face was already full of tears. Staring blankly. The battle almost shattered Poseidon Island, and many buildings were destroyed. Originally, she had thought about following Lord Poseidon, but when she thought of the woman standing in the sky, and Guyi, she didn't want to die like this. At least she couldn't die before killing them. Stardo Great Forest. The body that had been silent for half a month still showed no signs of awakening, but Guyi's soul was now extra active. Inside the long sword, Guyi was completely standing in the world of swords, flashing back and forth in front of his eyes, constantly absorbing the essence of swordsmanship. That sword was chopped by him, but not by him. The core of swordsmanship is indeed the self-sacrificing sword he created, but unfortunately the truth contained in it is not the self-sacrificing sword he created. When it was in the inner world, the artifact was completely separated from the embryo of the sword. Because it contained too much blood of the Silver Dragon King, the color of the sword was also rendered into a unique silver-white color. Only the golden line on the blade was caused by the branches of the golden ancient tree and a large amount of vitality, and was not assimilated by Guyuina's blood. The advent of the sea god did not escape his perception, and Guyuina also felt the battle with the sea god afterwards. It was precisely because of this that he temporarily refined the scabbard. If he wanted to use the self-sacrificing sword, he had to hide the sword in the weapon and constantly accumulate strength. Only then could he swing that amazing sword. Even so, Guyi still had no confidence in defeating Poseidon. But perhaps it is because it has absorbed a lot of life force and world power. The appearance of this knife in the world contains a power to destroy the world. That knife was swung by the entire Douluo continent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Guyi to cross such a huge gap in strength. Even if the soul has been living in this knife for half a month, it still has not mastered the essence of the previous one. Even if he is asked to slash again, it is impossible to achieve the same effect as before. It is completely the world power contained in the new artifact and the entire Douluo continent that can cause such a great power. However, Guyi does not plan to stay any longer. He can feel the continuous flow of life force into this knife every moment, and it is almost saturated. Although the soul is not in the body, it can feel the situation outside from the knife, and naturally knows where it is. Lake of Life. The body that has been silent for half a month slowly opened its eyes, and was not affected by being underwater. Bang! The Lake of Life exploded, and the lake water spilled all over the ground. The body fell to the edge of the lake. You finally woke up. Guyuina, who was originally teaching Dityan, a euro arrived in an instant. Seeing Guyi standing in front of her intact, she couldn't help her emotions and kissed him directly. There was no time for Guyi to react at all. When it comes to taking the initiative, Guyuina is not inferior to anyone. After a long time, their lips parted. Guyuina immediately checked Guyi's current body. Only when she was really sure of his safety could she feel relieved. After a check, Guyi's body is now stronger than before. The exhaustion of his body strength also made his cells extremely thirsty. After that, he absorbed too much energy in the Lake of Life. He is no longer the same as before. Chapter 376. If something happens, she really gives it to you. This is the spoils left by Poseidon. I will give it to you. Guyuina did not leave anything behind. She held Poseidon's sea god throne in one hand and the sea god trident in the other. The former is not important to her at all, but the sea god trident is a super artifact. As long as she can master it, her strength can be increased to a certain extent. But she still gave it out without hesitation. The key to this battle is Guyi. If it weren't for his last blow, this battle would probably end in her failure. And after this incident, Guyi has been completely tied to her. Killing the gods of the god realm, and it is an extremely powerful first-level god, the entire god realm can no longer accommodate Guyi. Even if her strength is improved, it is almost at the top, and she doesn't have so much time to control the sea god trident. It will take a lot of time to restore the monopoly in her body. But Guyi is different. His rapid strength during this period has given Guyuina a glimmer of hope to defeat the god realm. Guyi's potential for growth is still very huge. It is obviously best to give these things to him. Okay, I'll take it. Guyi mainly wanted to study this godhood and the sea god trident, both of which are extremely rare. Especially the sea god trident. The power hidden in it is exactly what he needs to constantly comprehend now. Although the artifact has been refined, it still has a long way to go to grow from a super artifact. Now it is at most a powerful artifact. It is far inferior to a super artifact. Guyuina first handed the sea god's godhood to Guyi. Guyi put it into his inner world. After that, he handed the sea god trident to Guyi and reminded him, "Be careful, the sea god trident weighs 180,000 pounds, don't get hurt." Even though Guyi's strength was outstanding, she was still worried that he was only using his physical strength to hold the sea god trident. This weight was not too heavy for her, but for a human soul master, it was really difficult to lift it with the physical body alone. Guyi might not be able to do it either. Guyi casually held the sea god trident with one hand, the muscles of his arm instantly tightened, and a powerful force burst out from him, and he lifted the sea god trident in front of Guyuina. Martial arts is not a soul master. What matters is the sanctification of the physical body. Martial arts started by strengthening the physical body, and now it has opened up the inner world, and the physical strength is much stronger than before. 108,000 pounds is not a huge number. At least for him, it is still very easy. Also put it into the inner world, it is not time to study it now. By the way, can you give me another branch of the golden ancient tree? You saw it before. In that battle, the scabbard could not withstand such a huge force gathered in it. I plan to use the branches of the ancient golden tree and other metals to refine a perfect scabbard, so that this knife can be born completely. Perhaps Guyuina would not agree so easily before, but now that Guyi has proposed this condition, it is not too difficult for her. As long as the ancient golden tree is not destroyed, it is just a branch, so I will give it. Guyuina was still worried that Guyi would not have enough branches to refine the scabbard, so she chose a very thick branch, which was taller than the two of them. It was much longer and thicker than the previous one. Guyuina seemed to have thought of something, and reached into her body again, crossed over her clothes, and pulled out a few dragon scales. The branches of the ancient golden tree alone may not be enough, but these dragon scales and other metals should be enough. Guyuina really believes in Guyi and gives him all the good things. She is really willing to give them away. You are playing this game again. Don't come to me when you get hurt. Guyi also severely criticized Guyuina for not taking care of her body. Guyuina's dragon scales are actually a very good refining material, especially because they contain the power of all elements. The all-encompassing sword is a good match for this knife. But Guyi didn't want to see Guyuina harm her body like this, and she really didn't listen. It's just a few dragon scales. It won't cause any harm to me. Guyuina was telling the truth. She would recover after soaking in the lake of life for a day or two. As long as the dragon pill is restored, let alone dragon scales, she could even spit out blood essence to Guyi at will. At this moment, her strength is only half of her peak period. You can imagine how powerful the dragon god was back then. Guyi took these precious things and left. He had already remembered Guyuina's contribution to him. My lord, is it a bit? Tian really couldn't understand the lord's thoughts now. Especially when he looked at the golden ancient tree that was still dripping with sap. Give it to him, it's worth it. If it weren't for his help in this battle, I might not be able to come back. Besides, he is the man I have chosen. What's wrong with giving him something? Guyuina's majesty as the master of soul beasts completely burst out, and her tone was not as gentle as before when facing Guyi. Domineering and with absolute majesty. Leaving the Xingda Great Forest, Guyi quickly went to the Sea God Island. During the previous period, although his body was not awake, his soul was always watching the situation outside. Naturally, he knew the worries of Zhu Zuqing and others. He also had to convey the news that he was fine to Zhu Zuqing and others as soon as possible, so that they would not continue to worry. With spatial ability, he arrived here in just a cup of tea. Poseidon, who was originally sitting in the sea god temple, suddenly opened his eyes, and his breath was shaking. Finally, Guyi came back. She knew that as long as these women were still here, Guyi would definitely come back. You woke up. Zhu Zuqing was the first to discover Guyi's return. She stepped over the shadows and came to him, throwing herself heavily into Guyi's arms. For half a month, she had been using training to numb herself, and only in this way could she not worry about Guyi. Yes, Zuqing, I know everything you did. Guyi also held her tightly in his arms. For this woman who loved him so much, he could only respond with more passionate love. Zhu Zuqing did not stay in his arms for long, because she knew that there were other people waiting and she could not monopolize Guyi. Everyone's face was very excited, and the backbone was back. Although everyone wanted to know why Guyi fought with the sea god and who that mysterious woman was, these were not important. Yes. The important thing is that he is back. No matter when, always stand by his side. Yan Ran, you did a great job. Guyi rubbed her hair, very satisfied with her growth, and successfully let the martial spirit take another path. Chapter 377 Poseidon's Determination. God Realm. The five great gods gathered together again. This time it was obviously a little more nervous than before. The breath of the sea god disappeared, and something we can't predict must have happened in the lower world. The Shura god king looked at the other four god kings, and even he couldn't think that such an outrageous thing would happen. In addition to the five of them, who else in the world can defeat the sea god with a super artifact? And the strength of the sea god is even higher than that of a first-level god, and he is not far from the god king. But such a powerful existence, less than a day after descending to the lower world, all the breath disappeared, and it was not detected at all. There is only one explanation: the sea god died in the lower world. Things are unpredictable, but we can't go down to the lower world. After the evolution, the Douluo continent is no longer as easy to enter as before. The mystery of the heavens may continue for 33 years. Even if it is based on the time of our god realm, it will take 33 days to understand what happened in the summer. But the question is, can we wait? The god of destruction said to the other god kings present. He also admired the genius of the sea god who was able to condense the godhood through himself and had a high level of comprehension. Perhaps we can work together to lay a barrier to block the entire Douluo continent. Although we can't go in, we can also prevent people on the Douluo continent from coming out. When the time comes, we will know what happened in it after 33 days. The evil god king suggested. If they can't get in, then they can't let the people inside get out. No one would think that in just 33 years, there would be an existence beyond the level of God King on the Douluo continent. They just need to wait quietly for 33 days to discover the mystery. The other God Kings were also silent for a while, thinking carefully whether there were any other methods that would be better than such a meaningless wait. After thinking for a long time, they could not think of a better way. They could not send the gods down again. The sea god would die silently, which meant that, except for the five god kings, no other god would be able to come back alive. It was even more impossible to force their way into Douluo continent. At that time, they would face the backlash of the world power of the entire Douluo continent, and even they could not match a world. In the end, they could only agree to this method. Let's do it this way, there is no better way now. The four people expressed their views one after another. In the billions of years that the god realm has existed, except for the dragon god at the time, no one else could make them so anxious now. It's really hard to imagine. The 5 great god kings also began to gather their strength, and through the god realm center, they formed an extremely powerful barrier around the entire Douluo continent. Even if there was a being stronger than them, it would be difficult to break through the barrier for a while. Even if they were exhausted after casting the barrier, they needed to rest for a while. The power of the God King also has its limits. Creating a barrier on such a large scale is 10 times more difficult for them than sending the Sea God to the lower world last time. Sea God Island. Guyi looked up at the sky, his eyes broke through the clouds, as if he had come to the sky. Looking at the barrier, he immediately understood that this was the work of the God realm. It seems that the news of the Sea God's death has been transmitted back to the God realm. Guyuina in the Star-Do Great Forest also felt the changes in the Douluo continent. We don't have much time left, he said lightly, and then instructed Ditien on how to improve his strength faster. Both of them belong to the Dragon clan, but Guyuina's blood is more concentrated, but her cultivation method can also be used by Ditien. All the methods of improving strength were transmitted to Ditien's mind, and she herself dived into the lake of life. The God realm has begun to take action, and now she must do her best to restore her strength. Euro. Why did you come to me? At this time, it was Poseidon who was next to Guyi, but now she had lost her previous pride. The whole person was like an eggplant hit by frost, and her breath was very sluggish. The death of the sea god was a big blow to her. I want to kill you. Poseidon did not hide his intentions and directly stated that he was here to kill him. Can you do it? So I plan to let you teach me how to kill you. Poseidon said something that shocked Guyi. I have never heard of such a thing. Let him teach her, and then let her kill him after teaching her. He is not sick, would he do such a stupid thing? Are you crazy? If you have nothing to say, then goodbye. Gua's stream of energy has been condensed in Yi's palm. Poseidon is no longer useful to him. It is better to let her die than to keep her. At least in this way, her soul can make the world of the heart stronger and exert some residual heat. I can give you what you want. Poseidon's eyes were very calm. What I want? Guyi doesn't think that Poseidon can bring him any good things now. I don't know where Poseidon's confidence comes from. The power of the mind is also spreading in him. I want to see what Poseidon can bring him. The eyes of the mind can see through the thoughts of all living beings. Although this ability is limited to seeing through people with lower strength than oneself, it is enough. At least Poseidon has nowhere to hide in front of him. Just this one look really surprised him. But it was also the first time that he found that he was actually like this in Poseidon's heart. Then tell me what you can give me. Guyi looked at her with interest, wanting to hear her say that sentence in person. I'll give you my body. Bo Sixie's entanglement had completely dissipated a few days ago, and now there was only calmness. Guyi looked at the gorgeous Bo Sixie in front of him, and this was the first time he felt the horror of faith. It was for that illusory hope that a person could pay such a high price. Is it really worth it? Why do you think that I can forgive you for this? Guyi looked at Bo Sixie's figure, and she was indeed a stunning beauty no less than Bibi Dong. Follow me. Bo Sixie walked towards the sea temple. Guyi had already known what Bo Sixie wanted to do through the eye of the mind. But he did not follow her, but took her to the clouds. Come on, do what you want. Guyi directly condensed a chair for himself with the clouds, and looked at Bo Sixie with great interest. I wanted to see how much she could pay. The development of the matter made Bo Sixie a little panicked. Here, it was not the result she thought in her heart. But if you don't listen to him, how can you take revenge? Chapter 378 Overwhelming Power. After just a few seconds of hesitation, Poseidon has put his hand on his clothes. Now that things have developed to this point, there is no way back. The only way is to keep moving forward until you achieve your goal, and then you can end this life. Pieces of clothes fell one by one, not from the sky to the ground, but stayed on the clouds. Soon, only underwear was left on Poseidon's body. Stop! Guyi looked at the emotionless machine in front of him, without any desire, if he really wanted a woman. With his current strength, no one in this Douluo continent can stop him. Although Poseidon looks beautiful, there are many beautiful women. What's the use of such an emotionless machine? Do you think you are great? You compromise just to fulfill your faith. Guyi chuckled. Poseidon's performance really made him see the horror of faith. It can actually make a woman pay such a high price. It is really a good thing to control people's hearts. Poseidon's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked up at him. Both Guyi and Poseidon knew it well. Now it depends on whether Guyi accepts it. If I want to get you, why bother so much, and I don't need you to give it. Even if you are willing to dedicate yourself, what's the difficulty? The eye of the soul is the best thing to manipulate the soul, and it is even easier to modify the soul. Now he can completely change Poseidon's will and let her change from believing in the sea god to believing in himself. This is not difficult at all. The gap between the two people's strength is too big, and the gap in soul is geometric. Between the eyebrows, the eye of the soul blooms. A ray of spiritual light shines out from it and shoots straight into Poseidon's eyebrows. Poseidon still wants to resist, but the gap in strength between the two people does not give him any right to resist. You must not. Before he finished speaking, he fell completely powerless on the clouds, and the spiritual light in his mind was constantly twisting her will. The deep-rooted figure in his mind was gradually worn away. Guyi watched all this happen quietly. Since she could do so much for the sea god, she would help him spread the faith next. There are already too many people on land, and Guyi also doesn't want to let go of the power of the sea. The fact that Poseidon can achieve the first-level sea god position by relying on the sea is enough to prove that the ocean also has great potential. Although he doesn't want to become a god by relying on faith now, the power of faith also has a considerable effect. This point is naturally undeniable. An hour later, Poseidon's will had been modified. At this moment, she stood up from the clouds, and her eyes met Guyi's eyes. Why? Poseidon looked at the man in front of him and didn't understand why he chose to end it in the end. The faith just now was stripped away, and even his mind showed a kind of fanaticism for him. But in the end, it changed. Didn't continue. How do you feel? I told you that your body never belongs to you. As long as I want it, I can get it at any time. What do you want to do? Poseidon suddenly felt something was wrong. With the hateful degree of this man, I am afraid that he has thought of another way to torture her. Guyi smiled slightly. In the future, you will spread the faith for me on this sea god island, no, on the martial god island, and complete the exchange of faith as soon as possible. What are you talking about? This is impossible. Even if she died, she would never do such a thing. It was simply an insult to his faith. It is impossible to do it in this life. Do you know why I stopped? I just want to see you can only choose to compromise. You have no right to say no to me. Guyi did not want to control others in this way. If you don't do it, I don't know how someone else will treat the former sea god. Maybe they will slander the former sea god in order to help me collect faith. Whether you agree or not is up to you, but now continue to complete what you just did. When Poseidon returned to the island, he immediately summoned all the residents of Sea God Island. Announced that from now on Sea God Island would be renamed Martial God Island. With her strong strength, she was enough to overwhelm everyone present. Anyone who had objections was directly expelled from the island. Finally, she chose to compromise, and Sea God Island finally became Martial God Island under her control. It seems that you have done a good job, worthy of being the former high priest. A few days later, Guyi returned to Sea God Island again, and it had changed. The former sea god statue has also become his statue, and on this island, there are residents who believe in him. You don't deserve the title of god. Poseidon looked at the malicious intent viciously. What she did in the past few days made her extremely disgusted with herself. God? It's just a gimmick I used to collect faith. Now I have higher aspirations. Anyway, I live more freely than you. You are trapped on this island for your whole life and cannot go out. Even if you have invincible strength, what can you do? You are just making wedding clothes for others. Your life has failed utterly. Besides, the sea god you believe in is so tall and majestic. How could he let people like you who believe in him be trapped in one place for a lifetime? It's just that. Guyi bluntly exposed her tragic life. Although the title of the High Priest of Sea God Island is very nice, the whole island is their cage and they are not allowed to go out. Although the area of a Sea God Island is not small, how can it compare with this vast world? How can it be considered as having a life if you spend 100 years here? Stop talking. Lord Poseidon is not someone you can understand. I have already done what you asked me to do. Where are the things I want? There is no hope of defeating Guyi and continuing on this path. Only by learning his skills can one become stronger. Until he can be killed in the end. How can you surpass me by learning my things? You are just looking at my back, getting farther and farther away. Guyi really didn't understand Poseidon's idea at all. He even tried to surpass himself by learning his skills. The practice of skills varies from person to person. No matter what, I will kill you. Poseidon looked at Guyi. This would not change until the day he died. Here are the things for you. Collect faith for me on the sea. I will come back to check. Guyi pointed at Poseidon's head and transmitted some martial arts practice experience to her. Finally, he disappeared on the martial god island. Chapter 379 Life in Yuexuan. Tiandu City. Yuexuan. The supreme and noble lord of martial arts finally remembered me, the little lord of Yuexuan. At this time, in her boudoir, Guyi was sitting at the table, and Tang Yuehua couldn't help complaining and spitting. During this period, Guyi could be called elusive. He basically had no time to come to her, and the two of them had very little time to talk. Although she said so, Tang Yuehua still deliberately poured a cup of tea. It won't be like this in the future. Now I have reached the end of this world and will stay here for a long time. Guyi also hugged Tang Yuehua into his arms. Ah, what are you doing? Tang Yuehua called out reservedly, her arms tightly around Guyi's neck, her hips sitting on his legs, and her whole body sitting horizontally in his arms. There was also some tenderness in her eyes, at least this man had not forgotten her. You said it yourself. Don't disappear for a few years. Tang Yuehua said with some uneasiness. With love, she couldn't bear the pain of loneliness. If she hadn't been able to practice quietly and constantly improve her cultivation over the years, it would have been to keep her appearance young. Fortunately, after the martial soul was improved, the speed of cultivation was incomparable to before. In the past few years, the strength has also reached the soul sect. It is almost approaching the soul king. The temperament has become more elegant and noble with the martial soul. Playing the piano, I haven't heard it for a long time. I can hear your piano music. Guyi lowered her head and sniffed his neck. Tang Yuehua's unique fragrance filled her nose. Tang Yuehua was also a little shy because of Guyi's actions. After all, they hadn't seen each other for several years, and they were so intimate right at the beginning. You're ordering me around as soon as you come. Tang Yuehua reached out and touched his brow, but her hips were still swaying. She took out the harp from the soul guide, sat on the chair, and closed her peach blossom eyes. In the past few years, she has not only improved her cultivation, but also integrated her soul power and martial soul into the sound of the harp, and possessed a power that was unmatched before. This power does not mean how powerful she is, but that the sound of the harp has evolved in all aspects, and she has gone deeper in the way of the harp. The sound of the harp is more beautiful than before. Guyi also sat on this stool and listened quietly to Tang Yuehua's cheerful sound of the harp. The sound of the harp represents the human heart. From the sound of the harp, you can hear that she is in a very cheerful and happy mood now. Other people in Yuexuan, no matter what they were doing, they stopped and quietly appreciated Tang Yuehua's beautiful sound of the harp. The flying sound of the harp seemed to penetrate into people's hearts and touch the soul. This is the first time I have heard such a cheerful and happy sound of the harp in the past few years. It seems that the owner of the harp is in a good mood today. Although Tang Yuehua's piano was very beautiful in the past, it vaguely revealed a faint sadness and resentment in the lovers. It can make people hear sad things and recall the sadness in the past. Love is naturally strong when it is deep. After the piano sound, there is a long-lost love-making. Tang Yuehua's skin is even whiter and smoother than a few years ago. Not only has it been maintained on a daily basis, but it has also become younger and more energetic because of the improvement of its cultivation. A few days later, watching Guyi leave, Tang Yuehua's face has already revealed happiness, and her face is also very white and rosy, obviously nourished by love. Guyi did not ask Tang Yuehua to go to Tianwen College. After all, this is more suitable for her to live here. With the etiquette and piano sound she longed for, staying here is happier than staying in Tianwen Academy. Although his strength has reached the peak of Douluo continent, with the continuous practice, he has more and more questions. There are more and more things he wants to know. Especially now he has all kinds of things in his hands that he has not had time to study. The Sea God Godhead, the Sea God Trident, and the refining of the scabbard. All require a lot of time and effort. When he was on the Sea God Island before, he had already discovered that the God realm had blocked Douluo continent. Obviously, he had already noticed the death of the Sea God. Now the Douluo continent is in a state of obscurity and being closed. It is also understood that this crisis will come soon. No matter what, he cannot get rid of it, so he must strengthen his strength as soon as possible. In fact, there are not many people in Tianwen Academy, and Guyi has also started a closed research. The most important thing is to refine the scabbard first. After all, the artifact has passed the verification now. Although it cannot be compared with the super artifact, it is still stronger than ordinary artifacts. Especially the powerful tolerance that can accommodate all the power between heaven and earth is even more terrifying. Compared with the rough and shoddy work at the beginning, Guyi is much more serious in refining the scabbard this time. After all, at the beginning in order to rush to the Sea God Island to support Guyuina, he could only make a scabbard. However, the scabbard is not the same as the artifact. Although the two are one, they are essentially different. The function of the scabbard is to maintain the blade, and even nourish the blade. Perhaps it is because of the addition of the branches of the golden ancient tree and a large amount of water of life, as well as the power he possesses. It seems that this knife has also produced some different power. Devouring ability. Especially in the lake of life, after such a long soaking, the original faint golden lines on the blade have become particularly obvious. It can actually strengthen itself by devouring life power. However, Guyi still doesn't know whether the ability of this knife can be used to devour the vitality of other species. After all, no experiments have been done so far. However, it is also a pleasant surprise, at least making the future growth path of this knife easier. Especially as the vitality continues to increase, Guyi can feel that the connection between this knife and himself is getting closer and closer, and it vaguely reveals some spirituality, as if wisdom is about to be born. It took Guyi a full month to completely smelt the scabbard. Compared to the long sword, which had no special features, Guyi put a lot of thought into this scabbard. Especially, the dragon scale pattern was hammered on the scabbard, and the overall look was no different from the dragon scale that Guyuina gave him. Although the scabbard could not be called a divine weapon, it was also the top equipment in the mortal world, and it might be able to enter the ranks of divine weapons if it went a step further. After all, the materials used were all top level, especially Guyuina's dragon scale, which was a God King level material. With such a level of material, how could he refine something of low level? Divine weapons are always refined with the most powerful materials. Even if ordinary iron is tempered to 0 impurities, it is impossible to compare with the unforged God level material. Chapter 380 Escape 1. After a month of closed refining, Guyi finally saw the light of day again, holding the fully forged scabbard and long sword in his hands. You are out of seclusion. Yin, wearing a light blue dress and swaying her hips, walked over. Her light blue pupils were full of happiness and her gentle voice entered Guyi's ears. Similarly, she and Tang Yuehua have been waiting for Guyi here for several years. The infatuated watcher. It seems that your cultivation has increased again. The blue-silver grass is undoubtedly the most magical race in the world. The blue-silver emperor is even more so. You can completely use the entire race to help you practice. Although the entire race is weak, it is a huge race, even humans are far inferior to it. You can see their figures in any corner of the world. Yin can use other blue-silver grasses in her race to enhance her own vitality and cultivation, and can also feed back her own vitality to the surrounding blue-silver grasses. The mutually beneficial cultivation method has defeated countless races in terms of cultivation speed. If the blue-silver grass race is not too weak, the cultivation speed of the blue-silver emperor may not be inferior to that of humans. The aura on this knife has a faint suppression on me. I am afraid that some soul beast materials with higher bloodlines than mine have been integrated into it. It's just that she can't think of any soul beast in this world that can make her feel oppressed by just some aura. Her bloodline is already a very high bloodline in the soul beast family. Even those soul beasts hidden in the depths of the Stardo Great Forest may not be stronger than her in bloodline. The scales and blood essence from the soul beast master, I am afraid only she can suppress you in bloodline. Guyi did not hide it and told Yin openly. Soul beast master? Emperor Tian? Ayan subconsciously thought that the soul beast master you were talking about was Tian. After all, she had lived too young and had not been exposed to the secrets deep in the Xingda Great Forest. Knowing Tian was the limit of what she could know. Does this knife have a name? This was the first time Ayan had seen such a terrifying knife, and asked curiously. Guyi was slightly stunned, and the long knife in his hand began to hum. It seems that you also want to have a name of your own. He raised the long knife in his hand, stroked the scabbard, and muttered to himself. As if to respond to Guyi, the long knife vibrated more violently. For a while, Guyi was also stunned in place, and he really hadn't thought of a name. What name should I give it? Thinking about some memories in the past. Minghong knife. Daxia dragon bird. Kunwu knife. There were countless knife names in the memory of the previous life, but what should I call my knife? 2 words suddenly appeared in his mind. Escape 1. Being able to come to this world, I am also the one who disturbed the secrets of heaven and disrupted the original world arrangement, which can be called the Escape 1. I also hope that I can truly become the Escape 1, completely change this world, and let the whole world break free from the restrictions of the soul ring. Break the previous path of cultivation. Escapion, this knife will be called Escape 1 from now on. Guyi suddenly raised the long knife high, looked at the sky and shouted loudly. The long knife in his hand seemed to be full of spirituality. The long knife automatically came out of the sheath, and 2 words were engraved on the blade. Escape 1. Then it made a series of tremors, as if announcing its arrival to the whole world. After coming to this Douluo continent for so many years, what I want in my heart has been changing. From the initial naive ideas to now, I don't Euro trademark T know how many changes have gone through. I am more thoughtful about looking at problems. Right and wrong have become blurred in his eyes, and black and white are only a line apart. There are different views on many things. Let me help you again. Ayin looked at the Escape 1, and she was so happy that a deep blue vine with golden lines emerged from her hand. Wrapped around the scabbard. In this world, if we talk about the strength of vitality, the golden ancient tree is indeed a unique existence. But Guyi can't get it either. The blue-silver emperor has the second highest vitality in the world. Guyi didn't know what she wanted to do at the moment, but he trusted Ayin very much and watched her actions. The spiritual vitality was infused into the scabbard, and then entered the entire blade through the scabbard. The vitality slowly penetrated in, leaving scattered blue lines on the silver-white blade. Guyi didn't know what the meaning of Ayin's doing this was. After all, even if she had the vitality of a 100,000-year soul beast, it was still not as strong as the vitality of the golden ancient tree and the water of life. After all, it was accumulated in units of 10,000 years, and the vitality contained in it was unprecedented. Soon Guyi understood what Ayin was doing. Dun Yi's connection with him became closer and closer, and his spirituality became stronger and stronger. It seemed that he would become a weapon with real wisdom in the next moment. Ayin's vitality actually had such a powerful effect. But if you think about it carefully, it is indeed possible. If other soul beasts were sacrificed, it would be impossible for them to survive. Even if Xiaowu was sacrificed, only through the immortal herbs can a trace of soul be preserved. But Ayin can restore her previous strength through the growth of cultivation, and even her soul has not changed. Obviously has a unique ability. Will this affect your body? Guyi asked worriedly. On the road of life, she has indeed not walked as deeply as Ayin, and she does not understand how the current situation is formed. It's okay, it's just some vitality. Ayin replied with a smile, her eyes clear. After a cup of tea, Guyi took the initiative to interrupt Ayin's performance. Hold her tightly in his arms. I don't want to work hard to save you, but end up returning to the original grass. Although Ayin's face was weak, there was a smile on her lips. This kind of concern made her particularly happy. I'm very happy to be able to help you. At this moment, Ayin smiled like a pure girl, and it seemed that even the haze in the sky dissipated because of her smile. Nonsense. Guyi looked at Ayin, who was a little weak at this time. The consumption was even greater than he thought. If he hadn't suddenly noticed that Ayin's original breath had become a little weaker, he would have been fooled by her. After sending her back to the room to rest, Guyi also relaxed himself for a few days and accompanied her to recover. Don't do this next time. Your life is more important to me. Guyi gently stroked Ayin's blue hair in his arms. Ayin was as docile as a kitten at this moment, quietly nestling in his arms, feeling the fiery heartbeat, and said obediently, I know, I won't do this next time. Chapter 381. What about the future? 3 months after the death of the sea god. The former sea god island, now the martial god island. It seems that you have developed a strong resistance to this tidal desperate situation so far, which is also a great progress. Next, you need to return to Tiandu city within a month. Even if you complete the task of this stage, it is not difficult. The sea god island is thousands of miles away from the Tiandu Empire, and they still need to cross the vast ocean, which is really not difficult. According to the convention, if you complete the task on time, you will get a lot of rewards. Especially some of you have reached the peak of cultivation. As long as you complete the task, I will give each of you a soul ring with a maximum age. Remember, you are not allowed to take any means of transportation along the way. I wish you good luck. After making these requirements, Gu Yi disappeared without waiting for them to ask questions, and did not give them a chance to speak. With their current state, it is indeed very difficult to complete this task in 30 days, but it is precisely because of this that they can better hone their will. Up to now, the role of will in cultivation is undoubtedly huge. If there is no inhuman will, they would have died in various breakthroughs and would not have achieved the current realm. Let's go. Now that we have a mission, let's go and accomplish it. Dogayan stood up immediately. Oscar was also making sausages non-stop at this time. Since Gu Yi said that no means of transportation could be used, it obviously included boats. Now they wanted to cross the vast ocean, they could only fly by taking sausages. Fortunately, among them, Ma Hongjun and Bai Chenxiang both had the ability to fly and could take people flying. This challenge was undoubtedly a triple test of their soul power, physical strength, and willpower. In a cup of tea, Gu Yi returned to the Tiandu Empire. Now he put most of his energy into studying the godhood of the sea god, especially the vast power in it, which made him study it like crazy and indulge in it. The godhood of the first level god really contained too much powerful power, and it also controlled the power of the sea. If Gu Yuina's strength was not much stronger than his, and she could forcibly pull the water element, Poseidon might not lose. If it were the Golden Dragon King, Poseidon could really kill him. Mainly because of the matching of attributes, Gu Yuina's priority is higher than his. After 2 months of research, Gu Yi has not even studied 1/5 of it thoroughly, but his control over water has improved a lot. He also spent a small part of his energy on the knife recorded in Dun Yi. That knife was too amazing, and the use of the general trend in it was the limit. No matter what, he can't do it now. It's even impossible to complete half of the power at the beginning. It can only be said that he has all the advantages of time, place, and people to use that knife. How is the progress? Gu Yi looked at Qian Rongxiu, whose aura was getting more and more inflated, and asked casually. At this moment, Qian Rongxiu did not pay attention to him, but continued to fight until the end. It won't be long before you won't be my opponent. Qian Rongxiu was inflated again. Now she has mastered the transformation of energy. With her divine body and this set of skills, the titled Douluo is not her opponent. If her seal is unlocked, she will be much stronger than before. You don't think you are the only one making progress, right? In your current state, I'm afraid you can't even beat Bibi Dong. In a few months Qian Rongxiu's progress is indeed visible to the naked eye, and it has greatly improved his inner world. It also perfected his conjecture. The faster the whole world absorbs the vitality of heaven and earth, the faster the inner world absorbs the power of the outside world. The essence of cultivation is a kind of plunder. The faster the plunder, the faster the natural growth. At this time, the entire inner world can be compared with Tiandu city, but the space is still very easy to break. It is even more unbearable than the previous Douluo continent. If Qian Rongxiu's cultivation is not kept by him now, otherwise her current strength is enough to blast this inner world and cause great damage to it. It also made Gu Yi realize that although he can bring people to the inner world to fight, if the battle between them is too intense, or the opponent's strength is greater than his, it is very likely that he will suffer the consequences. After all, the inner world is no longer just a special space formed by the mutated soul guide array, it is already connected to him. It belongs to the same fate. Impossible, I don't believe her strength will be faster than mine. During this period, she could easily feel the improvement of her own strength. Except when she was accepting the angel god assessment and inherited the angel suit god bone, she felt such a rapid increase in god strength. No matter how much Bibi Dong practiced, it was impossible to be faster than this speed. And even Gu Yi once said that his talent was the best in Douluo continent. And except for her, Qianrongxiu had never heard of anyone whose soul power could exceed level 10. I'm just telling you the facts. Whether you believe it or not is your business. I'll give you a suggestion. When you go to the fantasy world, it's better to hone your will and gain some combat experience. These are what you lack now. After Gu Yi left, Qianrongxiu worked hard again. She thought the distance between the two had been shortened, but she didn't expect that it was not shortened, but became larger. After returning from the inner world, Gu Yi also planned to go out. Although blindly practicing hard can improve his strength, the speed is still not ideal, and as his strength continues to improve, he still needs more insights. Going out can bring him more insights. However, this trip is not to go out, but to the future. At the beginning, he went to the past time and space with the power of time. At that time, he did not think about whether he could go to the future if he accelerated time and went along the river. Meet the future self. This idea has always existed in his heart, and now it is time to put it into practice. And the God realm does not leave him much time. Even he does not know how long the haze will be permeated in the Douluo continent today, and he does not have much time. With his current strength, it is difficult to fight against a second-level god, not to mention that there are 5 great god kings in the god realm, and the existence of these god kings is in units of 10,000 years, and they have long been at the peak of the god king realm. Even if he didn't have much confidence that he could win, he needed to go to the future to find more opportunities and find ways to quickly improve his strength. Even if the study of the sea god's godhead has become very obscure, it is obvious that the realm has not yet been reached. Chapter 382 Abnormal Space and Time. Let me see the future. With both hands stretched out in front, the power of time flowed out from his body and began to open a gap in the long river of time, enough to enter the gap. This time the speed is much faster than before, and the perception of the power of time is more profound. It is simply not comparable to the previous one. Gu Yi also stepped into it again. Countless pictures rushed towards him, and Gu Yi was not moved at all. The difference from before was that this time he was going downstream, but going downstream was more difficult than going upstream. The powerful force made it difficult for him to move, and only the power of time could help him here. Fortunately, his strength has been significantly improved this time. Although it is difficult, he can move forward. This time he did not move for a long time. After only going to the future for 10 years, he was separated from the long river of time. It's not that he doesn't want to go forward a few more years, but he can't walk anymore. The erosion of the power of time on him is much greater than before. The future doesn't seem to want to be seen. In 10 years, how much can he grow? Just as he stepped out of the long river of time, he felt something was wrong. Why is the space here so fragile? As he raised his hand, a ray of energy covered his palm. When he stretched it forward, a crack appeared in the space. Withdrawing his hand, the space crack could not heal for a long time. Logically speaking, after 10 years of growth, the current Douluo continent cannot be weaker than 10 years ago. And why can't I feel Tianwen Academy here? With a flash of his figure, Gu Yi appeared on the streets of Tiandu City. With the ability of space, although he was walking on the road, no one could see him. This time he didn't intend to disrupt any progress, but just look for future opportunities to see if he could improve himself faster, and at the same time learn from his future self. But the current situation makes him a little out of control. Tiandu City is still the familiar Tiandu City, but there is no statue of him, and no Tianwen Academy. Until half an hour later. Gu Yi has determined that this is not the future where he is. Time and space are different. After his understanding, this continent seems to be moving forward according to the original plot. Or he has never appeared in this world at all. Now it is 5 years after Tang San became a god. At this moment, the Douluo continent is completely dominated by the Tiandu Empire, which is not comparable to other empires. Even the Xingluo Empire, which was once as famous as the Tiandu Empire, dare not challenge it. Just because Tiandu has a god. Although this god has publicly said that he will not participate in battles below the god level, who can say for sure? When the Tiandu Empire is in crisis, this supreme sea god will choose to stand by and watch. After all, this sea god is famous for protecting his shortcomings. I've come to the original Douluo continent, but what can I do here? The Douluo continent is still turbulent. Even after 5 years, the remnants of the Wuhan Empire are still fleeing everywhere. Since the 2 gods, Angel God and Rakshasa God, were defeated by the Sea God, the Wuhan Empire has no resistance. Perhaps, the greatest resource in this world is people. The Douluo continent today respects the sea god. The statues of the sea god are built all over the continent. There are also many strong people. If these strong people are pulled into their inner world, they can naturally drive the growth of the inner world more quickly. It is precisely because of this that people have become the most precious resource. Moreover, Tang San in this world has become a god. If his soul can be captured into the world of the heart, it may bring a great increase. Although it has been 5 years since Tang San became a god, his current strength is definitely not that high. Even if he possessed the status of Shura god, his strength was at most a few points stronger than Qianrongxiu, and it was absolutely impossible for him to reach the level of a first-level god. However, Guyi did not intend to act too hastily. Since he had come to this world, he naturally had to plunder it well. Guyi wandered around Tiandu city without any scruples, not worrying that Tang San would find him. At this time, he put on another layer of time blockade outside the space barrier. In this way, although he was walking in Tiandu city, the time and space position were completely different from those in Tiandu city. Even Tang San could not find him. After all, Tang San did not have the same mastery of time and space as himself. Now the person in charge of the entire Tiandu city is Xuebeng, who has been hiding for many years. He is well managed, but there are still too many dirty things in the dark. In this world full of nobles, ordinary people have no right to be in charge. A few days later, Guyi summoned Qianrongxiu, who was still practicing martial arts in the inner world. That woman wants to, where is this place? Qianrongxiu's words suddenly stopped before she finished speaking. She felt that the space was much weaker than Douluo continent, and she didn't feel familiar. It was like being in the inner world. At this moment, he released Qianrongxiu, intending to let her see the outside world. It was just right for Qianrongxiu to fight with Tang San, who became the sea god. It was also a test of her growth during this period. In the past few days, he had seen Tang San from a distance. From his breath, his strength was not that strong. He had not yet fully mastered the power of the sea god and the power of the Azura god. He was indeed much stronger than Qianrongxiu before, but it was uncertain now. But if he took action, Tang San would only lose within 100 moves. This is another Douluo continent, but I don't exist here. Guyi did not hide anything from her, and directly sent a message to her mind, but he didn't have so much time to explain it to her. There wasn't much information, but Qianrongxiu took half a cup of tea to digest it this time, because the information was too shocking. It was simply sensational, even more shocking than when he was defeated by Guyi, who was originally immortal. There were actually 2 identical worlds. It completely broke her worldview. How could this happen? Qianrongxiu looked at him in shock, not daring to imagine that such a thing could happen. Guyi replied, "Time is a mysterious force. Even I can only glimpse the fur of it. I came to this world by mistake. We need to study time more carefully. Then can we go back?" Qianrongxiu's eyes were a little excited. If they don't leave this world, then she and Guyi are completely independent strangers outside this world, and she is the only one to accompany him. You don't have that annoying woman, and those Ying Ying and Yan Yan, Guyi belongs to her alone. Chapter 383, My Heart for Heaven's Heart. Going back is not a problem. Although we have come to this world along the long river of time, we are not from here after all. You don't have the power of time, so you can't feel the expulsion of this world from us. Hearing this, Qianrongxiu's eyes suddenly dimmed, and her wish was dashed. There was nothing in the original world that was worth her. I am reluctant to leave, but it is a pity that I cannot stay here with him for the rest of my life. Why did you call me out? Before, you have been staying in the inner world. Although your martial arts skills have improved rapidly, you still lack fighting with people. Especially fighting with real strong men of the same level. Guyi has said this now. If Qianrongxiu still doesn't know what he means, then she will have lived in vain. You want me to fight with Tang San in this world? It is indeed his purpose to teach a young man. Qianrongxiu's talent cannot be wasted. It is obviously a top priority to find an opponent of equal strength. Bibi Dong can be counted as one, but as long as Bibi Dong's strength reaches a higher level, Qianrongxiu will not be able to do it. Especially now that Douluo continent has become more powerful, perhaps not becoming a god can make the power of soul masters stronger. Besides, gods are just stronger people. Douluo continent can already withstand the existence of gods without suffering greater damage. Where is he? She also wanted to see how powerful the sea god in this world was, to be able to defeat herself and Bibi Dong, that disgusting woman. Although she didn't want to admit it, Bibi Dong's talent was indeed extraordinary. Tang San was able to defeat the two of them together, and his strength was obviously extraordinary. Don't worry, I've met him once, and he's quite powerful. You are probably not Tang San's opponent now. After all, he became a god with 2 god positions, and his strength should not be underestimated. If you go rashly, you are likely to fail. It's not that Guyi looked down on Qian Rongxiu, but it was the fact. Tang San's ability was not weak, and Qian Rongxiu was a very conceited and easily inflated character. Even if she had the upper hand, she might capsize in the ditch, which would be really funny. What are you going to do now? Qian Rongxiu didn't want to think about it. Since Guyi said that she was probably not Tang San's opponent, she would naturally find a way to make her stronger. She just needed to wait for him to assign tasks. Guyi had already thought about it for her. Qian Rongxiu's body, skills, and divine power have temporarily reached a bottleneck, and she needs some opportunities to improve. Now she can hone her skills, which is the most important step in martial arts cultivation. Condensing the will of martial arts. Only by concentrating the will of martial arts can one truly enter the door of martial arts. Although Qian Rongxiu has made great breakthroughs in skills, she is still wandering in front of the door of martial arts from the perspective of level. She has not yet entered. Next, I will block all your powers and turn you into a mortal. You will wander around in various places until you understand the will of martial arts. Then you can challenge Tang San. Qian Rongxiu resisted a little. It was easy to say that her divine power was blocked. After all, in addition to divine power, she also had physical strength. Ordinary soul masters could not withstand a few punches from her. But now Guyi wants to seal all her power, which means that she may not be able to defeat even low-level spirit masters. Even if she has skills that can surpass her strength, it is useless if she can't hit anyone. Too harsh. Even if you want to condense the martial arts will, you shouldn't be so serious, and how can you do it without strength? And the martial arts will you said is really so powerful that it can make you confident that you can defeat Tang San by comprehending the martial arts will. Let me see your martial arts will, so that I can have a direction. Qian Rongxiu did feel the martial arts will he displayed when she fought with Guyi, but at that time Guyi perfectly integrated all his powers together, and it was impossible to tell what the martial arts will was, and he had never seen the martial arts will. My martial arts will? Okay, I'll show you. Guyi did not choose to display the martial arts will on Douluo continent. If the movement was too big, it would be very likely to be discovered by Tang San. Qian Rongxiu is not ready now. He took her back to the inner world directly. Watch this. He stretched out his right index finger and placed it quietly in front of her, just a dozen centimeters away from Qian Rongxiu's forehead. Instantly, every cell in her body was telling her, "You will die, you will die." It was as if the whole world was pressing down on her. Facing the whole world, the slender, white finger continued to grow larger as she stretched it, and finally completely turned into a giant pillar. Her body trembled involuntarily, and she had no desire to fight him. In front of this finger, all she could do was surrender. Kaka. Qian Rongxiu's knees kept bending down, her veins bulged, her beautiful face became distorted, and she showed an unwillingness to admit defeat. Angels are the proudest and freest, flying in the sky, and have absolute control over the sky. How could they kneel down? Guyi didn't want her to kneel down, and when her knees were about to break, he put away his martial arts will. The sudden martial arts will caught Qian Rongxiu off guard, but fortunately, the martial arts she had practiced during this period were not in vain, and she immediately controlled her body without showing any embarrassment. What is the name of this martial arts will? Qian Rongxiu panted, her face covered with sweat, which kept dripping onto the ground. In just a few breaths, the effect of sweating was more than that of practicing for several hours. Martial arts is better than that of others. Guyi groaned, "My heart replaces the heart of heaven, and I use my infinite will to transform the pressure of heaven." When all living beings see this, they can only kneel and kowtow. See me, as if heaven is above. At the beginning, he used the flying knife skills to hone his martial arts will and initially completed the polishing of his will. It was not until he went out for training and continued to improve in battles that he achieved the current martial arts will. My heart replaces the heart of heaven. What a high intention! Qian Rongxiu has never thought so much. Strength is a tool to complete ideas, and only strength can satisfy her. It's really terrifying. Seal it, my will definitely not be weaker than yours. Qian Rongxiu looked at Gu Yi very confidently. Since she already has a goal, she will not give up easily. She is also a very proud woman in her bones. I will only give you 3 months. If you fail, you will have to fight Tang San. If you lose too badly, it will be a bad ending. Let's wait and see. When I defeat Tang San, it will be Bibi Dong's turn. Qian Rongxiu is very confident. As long as she wants, there is nothing in this world that cannot be done. Isn't it just a martial arts will? What's so difficult about it? It's just that the feeling of losing power is really uncomfortable. Qian Rongxiu moved her hands and raised her feet. She couldn't even beat when she was 6 years old. Chapter 384 I Want to be a Human. Start from here. I will wait for you in Tiandu City. Don't die on the road. You want to leave? Qian Rongxiu was a little flustered. After all, she has no power now. Once she encounters a few powerful soul masters, she will not have any resistance. Especially after knowing that the Wuhan Empire in this world has long been destroyed by the Tiandu Empire, and is hunting down the remnants of the Wuhan Empire everywhere. Although she is not from this world, Qian Rongxiu of this world has only had her cultivation abolished, but she is not dead. That means she is also the target of the Tiandu Empire's search. In her current situation, she can only deal with some ordinary soldiers without cultivation, and can only fight soul masters below level 30. No matter how strong she is, there is no way. If you don't experience life and death, how can you transform? You have lived too smoothly in your life. The process of cultivation is smoother and faster than anyone else. You have taken too many shortcuts along the way. You have never faced a life and death crisis. Although you are powerful now, you are still a rootless duckweed. You are no match for the strong people of the same level. Qian Rongxiu's face changed again and again. In Gu Yi's mouth, she was a useless waste. She could only grow into an angel god by relying on her innate advantages and the shadow of her ancestors. Since he said so, he really had to let Gu Yi take a new look at her. She, Qian Rongxiu, is not a pretty vase, nor is she a waste with only cultivation. I will be there. Qian Rongxiu did not say anything more to Gu Yi, and left here directly. As for how to move forward, it depends on her. Gu Yi also left directly, not worrying about Qian Rongxiu's safety. Just now, when he used his martial arts will, he had left a pressure on her. Unless he met Tang San head-on, no one could really hurt Qian Rongxiu's life. Even if he really met Tang San, he could rush to his side in an instant. Qian Rongxiu cannot die now, and she still has a great use for him, but he can't really let her go like this. After all, she still has to have some means to save her life. And she can't let her know, otherwise this will lose the meaning of training. The battle between life and death does not allow any distractions. She thought too much before, and her will was not condensed enough. Hundreds of kilometers away, 2 young ladies in coarse cloth were hiding in a mountain village. Their faces were covered with dust. They looked very simple, but they had very good figures. It's been 5 years. How has your strength recovered? I can't do anything. Tang San has destroyed all my foundations. It's impossible for me to return to the position of angel. There's no chance. After separating from Qian Rongxiu, Gu Yi moved directly to the far north. Perhaps now he can make Bing Di and Xue Di regain their bodies. Coming to this world makes everything possible. If it's a body, there is no doubt that only his own body is the most suitable. In the original time and space, the bodies of Xue Di and Bing Di had long been dissipated between heaven and earth because of sacrifice, leaving only the soul. Naturally, his own body would not exist, but coming to this world changed everything. Their bodies also exist in this world. As long as the souls of Bing Di and Xue Di in this world are extracted, they can occupy the magpie's nest and regain their bodies. The space of Douluo continent, which had not yet undergone evolution, was more easily broken. Gu Yi only took less than an incense stick of time to reach the extreme north. He locked onto the aura of the 2 of them in an instant and teleported directly over. Before Bing Di could react, he slapped her on the scorpion head and knocked her out. With almost no stop, he arrived at Xue Di's residence. Human. Just discovered Gu Yi, and before he could attack, he was knocked out by a slap. At this time, Bing Xingqing and Xue King Guyu also appeared beside him. Already saw the situation outside through Gu Yi's vision, but he was still shocked to see a being who looked exactly like him. Parallel time and space really exist. Xue King Guyu could even feel that the Snow Emperor in front of her was exactly the same as her in soul. As long as she occupied her body, she could achieve true resurrection. She could get rid of her soul body. This is really surprising. I didn't expect that there is another world outside this world. It is so similar to our world. Xue Qingguo couldn't help but sigh. She was also very glad that she chose to go with Guyi, otherwise she would not have seen such a magical scene, and how could she have such a magical experience? Xuer, now we can have a body. Bing Xingqing was particularly excited. Facing the appearance that was exactly the same as hers, Bing Xingqing did not show any mercy because she was another self. As an ice blue emperor scorpion, in order to protect her own tribe, her hands were already stained with blood. For her, the ice blue emperor scorpion in front of her, who was exactly the same as her, was just a stranger who could be wiped out at will. There would be no psychological burden. Xue Qingguo did not reply. Although she could truly be resurrected by occupying the body of the ice snow girl in front of her, she did not want to do so. It was not because she was soft-hearted and could not bring herself to kill someone with the same appearance as herself, but because she did not want to live as a soul beast this time. Moreover, even if the two had similar souls, it was not her original body after all. No matter how similar they were, there were very subtle differences. I will not possess Binger. I will wait until I can derive a body from the soul. It will not be too late to have a body then. You start. Guyi and I will protect you. Xue Qingguo did not want to influence others' thoughts. Since Bing Xingqing wanted to be resurrected through this body, she would not stop him. But when Bing Xingqing heard her say this, her beautiful eyelashes flickered, and her green eyes revealed confusion. I did not understand why Xue Qingguo would not take such a good opportunity and insist on something illusory. Even Guyi did not expect that Xue Qingguo would make such a choice. Why, there will be no problem for us to use this body, no different from before. Bing Xingqing could not figure out why she gave up. I just don't want to use someone else's body, even if this body is my own body to some extent, but I still don't want to. And if there is a chance, I want to be a human. In a sense, the ice snow girl can't be considered a soul beast. She is a spirit born and raised by nature, a third race beyond humans and soul beasts. It's just that in this world, there is only one spirit like her. Only the extremely cold environment of the far north can give birth to a natural spirit like the ice snow girl. Chapter 385 Jianrongxiu's Battle. After separating from Guyi, Jianrongxiu also tentatively observed the surrounding situation, and there was still luck in her heart. Perhaps Guyi did not leave. But no matter how she tried, she could not feel any breath of Guyi. Now she has no ability, and she can't know whether Guyi is around. The only way now is to comprehend the will of martial arts and go to Tiandu City. Only in this way can I see him again. Jianrongxiu moved her body a few times, familiarized herself with this extremely weak body, and punched the tree fiercely. Bang! A rustling sound rang in her ears, and the green leaves fell from the branches. The powerful force caused the tree to suffer an almost devastating blow. The leaves fell off, and although the outside of the trunk was not destroyed, the inside was already broken. It would not take a few days for it to become completely withered and lifeless. Although there is no divine power, no strong body, and even the soul is suppressed by Guyi. But relying on the skills that can mobilize the whole body's strength, it is not a very difficult thing to kill a big tree. However, I also feel the weakness of my body now. This kind of power can only burst no more than 10 times at most, which will damage my own meridians. I have lost my halo and become an ordinary person completely, no longer enjoying any privileges. Walking on the road step by step. A few days later, Jianrongxiu's face had a bit more murderous aura, and her golden dress was stained with blood. The aura on her body was also stronger than before, but her body seemed to have been injured. Although she had lost her terrifying strength, Jianrongxiu's stunning beauty was not covered. A weak woman, walking alone in the forest and on the road, how could she not be targeted by various bandits, even passing soul masters? Appearance is also a kind of wealth. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Fortunately, Jianrongxiu has good luck and has not encountered an opponent who exceeds the upper limit of strength. With the skill of mobilizing the whole body's strength, she successfully achieved a counterattack. The experience finally made Jianrongxiu see what a real battle is. She would do anything to win. As long as she could win, she could use any method. Her own combat system was about to be developed here, and it was because of this that she could maintain a strong aura even when she was injured. Here! They come again! Stopping, Jian Rongxiu had already sensed the enemies in the trees on both sides, and her brows furrowed slightly. However, she miscalculated this time. The people who surrounded her were not passing thieves or evil spirit masters, but the army from the Tiandu Empire. Surrender, don't resist in vain. More than 20 well-equipped soldiers suddenly jumped out on both sides of the road. They not only had spears, but also shields, and even bows and arrows. Obviously, this was a team with complete equipment and all kinds of arms. The person who spoke also walked out of the soldiers. He was a young man wearing a helmet and holding a sword. He looked at Jian Rongxiu with great excitement. This was not because of her appearance. Jian Rongxiu was indeed a one in a million beauty in the world, but the value she could bring far exceeded the value of being a woman. Even if Sea God Tang San had chosen to let Jian Rongxiu go in front of everyone, it did not mean that Xuebeng would choose to give up looking for someone who could threaten his position at any time. Even if Poseidon said it with certainty, who knows whether Jian Rongxiu will recover her strength like Tang San. The Emperor will not allow any danger to go unchecked, and will not give up even if there is only a slight possibility. Only by nipping any crisis in the bud can one sleep peacefully. Lonely and helpless, these 4 simple words carry the life and death of hundreds of millions of lives. Jian Rongxiu looked at the man in front of her and could feel the abundant soul power in his body. He was at least a soul master. He was definitely not someone she could defeat now. Jian Rongxiu was very self-aware on this point. She had not yet comprehended the will of martial arts, could not overwhelm others with her power, and her physical fitness was just that of an ordinary person. How could it be possible? However, it was absolutely impossible to let her surrender. Since she could only show her infinite potential in real battles, let me see where my potential was and whether I could complete the task through this battle. Get the upper hand. Jian Rongxiu chose to attack with force, only by taking the initiative first might there be a glimmer of hope. Hit him. At this time, Jian Rongxiu missed that this young man was not fighting her one-on-one, and raised her finger slightly. The archer hidden behind the shield soldier immediately shot out the long sword in his hand. Fighting alone? He was not so stupid, even if Jian Rongxiu's current cultivation was abolished and she was no longer the majestic angel god. But God knows what other means she has, although in his perception, Jian Rongxiu is just an ordinary person at the moment. It is still cautious to choose to use the archer. The distance between the archer and Jian Rongxiu is only about 10 meters. The arrow arrived in an instant, but for Jian Rongxiu who has already comprehended the transformation of energy, the arrow at this speed cannot hurt her. His feet stepped heavily on the ground, and his body also dodged leisurely and dangerously, and his purpose did not change. It was a dead end now, and the only way to survive was to capture the leader first. The young man only saw Qun Li dodge so quickly, and he was not surprised. It would be useless if he couldn't dodge. Sometimes he waved his arm lightly, and the shield soldiers who saw his action immediately stepped forward and blocked Jian Rongxiu's path, and at the same time, the spears came out from the gaps in the shields. As long as she dared to attack, she would suffer the taste of several spears piercing through her body. Not only that, the archers behind her also put their bows and arrows on and fired another round of volleys. However, unlike before, this time they were scattered widely, which meant that it was even more difficult to dodge than before. But these could not control Jian Rongxiu. Jian Rongxiu, who came to the Dunjia formation, did not continue to move forward, but raised her right leg and stepped heavily on the ground. The violent vibration almost made the Dunjia formation in front of her uncontrollable swaying body. Jian Rongxiu did not waste such a good opportunity. While the shield soldiers were still in chaos, she stepped heavily on the shield and attacked the leader of the team. Bang! Jian Rongxiu felt that she had not had time to react, and her abdomen was hit hard. She flew backwards and hit the tree trunk hard. The tree trunk that one person was hugging was easily broken, and she fell heavily. Your punch just now was really strong. If I were hit by you, it would be really troublesome. It's a pity that you are too slow. Jian Rongxiu had not recovered yet, and the young man who was originally behind the escape array came to her. Chapter 386 The Meeting of the Two Jian Rongxiu. A small road somewhere in Douluo continent. There are people who look so similar in the world. Two figures hid in the bushes 100 meters away, looking at the woman who was knocked to the ground. The woman with a very seductive look turned her head and looked at her companions. She was really surprised. Even the two of them were dressed in the same way. Could it be that he knew that the woman next to him was the real Jian Rongxiu? Otherwise, he would really doubt it. Yes, I even suspect that she gave birth to a pair of twins, but secretly wiped out one of them and sent it outside. Qian Rongxiu in this world looked at the woman who looked like herself and fell to the ground, and her heart was full of endless doubts. Should we save her? With our strength, we can save her without any effort. At that time, we only need to interrogate her a little and we will know the reason. Qian Rongxiu in this world was a little hesitant. Should we save her? It's time to save this woman. Although I don't know why there is a woman who is dressed and looks the same as me. But this is also an opportunity. An opportunity to get rid of the pursuers, as long as these people from the Tiandu Empire think that the woman lying on the ground is her, Qian Rongxiu. After that, there will be no more pursuers, and Hulina and I can live in peace without having to hide from place to place. But if this woman is saved, all the soldiers must be killed, otherwise it will expose their tracks, and no matter how cautious and lucky they are, they will be discovered. But she also wants to know the identity of this woman. This woman is exactly the same as her except that she does not carry any soul power. For a moment, she was a little hesitant. But before he or she could make a decision, the woman who had fallen to the ground suddenly shouted in their direction, "How long do you want to see?" Everyone present was frightened by her shout, and all the soldiers immediately became alert. Archers drew their bows and arrows, and shield soldiers immediately surrounded the captain, scanning the surroundings like eagle eyes. How is it possible? Qian Rongxiu clearly saw the woman looking at her, but she was 100 meters away and she was hiding in the bushes, so how could ordinary people see it? But she was very sure that the other party must have seen her, and shouted decisively, "Do it!" Hulina rushed out without any hesitation, and her body turned into a residual image in an instant. A few seconds later, she kept screaming and whispering before death. A minute later, including the young man at the soul sect level, all fell to the ground, their eyes wide open, obviously dying with their eyes open. The wealth and power that were originally thought of became a thing of the past at this moment, just a fantasy before death. Qian Rongxiu also got up from the ground. When she came to this world, she finally met an acquaintance from another world. At this moment, Hulina was more experienced than in her world, but her figure was better than in another world. After all, her soul power had improved. Before she started to speak, she suddenly saw red light flashing in Hulina's eyes, and she lost consciousness the next moment. It was obvious that she had been controlled. Qian Rongxiu, who was hiding in the bushes on the other side, came over. Now the situation could not allow them to be careless. Let's go first. The bloody smell here will soon attract a large number of people. Hulina nodded and directly mentioned Qian Rongxiu who was trapped in the illusion. The figures of the two quickly disappeared from the spot. They did this kind of thing not just once. They didn't know how many times they had done it in the past 5 years. An hour later, Hulina and Qian Rongxiu found a cave and planned to ask this strange woman here. The appearance was too strange, especially through such a close observation. Qian Rongxiu of this world could not find any flaws. It was not a disguise, and the clothes he wore were no different from what he had at the beginning. Except that he had no power, he was completely another person. Even his bloodline was the bloodline of the angel family. Tell me, who are you? Why are you here? Qian Rongxiu was also in an unconscious state at this moment, and he said his identity very obediently. I am Qian Rongxiu. When this sentence came out, Hulina and Qian Rongxiu were shocked. The enchanted Qian Rongxiu obviously did not lie, which means that she is also called Qian Rongxiu. Just saying this thing is creepy. Tell me your full identity. Qian Rongxiu couldn't help asking. But at this moment, Qian Rongxiu had already left Hulina's illusion, even if all her powers were sealed now. But there is one thing that even Guyi cannot seal now. That is the throne of the angel god. God cannot be insulted. She had already gotten rid of the control that went deep into her soul almost after she asked the first question. She answered the question just now. I didn't expect that I in this world would be so weak and fall to this point. Qian Rongxiu sneered. As an angel god, especially since her angel godhead was not damaged, she could naturally feel the remaining angel god power in the other party. How is it possible? You are just an ordinary person, how could it be? Hulina couldn't believe that the woman in front of her could easily break her charm. What is going on? This world? Who are you? Qian Rongxiu in this world stared at her closely, and a very scary idea came into her mind. Hearing her question, Qian Rongxiu laughed sarcastically, are you really me? How could you be so stupid? What made her most dissatisfied was that Jian Rongxiu in this world would actually break her own godhood to save Bibi Dong. It was simply outrageous. Jian Rongxiu walked out of the cave, and even she didn't expect to meet herself in this world here. And she looked so embarrassed. Why are you here? Jian Rongxiu in this world also walked out. Although the shock just now has not been completely digested, he has already understood that this woman has the same body and similar soul as him, and is from another world. Although it is difficult to accept, this is probably the fact. Jian Rongxiu did not answer her. She was too disappointed with herself in this world, and she really didn't want to have more contact with her. Stop! The figure of Jian Rongxiu in this world flashed, and immediately captured the woman walking in front. No matter how mysterious your origin is, you should have no power now. Tell us the truth of the matter. It can be seen that this woman is just pretending, and her power will not exceed that of the Soul sect. Himself and Hulina can easily control her. Chapter 387 Crazy Growth. Is the man you are talking about really so powerful? Hulina and Jian Rongxiu in this world expressed doubts. Traveling through time and space is completely unheard of. Not to mention that he can actually defeat Jian Rongxiu, who has become a god, as a mortal. It is simply too perverted. So much so that they were somewhat suspicious. If it was really as Jian Rongxiu said, their world and his world belonged to a very similar parallel time and space. It stands to reason that there should be a person named Gu Yi in this world, but they had never heard of such a person. No matter how well it was hidden, there would always be fluctuations when breaking through the realm. But there had never been one. Jian Rongxiu was also puzzled. I didn't know much about time and space. At least hundreds or thousands of times more powerful than you. Jian Rongxiu looked at the other self who had completely lost his godhood, with a bit of regret. Suddenly remembering something, he took out a book from his arms. Here you go. What is this? Jian Rongxiu and Hulina in this world asked curiously. This is a brand new method of cultivation, which is most suitable for people like you who have lost their martial souls to cultivate. I don't want to see my face on the head of a waste. Take it and practice well. As for the martial arts skills that were privately taught to Gu Yi, Jian Rongxiu didn't feel anything. She was the first person to know Gu Yi, and she also understood his pursuit and didn't care about her martial arts skills leaking out. It was completely different from those people on Douluo continent who kept their own soul skills tightly, fearing that they would be stolen by others. He even wished that people from all over the world would practice his skills so that they could better find loopholes in the skills and modify them. Jian Rongxiu and Hulina were immediately interested when they heard it. They took the martial arts secret book from her and opened it with great interest. All the knowledge in it was brand new to them. One method led to all methods. She had a vision that ordinary people could not reach, and at least she could see the quality of this skill. It was completely another system created outside the realm of soul masters. You can bypass the martial arts soul to start practicing. This person is really a great talent, I am far behind him. Jian Rongxiu in this world couldn't help but sigh. Once upon a time, she thought she was the most talented person in the world. If it weren't for lurking in the Tiandu Empire and delaying the best time for practice. She was soft-hearted and let go of Tang San, a rival who would cause endless trouble. Now it should be their Wuhan Empire, not the current Tiandu Empire, that is dominating the Douluo continent. Now that I see this book, I feel that my talent is too poor and cannot compare to this man I have never met. But this is normal. If I can be favored by myself in another world, I am obviously not an ordinary person. You don't need to tell me this. From today on, you will practice with me. I will not give you everything I know. After I defeat Tang San, I will hand him over to you to deal with. If you can't do it at that time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Even if you are me in another world, I will kill you without hesitation. As proud as she is, she will never allow herself to be so soft-hearted. Could it be that she sees that she has 1,000 connections with herself, and her current strength is indeed inferior to others, otherwise she would not teach her martial arts skills. When Tang San was mentioned, Jian Rongxiu and Hulina's eyes flashed with a few complicated expressions, but in the end they turned into determination. If they could do it again, they would not make the same choice as before. Seeing them like this, Jian Rongxiu stopped talking. No matter what promises she made now, she would know the real result only on that day. Now it's just empty words. The far north. When Shui Qingui refused to use the body of the Snow Emperor in this world, her reasons successfully made Bing Xingqing give up this idea. Anyway, there is still a long time, so there is no rush. Besides, if she really has a body, can she still be inseparable from Guyi like now? Guyi did not kill the two people in this world, but began to plunder resources in the far north. Now his inner world lacks too many resources. It is simply difficult to support a world with one person's strength. If he wants to rely on the inner world to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth, when can he truly become a world? Only plunder, non-stop plunder. Only by moving things from the outside world into the inner world can one increase strength faster and more rapidly. Especially in the far north, there are rare treasures like the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow, which naturally cannot be missed. With his current spiritual power can easily wrap up the entire far north, and there will be no problem at all. He can take whatever treasures are inside. No one in the world is his opponent. This is a huge treasure pot. Even if this Douluo continent has not been upgraded, it still has a great effect on the inner world in his body. Guyi can feel the improvement of his own strength every moment. The inner world is inseparable from his body, and the energy in his body is also increasing rapidly. This is the biggest benefit of creating the inner world, which can be quickly enhanced by refining resources. Time keeps flowing, Guyi wanders in any corner of the world, and he is naturally very comfortable with the two peerless beauties Bing Xingqing and Xue Qingguo by his side. Just like when the three of them traveled together in the Sun and Moon continent. The inner world is constantly digesting the resources that have been crazy invested in during this period. The area is constantly increasing, the height is constantly increasing, and the thickness of the ground is getting deeper and deeper. Everything is moving towards a better situation. As his power increased, his understanding of the vast power became more profound, just like a primary school student forcing himself to learn university knowledge. Now Guyi can barely be considered a high school student. Although he is not as good as the sea god, he can at least understand it. With his strength constantly evolving, this Douluo continent has become more and more fragile in front of him. The spatial solidification is too poor. You really want to hollow out the Sun and Moon continent? Xue Qingguo smiled as she watched Guyi move a large underground mineral vein into the inner world. This is the third mineral vein Guyi has extracted this month. These resources are very precious, and it takes thousands of years to nurture such a precious mineral vein. Even if the inner world grows faster, it takes a long time to grow to have a mineral vein of this level. Guyi will naturally not wait that long. Why not use it if there is a ready-made one? Especially when these mineral veins enter the inner world, Guyi can feel that the entire space has become more stable. The earth is also becoming thicker. These changes make Guyi very happy. It's not that bad. After all, if too many mineral veins are removed, it will cause too much damage to this world and may cause a catastrophe. Guyi didn't want to be the sinner who destroyed all living beings. He was not so crazy. Chapter 388 Tang San appears 3 months past in a flash. Guyi did not violate the agreement and came to Tiandu city. He found Jian Rongxiu's breath in the sunset forest more than 100 miles away. But what surprised him was that there were 2 other familiar breaths beside her. One breath was no different from Jian Rongxiu, probably Jian Rongxiu in this world. One breath was very similar to Hulina, probably her. But he didn't expect that Jian Rongxiu and Hulina, who had been on the run, dared to appear here openly. This is not a good thing. And looking at the appearance of the 3 of them, it is obvious that they have been getting along very well, especially in this world. Jian Rongxiu also felt the breath of martial arts. Just as Jian Rongxiu had expected, Guyi was not angry. People are changing every moment, so how can they rely on yesterday's skills? It seems she succeeded. Xue Qingguo was also amazed at Jian Rongxiu, whose aura was much stronger than 3 months ago. It is indeed not easy to comprehend the will of martial arts in just 3 months. Did you remember the time wrong? Besides, the place you agreed to was in Tiandu city. How can he find us if we hide in the sunset forest? Hulina asked. Don't say you are here. Even if you are at the end of the world, he can find us easily if he wants to. Don't use your thinking to look at this man. His strength is beyond your imagination. Jian Rongxiu was very respectful to Guyi, even though she showed in front of him that she wanted to defeat him and take him into her pocket. But in her heart, she had already convinced Guyi. It is really not easy for this man to get to this point now. From Shrek Academy, which had nothing, relying on his fantastic ideas and the courage to experiment, he reached a height that many people could not reach. I didn't expect you to respect me so much. A voice came into the ears of the 3 people. Jian Rongxiu and Hulina in this world immediately became alert, and their eyes kept looking around, but they never found any trace of anyone. Only Qian Rongxiu remained calm. Don't be alert, he is coming. As soon as the voice fell, 3 figures appeared in front of them. Qian Rongxiu, who was originally very enthusiastic about seeing Gu Yi again, saw the 2 women Shueqing Guyu and Bing Xingqing beside him, and her face instantly fell, and she turned away in dissatisfaction. Originally, she thought she was the only person in the world who followed Gu Yi to this world, but she didn't expect these 2 women to follow her. It's so annoying and hateful. Come on, show your results. Gu Yi didn't say any nonsense, just like that day, he also stretched out a hand in front of her .a finger. Even though she was angry, Qian Rongxiu still did not forget her purpose. With full confidence on her face, her martial arts will was still controlled. A breath of submission bloomed from Gu Yi's body. Next time, Qian Rongxiu would face a will as huge as the world. She still felt the huge pressure as before. As for the 2 women standing aside, they did not feel any breath coming. This was a test for Qian Rongxiu alone. Gu Yi did not look at them more. The result this time was different from the previous one. Qian Rongxiu's flawless white fists seemed to condense a ray of light, a golden light. It seemed to be burning. Gu Yi could also feel a breath fighting against him. Although it was nothing to him, it made her feel a little surprised. The wool condensed on Qian Rongxiu's fist was explosive and sacred, and it seemed to never stop burning. Even if the last bit of light was burned out, the enemy must be defeated. In less than a minute, the light on Qian Rongxiu's body dissipated, and she sat limply on the ground. Even if all the light was burned out, it still couldn't shake this slender finger. It was completely impossible to compete with it. Gu Yi was very satisfied with this. Qian Rongxiu had just comprehended the will of martial arts, and she was able to perform so well. It seems that these 3 months have made her experience a lot. There was also a murderous aura on her body. You performed well. With your current strength, you are enough to compete with Tang San. I look forward to your victory. He gently tapped her forehead, and the power that bound Qian Rongxiu on her body completely dissipated. Qian Rongxiu, who was originally slumped on the ground, flew up out of thin air, emitting a sacred light. The angel's divine armor attached to her body, and the angel's holy sword appeared in her hand. 6 wings were placed behind her in a regular pattern. At this moment, she was like a little sun, emitting all the light selflessly, illuminating all living beings like an angel. The aura exuded by Qian Rongxiu is much stronger now than before. If Bibi Dong doesn't make any big breakthroughs this time, it will be difficult for her to catch up with Qian Rongxiu. Unless she inherits the throne, or condenses the 3rd soul core. What a strong power! Hulina, who was standing on the ground, couldn't help but want to kneel down. This sacred feeling hasn't appeared for a long time. Even Qian Rongxiu couldn't compare to it. I'm going to meet Tang San in this world now. Just as he was about to fly to Tiandu City, he suddenly stopped. It seems that I don't need to take the initiative to find him. Qian Rongxiu looked at the empty front and could feel a figure rushing towards him. The speed was very fast. Qian Rongxiu, you actually recovered your godhood. A blue figure stood in the air, facing Qian Rongxiu, holding a sea god trident in his hand. The voice was extremely serious, and he looked at Qian Rongxiu, who had recovered her power, in shock. She had clearly shattered her godhood, and there was absolutely no possibility of recovery. Why could she recover? What secrets did she carry? Tang San could still feel that Qian Rongxiu exuded a power far beyond what she had before. Extraordinarily powerful. No wonder she was able to defeat her. She is indeed powerful. Qian Rongxiu observed Tang San. She was indeed good-looking, but she was still a little worse than Gu Yi, whom she liked, and her strength was far behind. Now she just wanted to defeat him. Who are you? Tang San suddenly noticed the people below, especially the woman who looked exactly like Qian Rongxiu, who was in front of him. There are actually 2 Qian Rongxiu in this world? Having become a god for 5 years, Tang San could naturally feel that there was almost no difference in the aura of the 2, except for the difference in strength. And the woman on the ground did have some angelic power left on her body. She should be Qian Rongxiu, who was fighting with him. Who is this person in front of him? Why can he have a 6-winged angel martial spirit and also have the position of angel god? Who are the strangers below? At this moment, Tang San had too many questions in his mind. But he soon put them aside. As long as he defeated the woman in front of him and captured all these people, he would naturally be able to find out the reason. Chapter 389 Tang San's easily defeat. No matter who you are, you can't leave today. Tang San has released his own power, and all the soul beasts in the Sunset Forest are suppressed by this terrifying power. The aura is much stronger than when Guyi first saw Qianrongxiu. 5 years of growth have allowed Tang San to initially master the vast power of the sea god. Even if his strength is not as good as that of a second-level god, it is definitely not far behind. I will only say this once. You must die here today. Qianrongxiu swung the angel sword in her hand. A solid sword energy contained the true fire of the sun, revealing all the martial arts she had comprehended in the past 3 months. The power was far beyond what she had ever achieved before. This sword directly cut through the space, and the sparks falling from the sword directly ignited a tree, burning fiercely. Looking at this sword energy that was strong enough to cut through space, Tang San also felt the terrifying power from it. This sword energy alone was much stronger than Qianrongxiu's 5 years ago, and there was no comparison at all. The two angel gods exerted completely different powers. Qianrongxiu, who was standing on the ground at this time, also showed a look of horror on her face. She never thought that the angel god could grow to such a level and have such terrifying power. If it were her at the time, she couldn't even take this sword. Guyi didn't show any surprise. After practicing with him for so long, if she didn't show this, she would be really incompetent. Tang San could feel that he was even locked by a force. In addition, the distance between the two was not far, so there was no possibility of evasion at this moment. He could only raise the sea god trident in his hand, which contained the divine power of vast power. Bang! The golden sword energy collided with Tang San's sea god trident, making a huge roar, and the place of collision even revealed the dark void. Just by taking this attack, Tang San actually retreated dozens of steps in the air. Even though the sea god trident in his hand did not change at all, it could be equivalent to 180,000 kilograms when facing the enemy, but the tiger's mouth was still cracked. Blood stained the sea god trident along his palm. Tang San also looked down at his hand. He fell into such a disadvantage with just one blow. What is the strength of this person? Just this collision made him know that he could not be the opponent of the woman in front of him. Damn, Xiao Wu is not here. As the sea god, he could not defeat the woman in front of him. He could only merge Xiao Wu's body, so that he had two powers and wore the sea god godhead and Shura god at the same time. The terrifying realm of coexistence of two gods has never existed in history. In that state, no one can be his opponent, not even this woman whose depth is still unclear. Still no one can be his opponent. This is Tang San's confidence. It also comes from the huge boost given to him by the Shura god. Tang San, you disappoint me so much. Qianrongxiu looked at Tang San, and didn't expect him to be so weak that he would be injured even if he took her attack. It's really disappointing. Qianrongxiu and Hulina on the ground had complicated eyes, and didn't expect Tang San to be defeated so easily. Qianrongxiu didn't leave Tang San any time to breathe, the 6 wings behind him beat the void, and the extremely fast speed made him come to Tang San in the blink of an eye. Tang San didn't even hear the sound of Qianrongxiu flying over, he only felt a sense of danger, and subconsciously held the sea god trident in his hand across his body. However, this subconscious action also made Tang San very fortunate, because at this moment the angel holy sword had already chopped the sea god trident. After retreating several dozen meters, Tang San also took this opportunity to use the magical skills in the sea god trident. These experiences were passed down to him by the previous generation of sea god, possessing incredible divine power. Especially the unstable wind wave, which is the best control skill in the world, which can control the enemy for 8 seconds and make it impossible for people to move. Even though the vast power attacked, Qianrongxiu did not panic at all. She could feel that her body was very sensitive and had a strong sense of crisis. It was not brought by mental power and soul, just like the 6th sense, it was a subconscious behavior. Flapping her 6 wings, Qianrongxiu's figure flew in the air. She did not choose to confront the attack head-on. After easily dodging it, she continued to fly towards Tang San. Hands were constantly waving golden sword energy. Tang San did not dare to take these sword energies easily now, after all, he had just experienced the horror of these attacks. After a few rounds, an unmatched force directly knocked Tang San down from the sky. It broke dozens of trees and created a big hole on the ground. Puff! Tang San fell to the ground helplessly, spurting blood from his mouth. He never expected Qianrongxiu to be so powerful. Especially the force that oppressed him, which made him unable to resist at all. If you only have this much strength, then there is only one way to die. Qian Rongxiu flew in front of him, standing in the air in the void, raising the angel holy sword in her hand and aiming at Tang San. She really became stronger. Becoming much stronger than before. Especially Qian Rongxiu felt that her divine power was very easy to control, like waving her arm. Very simple and easy. It was very different from the waste when she first became a god. She finally understood that the control of strength obtained from practicing during that period was not that simple. It made her control over strength unprecedentedly improved, and the power of the angel god was also tapped a lot. Everything gained from the sealing power was fully displayed at this moment. Someone is coming again. Qian Rongxiu looked up at the horizon and could feel a strong breath flying towards this side. Gu Yi naturally felt it as well, and could also sense a very strange breath from it. He had also had this kind of breath once before, but now he had expelled it. Xiao Wu. Tang San, who was lying on the ground, showed some joy on his face. This way he would not lose. No one in this world can defeat the two gods. In the physical world, even if Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong came at the same time, they would not be her opponents. In less than a minute, everyone present saw the owner of that breath. Wearing a pink dress, a braid down to the ground, and a pair of crystal high heels on her feet, she looked very sweet and cute, and a bit charming. She was indeed a beautiful woman. Third brother. Xiao Wu also saw Tang San at this moment, with a little worry in her heart, and immediately flew to his side. Qian Rongxiu did not choose to stop her. She had not yet had enough fun in this battle. Tang San in the state of sea god was not enough for her opponent. Gu Yi's promise to her was not just to defeat Tang San in the state of sea god, but to defeat Tang San in the state of the two gods. Chapter 390 The Power of Shura. Brother San, are you okay? Xiao Wu stretched out her hands to support Tang San, her eyes revealing a worried look, and her tone was extremely distressed, especially when she saw the damaged divine clothes on Tang San's body and the blood at the corners of his mouth. All of this made her feel distressed. I'm fine, but you came at the right time. Tang San held Xiao Wu's waist and held her tightly in his arms with both hands. Xiao Wu naturally knew why Tang San did this, and smiled. The power in his body burst out in front of him, and his figure slowly disappeared, completely merging into Tang San's body. Tang San, who had gained new power at this time, smiled at the corners of his mouth and stood up with the sea god trident. Two completely different auras appeared on his body, a blue figure appeared behind him, and the azure divine clothes on his body were replaced by blood-red armor at this moment. The originally blue hair also turned snow-white at this moment. On his left hand, a clear sky hammer with azure demon pattern condensed. As the power continued to infect, the clear sky hammer slowly turned into a giant sword at this moment. You should regret not killing us directly just now. From now on, you no longer have any chance of winning. Give up and tell me your origins. Tang San ascended to the sky again and stood opposite Qian Rongxiu. The power revealed on his body was enough to overwhelm Qian Rongxiu. Even after 5 years, he still hasn't fully mastered the power of the Azura God King. The power of one of the 5 great God Kings is too strong and cannot be mastered overnight. But this is enough for him to turn defeat into victory. I've been waiting for you to be like this. You were too weak before, and I couldn't even muster the heart to fight. The real battle is only beginning now. You're stubborn. Tang San didn't plan to continue persuading her. He raised the blood sword of Azura in his hand. The blood-red power of Azura attacked Qian Rongxiu with terrifying pressure. This was the power of the 5 great gods. It was enough to crush any first-level god. Even the angel god and the sea god, who had power beyond the first-level gods, could not be the opponent of the Azura God King. It was just that Tang San was not the Azura God King now, and his understanding of the Azura God power was very shallow. Although Tang San did have an advantage in divine power, Qian Rongxiu's training during this period was not in vain. Especially the martial arts while she had realized now, she might not lose to Tang San in the competition of divine power. Qian Rongxiu was completely transformed into a sun angel at this moment, and the angel sword in her hand was shining with endless light, especially the martial arts while she mastered in her own martial arts god position were extremely appropriate. Having the terrifying power of the sun that is indestructible and burning fiercely is enough to strengthen the angel power. The blood-red Shura power and the golden sun true fire collided with each other, and at this moment the entire sunset forest was completely covered with blood-red and golden colors. All power turned into the root of everything, and the space was shattered at this moment. Tang San was also shocked that Jian Rongxiu could fight with him to such an extent. Especially himself who had attached the Shura god. This is too outrageous. When did the angel god have such terrifying power? Despite this, Jian Rongxiu was still forced to retreat. There is still a big gap between the first level god and the god king. Even if he has comprehended the martial arts will, the time is too short, and there is no time to understand and feel the power more deeply. There is no way to perfectly integrate it into his own strength. If you fail to kill the snake, you will be hit back fiercely. Tang San has the education of the hidden weapon sect in his previous life, as well as various key points in the Xiantian treasure record. He will not have the same chance as Jian Rongxiu, and the huge wings behind him drive his body to fly continuously. The Shura blood sword did not hesitate at all, and slashed down directly, just like the attack Jian Rongxiu had made on him just now, but now it was completely reversed. Jian Rongxiu was knocked to the ground directly, but she was in a better state than Tang San before, at least she landed on her feet. However, her neatly combed hair was also blown very messy by the huge wind pressure just now. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Why don't you go to help? On the other side, Hulina, who was watching Jian Rongxiu being knocked to the ground, shouted anxiously. In the past 3 months it also made the three of them form a friendship. Now seeing Jian Rongxiu at a disadvantage, they naturally feel worried. Jian Rongxiu in this world also looked at him, expecting him to help. But what he got was Guyi's cold words. This is her mission. If she can't even beat Tang San, it can only be said that this period of time is wasted. Just as they were talking, Jian Rongxiu was hit by Tang San again and flew dozens of meters away. Although she was not seriously injured, her aura became a few points weaker than before. She was also in a somewhat embarrassed state. But her clear eyes showed a firm look, and she did not feel worried or lose her fighting spirit because of the temporary disadvantage. Martial arts are inherently more courageous, and only by continuous fighting can one's own strength be improved faster. Especially the martial arts will, which requires iron-blooded fighting to accelerate improvement. Even if Jian Rongxiu and Hulina in this world wanted to help, they did not have any power to show off. Before she could even attack Tang San, she might be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Give up, you are not my opponent. The blood-red light that emanated from Tang San carried a terrifying killing aura, and the murderous Shura god suit made him look cold and serious. The surrounding space seemed to be affected. Come again. The sun's true fire on her body burned more fiercely, with no sign of extinguishing. Even after the battle just now, the divine power was weakened a bit. But even so, her voice was particularly fierce, with endless sharpness and explosion, and she took the initiative to meet it. Tang San did not dare to switch to the sea god position easily. Only by relying on the powerful power of Shura god could he fight Jian Rongxiu. He understood this very deeply. Even if he had the power of these two god positions, he could only calculate his strength as if there was only one at this moment. And he was also a little worried, especially after several rounds with Jian Rongxiu, he could easily feel her power slowly increasing. Especially the fierce sun fire, it seemed to melt his divine clothes. If it weren't for the protection of Shura's divine power, he might not win. I can feel that your power is weakening. But my power is constantly surging. Jian Rongxiu laughed crazily. The constant fighting and the constant damage to her body have made her crazy. Only by constantly fighting and fighting. Chapter 391 Dazzling Sun Fire. After hundreds of rounds, Jian Rongxiu's angel divine clothes have become a little tattered. Blood flowed on the clothes, symbolizing the holy and sacred angel holy sword. The handle was already covered with the blood of the sword holder. There is a very strong gap between the God King and the first level God. Even if Jian Rongxiu is trying her best to catch up, there is still a certain gap between her and Tang San. With a bang, Jian Rongxiu fell from the sky to the ground again, and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Being able to fight until now is already a great growth. After all, Tang San is not a pushover. 5 years is enough for him to have a little understanding of Shura's power. What a pity, it's still a little weaker after all. The Shura blood sword in his hand glowed with blood-red light, pointing forward at Jian Rongxiu on the ground, speaking in an extremely solemn and sharp voice. Shura, judge. The Shura power containing the power of judgment flew directly towards Jian Rongxiu. This attack was not to kill Jian Rongxiu. It was to abolish her position as a god. The Jian Rongxiu in front of him had a mysterious origin and must have a huge secret hidden in her body. It is absolutely impossible to kill her so simply and hastily. You must get the information you want from her. This is the most important thing. Looking at this extremely powerful Shura power, she knew that she had lost. The power in her body was not enough to support her to take such a powerful attack. First, she fought with Tang San, the god of the sea, and then fought with Tang San, the god of Shura. The divine power had long been insufficient, and the body was constantly feeling empty. She did not feel desperate after falling into defeat, but her eyes were filled with incomparable loneliness. After fighting to this point, she was defeated by others again. She glanced at Guyi, who was standing beside Hulina and Qian Rongxiu in this world. She found that he did not make any move. Even if she was in such a desperate situation, she still had no intention of helping. Will he really not help? The Shura divine power was getting closer and closer, but Guyi still did not make any move. Obviously, he did not intend to save her. Seeing this scene, Qian Rongxiu laughed at herself. After all, she overestimated her position in his heart. The Shura sword energy was getting closer and closer, but Qian Rongxiu did not choose to give up. Even if she lost today, she had to lose with dignity. She could not bring shame to the angel family. She raised the angel holy sword in her hand high, and released all the power that could be mobilized in her body. The throne began to burn at this moment. She's going to fight to the death. Qian Rongxiu, who had experienced this, shouted immediately. Once the throne is burned, it means that Qian Rongxiu will no longer be an angel god. If she goes too far, even her martial soul will disappear and break. Go help her quickly. She's already fighting hard. Even if she wins in the end, her cultivation will be wasted. Qian Rongxiu in this world anxiously shouted at Guyi. But this cold man didn't do anything at all. It was as if he didn't care about Qian Rongxiu at all, even if she died in front of him. At the last moment, Qian Rongxiu looked at Guyi with affection, and the angel sword in her hand burst into an extremely dazzling flame. At this moment, all the strength turned into a sharp blade attacking Tang San. Tang San, standing in the sky, didn't expect that Qian Rongxiu, who had fallen completely below, could still release such a terrifying attack, and he was not even sure that he could block it. Break it for me! Qian Rongxiu shouted loudly, with incomparable firmness in her voice, and the golden sword energy carrying the fiercely burning sun fire instantly broke the judgment power released by Tang San, and flew towards Tang San with undiminished power. This sword was no longer something Tang San could block. His strength was not much higher than Qian Rongxiu, and he could only suppress her by relying on the position of Shura god. Now the light from Qian Rongxiu's hand was enough to erase this gap. Tang San couldn't even think of any good way to block this sword. He could only try desperately. He had called out the blood-red Shura god armor just to block this sword. Qian Rongxiu could burn the god's position without regard for the consequences, but he couldn't. It's not just Xiaowu as the scabbard of the sea Shura god. Once the Shura god's position disappears, Xiaowu may also. Another point is that Shura god is obviously stronger than the first-level gods such as the sea god, angel god, and Rakshasa god. If it burns like this, it's really a bit reluctant. As long as you can block this sword, no matter how serious my injury is, as long as you switch the god's position, you can maintain your combat effectiveness. One side is fighting with everything. One side is going all out. The final result is still unknown. The golden sword energy streaked a dazzling light in the air, and the Shura divine power released by Tang San to protect his body presented two completely different colors. In the blink of an eye, the golden sword energy covered with the true fire of the sun bombarded the protective shield created by Tang San, and the flames instantly enveloped the entire protective shield. Continuously eroding the Shura divine power, the sword energy was also constantly trying to break through the protective shield set up by Tang San. In just 3 breaths, the protective shield was broken. The middle door was wide open, and even if Tang San wanted to react at this time, he couldn't react. The golden electric sword energy instantly penetrated his chest, and the Shura divine suit on his body was like paper, passing through his chest directly, leaving a brilliant color on the horizon. Originally, Tang San, who was high above and standing in the sky, was like a wild goose with broken wings, falling directly to the ground. Win! Qian Rongxiu looked at Tang San, who fell to the ground in disbelief. She really didn't expect that Qian Rongxiu's all-out attack would have such an effect. It is really the brave who wins. Who told you that you won? At the critical moment, Tang San moved his body half an inch to the right. Although he was hit in the chest, his heart was not injured. And don't forget that Tang San has another god position. The powerful strength of the sea god position is enough to restore his body. This battle can be rested at half-time. Qianrongxiu and Hulina in this world have not understood what Guyi meant by this, but his figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already beside Qianrongxiu. It's really embarrassing. It's so hard to beat Tang San. Guyi mocked him as soon as they met. The time you set is too harsh. In 3 months, I can only condense the will of martial arts. If I really want to perfectly integrate it with my own power, it will take at least half a year. But why did you come here? Didn't we agree that you would not do anything even if I was beaten to death by Tang San? Why, you changed your mind now? Qianrongxiu was a little unconvinced. If she had completely mastered the martial arts will, she would not have lost this battle. Chapter 392 The switch of martial arts will lies in Guyi. I will not interfere in this battle. If you are really such a waste and get killed, I will kill Tang San, which can be regarded as revenge for you. It's just that there are 2 people on their side, Swa will give you a chance to recover. A grey airflow appeared in the palm of his hand, and in Qianrongxiu's surprised eyes, a palm print was printed on her vest. The grey airflow enveloped Qianrongxiu in an instant, without any restraint, and Qianrongxiu didn't even know what these airflows were. It can only be seen with the eyes, but it cannot be sensed. It is clearly here, and even spreads into every inch of the body, but it can't be felt no matter what, it is completely empty. The changes did not stop. The angel god paws at Ione's back. Qianrongxiu immediately felt that she was surrounded by warm light, and the angel god position that had been squandered before returned to her body at this moment, becoming an angel god again. Qianrongxiu, who was standing not far away, almost popped her eyes out. She was once an angel god. Even though she no longer had the angel godhood, she could still feel the angel godhood and godhood. Originally, the other Qianrongxiu had burned the angel godhood as well as she did, but now after such a horrifying change, the shattering and dissipation of the angel's throne was reversed. Another Qianrongxiu was now wrapped in a sacred light. This is impossible. Tang San had already put away the blood sword of Azura, and at the same time, the Azura god's clothing on his body also disappeared behind him and turned into a huge figure, turning into a blue god's clothing. This was the first throne he inherited, and it was also the throne he obtained after many tests. Holding the sea god trident in his hand, his originally calm face showed horror and disbelief. Everything was so weird. Qianrongxiu had already burned the throne, why could it return to her? Who is this man who suddenly appeared, and what is his ability to reverse the dissipation of the throne? Wait! Tang San suddenly thought of the dark demon evil god tiger he met a few years ago, which seemed a little bit like this. It can restore a person's body to the state of 6 years old, but that ability is not even controlled by the dark demon evil god tiger itself. When it entered that special environment, it also became smaller. Will it be the same kind of power? He was full of doubts. Not long after, Qianrongxiu was resurrected with full blood, and there was not even any scar on her body. The blood-stained divine clothes were restored to their original state, and her hair was not messed up. This is your last chance. I will not provide you with any help. If you lose, it can only be considered as a waste. Watch me, I will not lose this time. Qianrongxiu showed confidence on her face. If she could not defeat Tang San in this state, she might as well die. It would be shameful. Tang San on the side also heard their conversation. He was angry immediately. He was the sea god and the Azura god in one body, but now he was treated as a whetstone, a stepping stone, and a chess piece for people to grow. Tang San was so proud that he could not stand such an insult. Who are you? Tell me your name. Don't hide like a mouse in the dark. It's annoying. Guyi glanced at him coldly and said nothing. He returned to his previous position. Trash talk had no effect on him. Who cares about the barking of a dying man? Just because Guyi didn't care didn't mean that others didn't mind. Shueking Guyu and Bing Xingqing both wanted to rush up and fight Tang San. They existed in Guyi's spiritual sea as souls. The source of power did not come from themselves, but from Guyi. The growth of spiritual power has never slowed down. It's no problem for the two of them to beat Tang San together. Don't be angry, watch the show. Holding the hands of the two women, he soothed Shueking Guyu and Bing Xingqing, whose eyes were cold. Qianrongxiu and Hulina on the side couldn't help but shiver. It's so cold. Just that moment, they felt like they were about to be frozen. It was too scary. Hulina was better off, but Jian Rongxiu in this world was not feeling well. Sure enough, a woman who could stay with such a man would not be a simple person. I wanted you to die peacefully, but now it seems that I have to break all your bones and let you die in pain. Jian Rongxiu's golden pupils seemed to be emitting flames, and a fierce breath was released from her body, even making the space scorching hot. The angel's holy sword was burning with flames, much stronger than before, like a little sun. The light shone between heaven and earth. The martial arts will was taken to a higher level at this moment. I didn't expect her to care about you so much. You were so stimulated by someone's words that even her martial arts will was improved. She really loves you very much. Shui King Guyu looked at the scene in front of her with a smile, and did not forget to turn her head to look at Guyi. Obviously, she was a little jealous. From the first meeting, from Shui Di to the current Shui King Guyu, she has changed a lot, and Guyi has also changed a lot. However, the feelings between the two of them were also more profound. They were cultivated every time they fought with all their strength and sacrificed themselves. Tang San also naturally felt Jian Rongxiu's current state, which was much stronger than before the battle, but now he was much weaker than before the battle. With the superposition of the two, he really had to fight hard this time. Jian Rongxiu, who had recovered, did not choose any tentative attacks. She directly faced Tang San's vast power of the sea god, waving the angel holy sword like the wind, and came to Tang San in just a few breaths. No skills, all brute force. Sword after sword slashed on the sea god trident, and the recoil force made her palm numb, but she still didn't care. Tang San had a hard time resisting her reckless attack, and it could even be said that he was retreating step by step. He was not her opponent at all. Jian Rongxiu's attack was too fast, and she couldn't even use the Tang sect hidden weapon, Guanyin Tears. Half of his body was numb, and his knuckles had long been cracked by the sword attacks, with blood flowing. This time, there was really no way to save the situation. Bang! Tang San could no longer resist the power of the angel sword and the scorching sun true fire. He bent his arm, and the sea god trident fell heavily on his chest. Fortunately, the trident acted as a buffer and resistance, otherwise he would have been split in half by this sword. Jian Rongxiu's strength seemed inexhaustible, and the attack came again. Crack, crack! The hand bone holding the sea god trident was broken, and now she could no longer hold the sea god trident, and fell heavily to the ground, and the whole person fell to the ground. Lost the ability to resist. A ray of light flashed, and Xiao Wu's figure also appeared beside Tang San. At this moment, her condition was also very bad. Especially her chest was oozing blood, and her breath was very weak. When she merged with Tang San. If Tang San was injured, she would naturally be injured as well. It was nothing when they merged, but now that they are separated, with her strength before she became a god, it can be considered a serious injury. If she is not treated, she will die soon. Xiao Wu! Tang San shouted worriedly. Chapter 393 Tang San Xiao Wu's death. Third brother, I'm fine. Xiao Wu struggled to get up, but the injuries on her body were too serious to allow her to stand up again. The tone was very weak, and every word she said seemed to take away a breath, and the blood stained the ground red. Jian Rongxiu landed in front of them, pointing the angelic sword in her hand straight at them. As the sea god, Tang San was far from her opponent. Without the slightest mercy, the angelic sword in her hand burst out an angelic divine power, which flowed directly into Tang San's body. She said that she would break all the tendons and bones in Tang San's body, and she did it. The bursting angelic divine power surged wildly in Tang San's body, constantly destroying the energy in his body and breaking his tendons and bones at the same time. Let it shatter! Ah, ah, ah! Tang San screamed in pain, which was simply unbearable pain. All the bones in his body were shattered at this moment. If it weren't for the sea god's divine power and the Shura god's divine power protecting him at this moment, he would have died long ago. The vitality of the gods is also limited. Third brother. Although Xiao Wu was not attacked by Jian Rongxiu, she was in unbearable pain at this moment, and the pain in her heart far exceeded the pain in her body. The voice became hoarse, and the pupils were full of bloodshot. Jian Rongxiu ignored Xiao Wu's screams, but shouted to Guyi and others. It's your turn to come over. Remember what I said at the beginning. If you can't do it, I will understand you personally. Jian Rongxiu's face was very cold. For Jian Rongxiu and Hu Lina, who were extremely weak in this world, he and Guyi would eventually leave this world. It would still be handed over to them. If they couldn't do it now, how could they control the world? Gu Yi brought the two women to Jianrongxiu and said indifferently, just barely qualified. On the other side, Jianrongxiu and Hu Lina from this world also came here. Looking at Tang San, who was lying on the ground without any resistance, I really didn't expect Jianrongxiu to actually defeat Tang San. Now it's time for them to make a decision. Can they kill them? Jianrongxiu handed the angel sword to herself in this world, kill him. Jianrongxiu in this world held the angel sword again, and felt the endless power from it, as if she had returned to the time when she had the angel god. At that time, she was omnipotent, and no one was her opponent. It was not like Tang San was saved by the gods of the god realm and successfully resurrected, so the final winner could never be him. Jianrongxiu in this world did not hesitate at all, holding the angel sword tightly with both hands, aiming at Tang San's chest. It's time to pay back. Without the slightest hesitation, she stabbed down with both hands. Even if Tang San was wearing the sea god's armor now, he could not resist the sharpness of the angel sword. It easily broke the sea god's armor and completely pierced Tang San's heart, just like when he was pierced through the heart by Tang San with Guanyan's tears, but now it was tit for tat. The eyes gradually lost their spirit, and Tang San gradually lost consciousness. Xiao Wu wanted to move but couldn't. She could only watch Tang San completely lose his vitality, but she couldn't do anything. On the other side, Hu Lina also didn't hesitate at all. Tang San had been killed by Jianrongxiu, and now there was only Xiao Wu. Also directly destroyed her vitality. Seeing the two of them so decisive, Jianrongxiu was very happy. At least they would not be as weak and incompetent as before. Gu Yi was also not idle. He directly imprisoned the souls of Tang San and Xiao Wu, leaving them no room to disappear. Sent them into the world of the heart. Let them add bricks and tiles to their world and contribute the last bit of value. Let's go. This world can't provide me with much help. It's time to go back. Most of the things in this world that are beneficial to him have been obtained, and he even found a piece of living gold again. This thing contains a lot of vitality, which is enough to greatly improve the inner world. Jianrongxiu felt a little disappointed when she heard this. After all, although this world was very similar to the previous one, she had never played here with Gu Yi. Why don't we stay here for a few more days? I want to study the martial arts will again. Gu Yi shook his head. No, killing Tang San has exposed us. The God realm will soon know our existence. Staying here will only attract the God King. We can't be their opponents in our current state. I can only choose to go back. After hearing this, Jianrongxiu finally chose to leave here with Gu Yi. After all, the safety of the two is the most important, especially Gu Yi's safety. Only if Gu Yi exists can they return to another world. Without Gu Yi, it is meaningless in any world. After all, Gu Yi is her only support in this world and the only person she wants to get. Help her. Jianrongxiu pointed at herself in this world and said to Gu Yi. Without the help of God-level power, even if they have now eliminated Tang San and Xiao Wu, they still cannot rebuild the Wuhan Empire. Gu Yi glanced at them and did not choose to help. This matter has nothing to do with me. It's time to go. Using the power of time in this world has a great impact on him, especially since he just helped Jianrongxiu recover from the injuries she suffered before. Although she was not injured, she was also under some pressure. Now if he helps Jianrongxiu sincerely go back to 5 years ago, she might be seriously injured. He needs to rest for a while. I will get along well with Bibi Dong after I go back. Is that enough? Jianrongxiu made a great concession. Bibi Dong is really her lifelong enemy. Now she is willing to make concessions for these two people. Gu Yi looked at her deeply. He didn't expect Jianrongxiu to make such concessions. It really made him unexpected. After all, according to Jianrongxiu's previous personality, no matter what happened, she would not choose to give up even if the sky collapsed and the world was destroyed. It seems that this 3-month journey has changed her a lot. Okay, I'll help her. Jianrongxiu has a strong talent and will be able to play a great role in the future battle with the God realm. Helping her eliminate some psychological problems at this moment can also allow her to grow better. Perhaps combined with martial arts, Jianrongxiu can truly reach the level of a first-level god before the arrival of the God realm. Stand in front of me. A grey airflow appeared in Gu Yi's hand again. This was not the world he was in, and it was difficult to use the power of time. Chapter 394 The God Realm noticed. Jianrongxiu in this world stood in front of Gu Yi with some trepidation, and there was also some shock in her eyes. She really didn't expect that he could recover the angel god position that she had lost 5 years ago. And there were some doubts in her heart. What exactly is the relationship between this man and Bibi Dong? What conflicts do I have with Bibi Dong in another world? 5 years have passed. Fortunately, Jian Rongxiu's strength has not changed much during this period, at least she does not need to consume more time power. Return or move forward, the time power consumed by each person's time is different. For example, just now, restoring Jian Rongxiu's damaged angel position consumed a lot of time power. But if it is returned to the time of an ordinary person, it is just a matter of raising your hand. Activate the time power again. As a person who experienced it firsthand, Jian Rongxiu felt that her body was undergoing a very wonderful change. In just 3 minutes, Jian Rongxiu's body suddenly had some bloodstains and damages, and she screamed in pain. Ah! What did you do? Hu Lina immediately became alert. She originally wanted to restore Jian Rongxiu's position, but now her body suffered some unknown wounds. Even standing here, she did not find how these wounds appeared. Gu Yi did not answer, and concentrated on using the time power. 10 minutes later, a trace of blood suddenly overflowed from the corner of Gu Yi's mouth, and the same grey airflow began to appear on his body. The difference was that these airflows were tightly attached to his body, as if to tear his body apart. Oh no, stop quickly! Shueking Guo shouted loudly. Time backlash is coming. Even for Gu Yi now, it is not easy to go back 5 years. If it is in the original world, Gu Yi can't do it even if he uses it to death. After all, Douluo continent has been upgraded, and time has become more solid. It is not so easy to use. Gu Yi shook his head slightly. He has already reached this point, and only the last step is left. How can he give up? Jian Rongxiu didn't know what happened, and she only had a vague understanding of the power of time. I don't know how big the consequences will be, otherwise it would be impossible for Gu Yi to take a huge risk to save himself in this world. No one is more important than him. 20 minutes later, bleeding began to flow from his body. At the same time, Jian Rongxiu, who was standing opposite him, was also very miserable, with more and more blood on her body. Until a ray of light bloomed. The once proud angel god returned to the world again. The six-winged angel martial spirit behind him appeared again. A golden angel holy sword condensed out of thin air and was tightly held in her hand. Pieces of angel god clothes merged into her body. Seeing this scene, Gu Yi finally put down his hand, stopped the power of time, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. The pressure just now was really a bit too much. Come here quickly, we must leave immediately. Gu Yi looked at the sky empty, already can feel a sight, if not leave now really cannot leave. Shueking Guyu and Bing Zinking without any hesitation directly plunged into Gu Yi's spiritual sea. Jian Rongxiu just looked at herself in this world, and also entered Gu Yi's inner world. See you again if we are destined to meet. Gu Yi without any hesitation, directly opened up a time vortex in front of him, jumped into it. The journey home began. These 3 months, it is really a fantasy journey. Hu Lina couldn't help but sigh, all this is like a dream. If Jian Rongxiu hadn't stood in front of her majestically at this moment, she would really think it was a dream. An unprecedented beautiful dream. Yes, who would have thought that there is a world outside the world? However, this favor will be returned one day. Jian Rongxiu looked at the place where the time vortex disappeared, secretly vowed, don't like to owe favors at all. Stepping into the long river of time, Gu Yi's condition was extremely bad at the moment. If it wasn't easier to return to the city than coming here, I'm afraid this time might be dangerous. Even so, Gu Yi still forced the time vortex open and jumped out of it. Return to this world. However, he could no longer control his body and fell heavily to the ground. But before his body touched the ground, 2 small jade hands grabbed him. Shueking Guyu and Bing Zinking supported Gu Yi's arms on the left and right, preventing him from landing. I told you to show off, now it's over. You've seriously injured yourself again. Time has left traces on Gu Yi's body. The body is covered with grey scars, which are traces of the flow of time power, and only the power of time can remove such traces. It's not very difficult. Compared with the gains of this trip, this little injury is nothing. The inner world and the world of the heart have been greatly enhanced. The gold of living beings and Tang San's soul are both extremely powerful treasures. It's not a loss at all. It's a pity that Tang San was killed too early, and he hasn't plundered the population resources of another world. It's such a pity. Otherwise, the inner world can be further improved. Can a world without life still be called a world? If it weren't for the fact that his strength is not enough now, Guyi even wants to swallow up the Douluo continent of another world into the inner world, so that it can truly transform into a world. However, Guyi believes that this day will come in the near future. By then, he will be the god of Douluo continent, the only god. It's very easy to collect faith or anything else. Guyi also released Jianrongxiu. After this trip, the inner world no longer needs Jianrongxiu in it. After all, the changes she brings alone are very limited. Now is different from the past. The inner world is no longer a place that Jianrongxiu can promote growth. Remember what you said before. Although I have released you now, I still cannot stop exploring the martial arts. This world will soon have an unprecedented war. Without the strength of a first-level god, you will surely die. Guyi told Jianrongxiu that the god realm would attack Douluo continent, so that she could have a sense of urgency. Practice well and don't waste your own talents. I know. Anyway, with my current strength, it's easy to deal with Bibi Dong. There is no sense of accomplishment in bullying a mortal. After she becomes a god, I will have a fair duel with him. But is your body okay? It's all my fault that I shouldn't have asked you to save her. For Bibi Dong, you really don't even want your life. Jianrongxiu's tone was a bit blaming. After all, no woman can tolerate her beloved man giving up his life for a woman. It's not all for Bibi Dong. Although the inner world allows you to practice martial arts without distraction, you still need to go out into the big environment to experience. This step is very important to you. Even the previous 3 months have not had enough impact on you. You need to continue to hone your skills. Chapter 395 The plan to destroy the empire begins. Tiandu City. Although he and Jianrongxiu stayed in another world for 3 months, the time in this world did not change. It was still the time they just left, and at most 5 seconds had passed. This is the charm of time. Even in the same parallel world, there are completely different time rivers. Before, he just jumped from his own time river to the time river of another world. There is still 1 month left for Zhu Zuqing and other talents to come back from the Sea God Island. In this month, there are 2 things to do. First, recuperate. After all, it was a bit arrogant. He forcibly mobilized so much time power in the parallel time and space. If it weren't for the fact that the Douluo world was too weak, he almost couldn't come back this time. After all, this kind of thing has a great impact on him. Relying on the inner world and his own strength, 1 month is enough. Second, the realm of perception. This realm is not the 4th step of martial arts, it is a spiritual realm. Guyi couldn't tell what kind of spiritual realm it was too mysterious, and even people in this world didn't know the existence of this realm. That kind of powerful perception ability that almost foresaw the future was experienced once when the sea god came. At that time, a sense of crisis always surrounded his mind. The thought was lingering, and the spirit was a little tense. Originally, I wanted to settle down in that world and see if I could achieve this spiritual realm through understanding. Perhaps because it was not the same time and space, even the perception became confused, and there was no way to calm down. After returning to this world, everything became better, not as chaotic as before. In this month, Guyi did not meet anyone. With his current appearance, meeting anyone would only bring burden. After all, his current appearance is really a bit scary. There are grey marks all over his body, and it also reveals the deep power of time. If you master time, you will be backfired by time. Guyi has a deep understanding of this truth. Every time he goes to another time and space, there will be problems. The inner world is also slowly digesting the mineral veins, various natural treasures, and the most important gold of life that Guyi has seized in that world. The energy in the body is also getting stronger and stronger, and the power of time will naturally be more controlled and more profound. Recovery will be faster and faster. It's just that there is still no clue about that kind of spiritual realm, it's just sitting in vain. It seems that if you want to continue to have that realm, you still need opportunities. However, after sitting for a month, although there is no gain in the spiritual realm, the strength is still increasing rapidly. The area of a the inner world has doubled directly. This makes Guyi understand that if he wants to improve quickly, it is not feasible to rely on meditation and practice, only through plunder. After all, the essence of practice is a kind of plunder, plundering people, plundering resources, and plundering the world. With such rapid progress, Guyi has the idea of a continuing to go to other worlds. Since going to the future cannot lead to his own future, it may still appear in other parallel time and space. However, this idea was quickly suppressed by him. Too anxious. Even after this month, there is still no sign of digestion of the inner world. Even if he goes to other worlds, it still won't work. It would be better to stay in this world. The Douluo continent where he is located is higher in level than other time and space, so the speed of cultivation is naturally faster. Now the heaven and earth vitality in this time and space is almost 10 times that of other parallel time and space, and even in places with rich heaven and earth vitality, it can reach more than 20 times. This shows how weak the Douluo continent was in the past, and it can be said to be vulnerable. But now it is very different. More and more people are practicing, and it is completely an era of geniuses. Especially the cultivation method he taught can completely allow children under the age of 6 to practice and let them practice soul power on their own. Although few people can practice to full innate soul power before the age of 6, it also means that everyone in this world can practice, and all of them are geniuses. Guyi looked at the carrier pigeon flying from the sky, he knew it. This is the carrier pigeon of the spirit hall. Take off the letter paper and open it. He looked a little surprised, and before he destroyed it, he sensed the breath outside. You came back in time. Flashed and appeared on the playground. It seems that you are doing quite well. You can all come back within the stipulated time. You didn't disappoint me. At this time, the 8 people bent down and supported their knees. They were obviously really tired. In 1 month, they almost crossed half of Douluo continent, and also included the sea. That part of the journey was difficult. Their soul power was always on the verge of exhaustion. If there were not 1 or 2 islands appearing on the sea from time to time, they would stop and rest. It is even possible to swim back from the sea, but I am afraid they would be buried in the belly of fish. The sea soul beast is quite terrifying. There are many of them. They can even jump out of the sea and reach tens of meters high. It was so scary flying all the way. The fire of nirvana. With a wave of his hand, Guyi also brought them a ball of warm flame to wash away their tiredness. Rong, come with me. Guyi came to Ning Rong, supported her shoulders, and said to her. Where are we going? Ning Rong was also a little puzzled. Didn't we just come back? We are leaving again now, and we only called her alone. Other people also looked over. Soon, the spirit hall will start the final attack. At most 3 months, there will only be the spirit hall left in this world. No, it should be the spirit empire. No one can stop it. If you want Jian Douluo and the others to live in your 7 treasures glazed tile sect to survive, then follow me. Zhu Qing, wait for me to come back, and then I will take you to the Xingluo Empire. I know you still have ties there. Zhu Zuqing and others were stunned and couldn't believe it. The world is changing too fast, and there is no sign at all. Brother Yi, are you involved too? Oscar asked blankly. One sentence turned his eyes back to Guyi. Guyi had never discussed these things in front of them, and they had never heard him mention this matter. Suddenly speaking, they suddenly felt strange. I am an insider, but I didn't participate much. Brother Yi, I will stay with you no matter what you do. Oscar has no distinction between family and country in his heart. From childhood to adulthood, he has never felt that the Tiandu Empire has brought him anything. On the contrary, it was the funds of the spirit hall that kept him alive. Guyi wanted to destroy the 2 empires, so he naturally had to add some strength. We too. Others also responded. It sounds like you are going to destroy the world. This world will only be better. The spirit hall has absolute strength to suppress it, and the 2 empires will not have any resistance. Chapter 396, Pressure Sword Bone Douluo. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. With the ability of space, Guyi easily crossed hundreds of miles and came to the location of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Brother Yi, your ability is really powerful. You crossed such a long distance in a blink of an eye. Ning Rong looked at the familiar sect with a bit of excitement on her face. After wandering outside for so long, she also missed the sect a bit. Missing her father, Grandpa Jian, and Grandpa Gu. Just thinking about the purpose of her return this time also made her face fall. She didn't know whether her father and others would agree. It seems that there are distinguished guests coming today. The sword Douluo inside the sect immediately felt the breath of Ning Rong and Guyi. The closed eyes also opened. Guyi did not force his way into the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect directly, but followed behind Ning Rong. Soon they came to the hall of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. Ning Fengzi stood in the hall, followed by the two Douluos Jian and Gu. Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu. As usual, Ning Rongrong came to the three people happily with joy on her face. She had a hard time on the Sea God Island, and now she couldn't help seeing her relatives. My good Rongrong, you are finally back. Let Grandpa Jian see if you are injured. Chen Xin and Gu Rong loved Ning Rongrong very much, and they held her in their hands for fear that she would melt. Ning Fengzi, who was ignored, smiled and shook his head, and then said to Gu Yi, I wonder what the Lord of Martial Arts came to the Seven Treasures glazed sect for. Master Ning, the Spirit Hall is about to attack the Heaven Do Empire. I wonder what you plan to do. As soon as these words came out, the two titled Douluo who cared about Rongrong immediately looked over. This matter was more serious than they imagined. Ning Fengzi was only slightly stunned, and then he understood the purpose of Gu Yi's visit. He was probably trying to persuade their Seven Treasures glazed sect not to take action, and that keeping to themselves would be enough to avoid this catastrophe. Fengzi, it seems that you guessed right. The Spirit Hall is indeed harboring evil intentions. Now it can't help it anymore and is ready to attack the two empires. Chen Xin also spoke. His face was extremely serious. This matter was more important than anything else. The Seven Treasures glazed sect had always been very supportive of the Heaven Do Empire, and even the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire was Ning Fengzi's student. I wonder what the God of War wants us to do. Gu Yi couldn't see any thoughts from Ning Fengzi's face, and he didn't have the idea of a euro opening his mind's eye. Today's matter was very simple. There was no difficulty. Keep yourself out, the war will not sweep into the Seven Treasures glazed sect, and you will still be the richest sect in the world. This status was unshakable even for Gu Yi. After all, the Seven Treasures glazed tower had its own treasure hunting function, and the treasures it possessed were unmatched even by the Spirit Hall. Wealth was far ahead. Gu Yi, are you too arrogant? Even if the Spirit Hall was more powerful, how could it contend with the two empires at the same time, not to mention that the world had changed so much in the past few years. The speed of Soul Master's progress is much faster than before. Chen Xin and I are both level 98 title Douluo. Even if we face the former Qian Daoliu, we still have the strength to fight. Level 98? Is it very strong? Father, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, why don't we not get involved? Anyway, no matter who wins or loses, it will not affect us. Otherwise, many disciples of the sect will die. Ning Rongrong persuaded. Gu Rong, who always loved Ning Rongrong very much, did not listen to her, but focused his eyes on Ning Fengzi. Here, only he could see the situation clearly. If you want my Seven Treasures glazed sect to surrender, you can't do it just by talking. Let me see what confidence you have. Ning Fengzi had actually made up his mind long ago. After all, he understood everything from the look in his daughter's eyes when she looked at Gu Yi. Since the future heir of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect has already made her choice, she can only follow him. After all, she is the little princess of the sect. The reason why he proposed this condition was to see how strong Gu Yi is. It has been a long time since the world has seen Gu Yi take action personally. Level 98? It's just the beginning of the road of cultivation. Chen Xin and Gu Rong will let you see what is powerful today. After the last word fell, Chen Xin and Gu Rong immediately became alert. In their eyes, Gu Yi was no longer a human, but the sky, the vast and boundless sky. Like the power of heaven. Even a step can't be moved. Move, move, move. Infinite will burst out of Chen Xin's body, and his soul was shouting. He, the sword Dao Chenexin, the strongest offensive person on Douluo continent, the top of the sword, how could he be overwhelmed by a momentum? Even if he died, he would die on the road of drawing and swinging the sword. Ah! With a shout, Chenexin finally held the seven-killing sword in his hand. At this moment, all his will was concentrated on this sword. Just getting rid of the oppression of this momentum made him bloody all over. His neatly combed silver hair also danced in the wind, and he no longer had any manners. At this moment, he was the sword, and the sword was him. The pillars of the hall slowly cracked, and the hard floor was scratched by the sharp sword energy. On the other side, Gu Rong was completely suppressed by Gu Yi's will and could not move, with a ferocious expression. He couldn't get rid of it at all. Sword Dao Chenexin is really extraordinary. Gu Yi was looking forward to this sword very much. Not only did he not relax, but he continued to increase the pressure. Brother Yi, don't. They are all my dearest people. Ning Rongrong wanted to go over, but was caught by Ning Fengzi, who asked her to stand there and watch quietly. If Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian really had something happen to them at Gu Yi's hands, how should she face it? The power was condensed. Chen Xin could no longer be seen in the entire hall, only the 7 killing sword floating in the air, shining with the 7 killing sword will. This was his most pinnacle sword ever, without reservation, and his will was attached to it. I one half. The 7 killing sword arrived in an instant, but was blocked by a slender finger. The will is good, but it's a pity that the power is not enough. After all, it still breaks the limit of mortals. Retreat. Gu Yi commented, and with a slight force on his fingertips, he directly pressed the 7 killing sword back. With a bang, Chen Xian's figure flew out of the 7 killing sword, fell heavily on the ground, and spit out a mouthful of black blood. At the same time, Gu Rong couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Master Ning, what do you think of my strength? It's really the best in the world. Ning Fengzi didn't expect Gu Yi to have grown to this point. He could suppress 2 level 98 title Douluo with his momentum, and broke the 7 killing sword, which was said to have unparalleled offensive power, with just 1 finger. It was like a real god, so terrifying. Without restraints, Ning Rongrong ran to Chen Xin worriedly and asked with concern, Grandpa Jian, are you okay? Rongrong, don't worry, Grandpa Jian is fine. Gu Yi's attack just now cured the hidden injury in my body for many years. It was the spitted blood. Chapter 397 Dai Muai's Madness. It really deserves to be the god of war. His strength has reached such a shocking level. Chen Xin stood up. He didn't expect that he would be defeated so easily and so simply, and he didn't even have the strength to make Gu Yi move a step. At this point, how can he still have the face to claim that he is the first in attacking power? Jiandao Chenexin is just a joke. Gu Rong next to him was very unwilling. Just now, even moving was a luxury. It was impossible for him to break free from the suppression of momentum like Chenexin. He could only be firmly imprisoned in the same place. Unable to move. You also have a chance. The changes in the world have not ended yet. The opportunity is still there. Maybe you have a chance to break through level 99. Gu Yi was not comforting Chenexin. Level 98 to level 99 is indeed a relatively big hurdle. Although the upper limit of this world has been raised, it is not so easy to break through this limit. However, after this test, Chenexin's road will be much easier. When a soul master cultivates to the later stage, the cultivation of soul power is secondary. What is more important is the perception of the realm and the use of power. The gap between Gu Rong and Chenexin was exposed at once. There is no comparison at all. The growth paths of the two people are also very different. Even if they were both at level 98, Gu Rong would not be Chen Xin's opponent. Especially since Chen Xin's sword intent was enhanced this time, Gu Rong was far from being able to do so. Can you really keep our 7 treasures glazed sect from being destroyed? Ning Fengzi looked at Gu Yi. This was what he was most concerned about. What kind of role could he play in it? Of course, as long as you don't get involved, no one will come to trouble you. I said that. Ning Fengzi nodded. In this case, from today on, the 7 treasures glazed sect will close the mountain and recall all the sect disciples outside. Gu Yi looked at Ning Fengzi with satisfaction, and then said to Ning Rongrong, Rongrong, will you come with me? Or stay here? I'll stay. Anyway, you don't have time to take care of us. I'll go with you when you come next time. Ning Rongrong's refusal was within Gu Yi's expectations, and she had indeed stayed outside for too long. It's normal to miss home. See you next time. Gu Yi did not stay, but directly activated his space ability and left here. After all, he still had to go to several places next. Born to be a hard worker. Where's Rongrong? Everyone looked at Gu Yi who came back, but did not see Ning Rongrong, and could not help but feel curious. She will stay in the 7 treasures glazed sect. I will pick her up after the matter here is settled. Zhu Qing, come with me. According to the information Bibi Dong sent him before, there are only 3 days left before the entire Wuhan Hall launches a general attack. He must arrange things properly in these 3 days. Zhu Zuqing walked to Gu Yi obediently. There is still a distance between the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Even now, Gu Yi needs at least one. It takes a cup of tea to see. In which place, besides Zhu Zuyun, who else can you not let go? The situation of the Douluo Empire is much more complicated than that of the Kaibao Liulai sect. The Wuhan Hall wants to completely occupy the entire Douluo continent and unify it into a huge empire. It is impossible to leave the former royal family behind. No matter who it is, they will do this. As a family that has been married to the royal family of the Douluo Empire for many years, the Zhu family is naturally among the targets of extermination. Even if they choose to surrender in the end, they will inevitably kill a few people. The principle of killing a chicken to scare the monkey is applicable everywhere. When it comes to this matter, Zhu Zuqing said a person very frankly. Save my mother too, just the two of them. Zhu Zuqing has seen it very clearly over the years. When she escaped, this sister seemed to be chasing her, causing her to encounter many dangers along the way, but in the end she did not do anything to her. On the contrary, it seems that she was trying to protect her and eliminated people from chasing her. I didn't understand it back then, but now I suddenly understand it a little. The Zhu family is also a very dirty family, especially the choice made by his father, which eventually led to the loss of his daughter. The only thing that can make her feel warm is freedom and the care of her mother. It's a pity that her mother is just a bird in a cage and couldn't help her at that time. With us here in the future, this kind of thing will never happen again. Guyi hugged Zhu Zuqing tightly in his arms. Among his group of women, only Zhu Zuqing had a rough fate in her youth. It's distressing. In fact, Zhu Zuqing is still influenced by the dogma of the year and always puts herself in a very low position. She is afraid that she will be abandoned by Guyi if she doesn't do well enough. It's my greatest luck to meet you in this life. During the conversation, Zhu Zuqing and Guyi also came to the Douluo Empire, felt Zhu Zuyun's breath, and teleported directly. Guyi also had no desire to talk to these people, they were just people who were about to die. Zuqing, why did you come back? How did you become like this? Zhu Zuqing couldn't believe it. Zhu Zuyun had lost her former elegance. She was wearing coarse cloth and lived in a very simple place, even worse than the servants. There was a bit of misery on her face, but it was not the most important thing. There were a few more scars on her face, which looked very hideous and terrifying. She was no longer as beautiful as before, and there was no fluctuation of soul power on her body. Her vitality was also a little dying. It was obvious that she had overdrawn her vitality. Hehe, after you left, Daimyo Bai successfully sat on the throne of the Douluo Emperor, and he changed completely. Or it could be said that his original personality was completely exposed. Zhu Zuyun also told the story of what happened during this period. He went crazy and sought beauties from all over the place, and the first person he targeted was me. Your sister. He knew that he would never get you in this life, so he put all his greedy desires on me. He wanted me to be his queen. Zhu Zuqing was also somewhat moved. This kind of thing was really something Daimyo Bai could do. It was like this when he was in Shrek Academy. When power is infinitely magnified, all the greed in the heart will increase exponentially. I rejected him, but my father agreed. I could only choose to abolish my own cultivation and cut my face at the same time, which dispelled his greed. It's just that because of this incident, my father was suppressed in the court. You also know the situation of our family. It's a miracle that a useless person like me can live to this day. Zhu Zuyun smiled bitterly. Looking at the man standing next to her sister, a little envy flashed in her eyes. Why can't she meet such a man? Chapter 398 Zhu Sisters. Sister, come with me. This time he and I came here to take you and mother away from here. We will never come back to this dirty place. All the barriers turned to dust at this moment. Zhu Zuqing looked at her sister with heartache and set her sights on Guyi. Only he now has the ability to heal Zhu Zuyun. Guyi looked at Zhu Zuqing lovingly and threw a fire of nirvana. Zhu Zuyun did not resist at all. Although she did not know what this fire was, she could feel the very warm breath contained in it, which made people want to get closer. Get the energy in it. The fire of nirvana flew into Zhu Zuyun's body. Immediately began to restore his body. Wherever the fire passed, Zhu Zuyun's body was restored. The fire not only restored Zhu Zuyun's body, but also restored the scars on her face. The fire of nirvana contains the purest life force, which can restore living things to their best condition, better than any panacea. After a while, Zhu Zuyun looked at her flawless arms, and even the traces left by doing odd jobs during this period of time disappeared. The whole body seemed to have recovered. Before her cultivation was abolished, she had nothing left except the martial spirit in her body. She was in better shape than normal people. Zhu Ziyun's shocked eyes were filled with gratitude. No woman doesn't love beauty. She had to destroy her appearance at the beginning. Now that she can recover, she is naturally very happy. As for her cultivation, she doesn't care anymore. Thank you. Thank you, Zuking. Gu Yi completely succeeded and gave it to Zhu Zuking. Although the two sisters look very harmonious now, they were unhappy in the past. Thanking for the kindness, they can also become a pair of real sisters as soon as possible, not like now, with similar appearances but different hearts. Where is my mother-in-law? Gu Yi asked Zhu Zuking. But his words immediately made Zhu Zuking shy. Mother-in-law? Even though she and Gu Yi had already been inseparable, they still didn't hold a wedding. This title still made Zhu Zuking feel palpitating, but she was also a little moved. Come with me. Mother no longer lives in the courtyard she used to live in. Because of our two sisters' disobedience to our father, our mother's status in the Zhu family has plummeted. Soon, under the leadership of Zhu Ziyun, the three of them successfully met the mother of the two sisters. Gu Yi saw the mature and beautiful woman in front of him. As expected, she was the woman who gave birth to the Zhu sisters. She also had a natural advantage in this regard. Zhu Qing, Zhu Yun, what are you two doing? The woman was extremely excited when she saw the two sisters coming together, and she ran towards them. They hugged each other tightly. Mother, it's my daughter's fault for coming back late. Zhu Zuking's softest part of her heart was touched, and she couldn't stop her tears from flowing. She said to her mother. No, you are all good daughters of your mother. It's my fault. I have no ability and can only make you leave your hometown. The woman seemed to think of something, pushed the two away from her arms, and said with some joy, Zuyun, your face has recovered. Yes, it was Gu Yi who helped me to reply. He is Zuking's man. After the excitement, the woman finally noticed Gu Yi behind the few people. Mom, this is the man I can give my life to. This time we come to take you away, leave this dirty and filthy place, and start a new life. Zhu Zuking excitedly held her mother's hand, which was the hand that protected her for so many times when she was a child. I have heard of you. Thank you for taking such good care of my Zuking. I am relieved to leave Zuking to you. Gu Yi quickly took the three people away from the Xingluo Empire without communicating with others. The entire Xingluo Empire is still in a very chaotic situation. The nobles are arrogant and debauched. With Daimyo Bai's operation, the entire empire has fallen into a state of chaos. Then Gu Yi went to the Minzi clan again. After all, Bai Chenxiang is Ma Hongjun's girlfriend, so we can't just ignore it. In fact, this matter is very simple, the strong prey on the weak, and the strong survive. With Bai Chenxiang as the daughter of the sect leader, it is natural to solve this matter without encountering any difficulties. Now you have two choices. One is that I will help you restore your previous cultivation and let you continue to practice. The other is to practice the martial arts technique I created. Although you have abolished your previous cultivation, wherever you have walked, there will be traces left. Your body has adapted to the power, and you may not be able to get too much strength improvement in a short time, and you cannot restore your original strength. But the future is very bright. The choice is in your hands, it depends on how you choose. Gu Yi finally couldn't bear Zhu Zuking's gentle offensive. After all, who can refuse Zhu Zuking with a body that defies the sky? Zhu Ziyun listened to the choice given to her by Gu Yi, and after hesitating for a long time, she chose the second way. She had already tried the former, and she didn't have too outstanding talent in martial arts. Moreover, judging from Gu Yi's current achievements, practicing the martial arts he created is likely to reach a peak that has never been reached before. Besides, now that she lives with Gu Yi, she does not need any chance to fight, which means that even if she has strong strength, it will be useless. Besides, she was just a level 50 Soul King before, and she is not that powerful in this world. On the contrary, it is better to practice martial arts, and maybe she can go a step further. It is possible to have stronger strength. Since you have chosen the second path, start from the beginning. Gu Yi gave her a book just like when he taught Jian Rongxiu. At the same time, he passed some knowledge about martial arts into her mind with the power of the mind, at least she would not take a detour. Besides, the more people practice martial arts in this world, the greater the benefit to him. This is equivalent to countless people experimenting with his skills, although the skills he created now are not something that these people can find shortcomings in. People's thoughts will eventually be beyond their reach. After all, Douluo continent is just a fantasy floor tile. Even if the great power belongs to itself, it is impossible to be omniscient and omnipotent. Even the high and mighty God King cannot know everything. Even now, they can't get rid of the haze on Douluo continent. They can only wait until the haze dissipates. It is precisely because of this that they need brainstorming. Chapter 399 Guyuina from Another World. Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong was still sitting on the chair elegantly, and now she had a bit more murderous aura. Did you understand everything? I understand. Bibi Dong looked at her subordinates below, including Golden Crocodile Douluo and others. It was obvious that they had been subdued. It had only been 3 months since the Spirit Hall launched the attack, and the two empires were completely defeated and had no resistance at all. Especially under the leadership of the titled Douluo, no city could withstand a day's attack. The two empires were defeated step by step. Not to mention the two empires, there were other sects in the same situation. Except for 1 or 2 who were still resisting, the others surrendered. No one could withstand the powerful offensive of the Spirit Empire. A year later, the two empires were completely defeated. Daimyo Bai, the emperor of Xingluo, was captured and brought to Bibi Dong. As for the Tiandu Empire, it has long been in their pocket. The previous royal family had been almost killed by Qianrongxiu. Even their current crown prince Xue Qinghe is a substitute. As an emperor, you robbed beautiful women and indulged in extravagance, causing widespread grief in the country. Only going to hell can wash away your sins of a lifetime. Bibi Dong's solemn voice sounded in the hall. At this moment, she was no longer wearing the Pope's clothes, but a dragon robe, becoming the first emperor of the Wuhan Empire. A generation of empress. At this time, Her Majesty was more solemn and serious than before, and she was still carrying a sense of oppression. Bibi Dong, you will not die well, ah. Before Daimyo Bai finished cursing, a breath of death power instantly drowned him, and he was completely turned into gunpowder in this hall. Dissipated between heaven and earth, not even a trace of ashes existed. Bibi Dong has now cultivated her second soul core to the peak state. With her current foundation, she can inherit the throne at any time if she wants. But she remembered Guyi's words and wanted to inherit the throne after condensing the third soul core. At that time, she would be able to gain powerful strength more easily. If she had not been dealing with various government affairs for more than a year, she could evolve faster with the rich heaven and earth energy of Douluo continent. It is even possible to condense the third soul core now. Tianwen Academy. Guyi did not care. After Tang San was gone, there would be no one in this world who could stop Bibi Dong's steps. Now his eyes have long stopped staying on this small fight, but on the more distant God realm. There may be danger at any time, so don't waste this time. In the past year, the inner world has completely refined the original harvest, and the gold of life has been completely integrated into the earth, coveting the abundant vitality of the inner world. It also greatly enhanced his strength. Guyi even thought that his current strength was no weaker than Guyuina in her initial state. Especially now that he had comprehended the sword that killed the sea god. The essence made his swordsmanship greatly improved. It was time to act on the idea that had always existed in his mind. Golden Ancient Tree. Since the Golden Ancient Tree in this world could not be moved, he could go to another world. At that time, he would not have any psychological burden. Although those people in the parallel time and space were also Guyuina, they were essentially different. Guyi also discovered a fact. There was no existence of his own in other worlds. That is to say, only this world could be called his world, and the others were false. This time, Guyi did not plan to take anyone with him, including Xue Qingguo and Bing Xingqing. After all, the existence he was going to fight this time was Guyuina, who possessed god-level power, and even he was not sure that he could defeat her. Crossing time and space again. This time, Guyi did not choose a time point that was too far away, but only moved back one day based on the timeline of this world. Because he had discovered before that he could go to the past through the long river of time and change the known facts. The future was vague and uncertain, and he could not go there. He could only go to parallel time and space. Since they were all parallel time and space, he would naturally spend as little time as possible. This way, he would consume less energy. He had to reserve enough energy to fight Guyuina. Step out of the long river of time again. He felt that the Douluo continent was becoming more and more simple and fragile. The power of God was still a little too strong for this Douluo continent that had not yet evolved. Guyi did not have the energy to find Guyuina. With his huge spiritual power, he quickly determined that this world was indeed another parallel time and space. This also made him feel a lot more relieved. He continued to guard the resources of these worlds mercilessly. Especially those precious resources. He harvested another piece of living gold. No matter how much of this kind of thing there was, it would never be too much. A month later, Gu Yi came to the depths of the Xingda Great Forest. Gu Yi came to the golden ancient tree in a swagger. As soon as he appeared, several figures quickly blocked him and prevented him from moving forward. Human, this is not the place you should come to. Leave here and I can let you live. Ditian's majestic voice sounded. Gu Yi's control of power was very appropriate. As long as he did not actively show his strength, almost no one could find out. It seems that your master's power is still too weak now. He can't even detect my true strength. Gu Yi looked at Ditian with some surprise. After all, with his current strength, as long as Gu Yuina could see it, she would understand that Ditian and others would never be her opponents. Sending them out was just to die. Who are you? Ditian asked sharply. I don't know where he heard about the existence of the master. If you take the initiative to get out of the way, I can spare your life. Gu Yi looked at Ditian indifferently. Then let's see who spares who. 1 minute later. Gu Yi took a leisurely step, stepped over the bodies of Ditian and other soul beasts, and looked at the huge tree in front of him with passion. The inner world has always lacked a support point. And this golden ancient tree with infinite vitality is the best choice. It is impossible to leave this thing. Human, you are very special. Where did you come from? Gu Yi looked at the silver light in the air, smiled faintly, and his figure disappeared. The next moment, Gu Yi appeared beside a silver dragon. You are more seriously injured than I thought. With his current strength, he can see how bad Gu Yuina's body is now. It is much worse than when they first met. Chapter 400 The Silver Light That Follows. You have the fluctuation of time on your body. Aren't you from this world? Gu Yuina's voice became very shocked, which really surprised her. But this makes sense. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why there are suddenly more people like Gu Yi in this world, without leaving any traces in this world. Even Tang San, who has become a god, cannot hide from her perception. Tell me, why are you here? The ancient golden tree is the purpose of my coming to this world. I will leave after taking it. You look like you know me, in the future or in the past. Gu Yuina's IQ is not low at all, and she has dug out too much useful information from clues. Especially Gu Yi knows her physical condition very well, and even knows her location very well. The hiding place has done a lot of hiding. It is precisely because of this that he can hide in Douluo continent for so many years without being discovered. Even if the man in front of him is very strong, he should not find her location at the first time. Neither from the past nor from the future. You and I are in different time and space. Similar but different. Hearing Gu Yi's words, although Gu Yuina was shocked, she was not unable to accept it. After all, there is really no other answer except this explanation. I just want the ancient golden tree. Give it to me and I'll leave. Gu Yi didn't forget the purpose of coming here. You don't want to have too many conversations with the Silver Dragon King of this world. After all, people are made of flesh and blood. Looking at this Silver Dragon King who is no different from Gu Yuina, I'm really afraid that I can't do it. What is the relationship between you and me in that world? Gu Yuina asked a key question again. But without waiting for Gu Yi to answer, Gu Yuina said to herself, just because you didn't kill Ditiangxia, it proves that there will be no hostility between us, and I'm afraid I won't be your opponent in my current state. You are willing to talk to me until now, which shows that our relationship is not simple. Yes, you and I in another world are lovers. Gu Yuina carefully examined him. In fact, she was thinking about the relationship between comrades. After all, she was a dragon, how could she like one person? If that's the case, why do you still come to rob the golden ancient tree? In my mind, you are not the same person, why can't you rob it? Gu Yi didn't plan to continue talking to Gu Yuina in this world, mainly because he was in front of her. Since Gu Yuina in this world was more seriously injured than before, she couldn't be his opponent. There was no need to continue talking. Under the hateful eyes of Ditian and other soul beasts, Gu Yi directly lifted up the entire lake of life, leaving no roots of the golden ancient tree. Then, in their horrified eyes, he collected it into the inner world. It was directly planted in the pit that had been prepared in the center of the inner world. As a tree with strong vitality, the golden ancient tree was enough to suppress the inner world. This trip was so smooth that Guyi couldn't believe it. The resources of the entire world were about to be emptied by him. Since the things were already in hand, Guyi didn't need to stay in this world, and needed to go back and sort out the harvest this time. His strength will surely usher in a leap forward. A time-space vortex appeared. He took a step forward and stepped into it. But even Guyi did not notice that a silver light followed him into the long river of time. It was very easy to come back this time, after all, he only went upstream for a day. When he stepped out of this space, the silver light that followed him into this world flickered, as if it sensed something, and flew directly out of his body in one direction. Guyi did not notice this series of actions at all. At this moment, he was immersed in the joy of harvest. Star Forest. Guyuina, who was practicing under the Lake of Life, suddenly felt a very familiar breath. It was her own breath. Before she could react, the silver light shot into her mind, and she suddenly felt her head become clear. Even her soul was strengthened a little. There is such a thing. Guyuina absorbed the soul fragments and felt the information in them. I really didn't expect Guyi to be able to go this far. But it seems better this way. Martial Soul City. This outfit is very suitable for you. Guyi looked at Bibi Dong in a dragon robe and said with a smile. At this moment, Bibi Dong sat on the dragon chair and deliberately hooked her finger at him. Why don't you come to see the queen quickly? If I am not satisfied, I will lock you up. Guyi smiled, crossed the distance of more than 10 meters in one step, and stood in front of her. Your Majesty, you should satisfy your subordinates first, otherwise I will spank you. Bibi Dong raised her head and rolled her eyes at him. He wanted to humiliate others as soon as he came. I am the queen now, please show some respect. Queen, I haven't experienced it yet. Guyi stretched out his hand to touch Bibi Dong's pretty face, slowly moved back, and gently floated on his hair. I know, it's really a good subordinate who bullies his superiors. Bibi Dong almost gritted her teeth and said, although her expression was fierce, she looked a different kind of style. A euro. Are you satisfied now? This is my first dragon robe, and you have tainted it. Someone else has been seated on the dragon throne. Guyi sits on it openly, and Bibi Dong lies in his arms obediently, with her white jade-like legs resting on the armrests and hanging down to the ground. Who made you lose your appetite recently? It's all because of you. It's been a long time since you came. Bibi Dong complained. It's about to flood. Yes, it's my fault. By the way, if you want to be the emperor, I will give you my position now and be your queen obediently. Do you want it? As long as she can be with Guyi, power is nothing but a cloud to her. She can give it to him at any time. Guyi refused this position that can command the entire Douluo continent. It's too small. This world is still too small after all. Douluo continent is not his destination. This is the kingdom you conquered, you are the most suitable. Besides, don't you think it's better this way? Bibi Dong could not help but hear the hidden meaning in Guyi's words. Seeing his firm attitude, she did not continue to give in. But I still need you to protect me. My strength has been stagnant for a long time. Only by condensing the third soul core can my strength be further increased and I can help you better. Bibi Dong did not want to be left too far behind by Guyi. Now she could not feel Guyi's breath at all. Sometimes he was like an ordinary person, and sometimes he was like a face of heaven. The breath was erratic.